Tim Dillon chimed in on the ICE killing in Minnesota, saying, I don't believe the cop was justified in shooting her 3 times in the face. Let's hear from Tim Dillon.
The cop was justified in shooting her 3 times in the face. By the way, I've always believed this, and this is something that I've caught heat for, but I've literally believed it since I'm a kid. I don't believe you should ever shoot someone in the face more than once. Seriously, I just think it's ridiculous. So that they did that, and they, the guy, these are not well-trained law enforcement people in ICE right now. We are taking people that did backyard wrestling. I mean, we are the people that are in ICE right now this is your cousin who, was in backyard wrestling. This is tough. This is not the cream of the crop. You know the guys that kidnapped Maduro, like Delta Force, Navy SEALs? This is not them. This is not the Delta Force, Navy SEAL people. This is people that, this is people on their 3rd grade report card the teacher wrote that has violent tendencies.
True.
And
maybe if I quote Queen Kamala, it'll put it in terms that Blue MAGA will understand and that liberals will understand. When it comes to ICE and everything that is happening in this country, you didn't just fall out of a coconut tree. You exist in the context of that which came before you. So when Democrats spent every single year in office that they had power increasing ICE's budget, mocked people on the left who said that we should abolish ICE, a good amount of them voting with the Republicans, including Ruben Gallego, for the Lake and Riley Act, which strips migrants of their due process rights. And as I say, and I'll continue to say, Democrats being feckless fucking losers, not ever holding the Republicans accountable or actually doing anything substantial, invites this kind of tyranny, invites this kind of fascism. They are partners in it. Because you know what? Trump should be in jail right now. Trump would be in jail right now had Merrick Garland done his job. There is no going back to normal. You guys all fell back asleep and went to brunch after Biden got elected to go back to normal. And when people on the left tried to push Biden in the right direction, you attacked people on the left and called them names and called them radical and told us to sit down and shut the fuck up. It should have been a huge red flag to you guys that Biden's main priority when he was in office was being bipartisan. That was what he cared about so much and was so proud of. Getting along with the Republicans. Did he make voting rights a priority? No, he did not. Did he make safeguarding democracy a priority? No, he did not. His priority was being bipartisan and passing bills with Republicans. But instead of ever once trying to hold him and the Democrats accountable, you guys went after the left and said, you're helping Republicans. Refusing to ever deal with the fact that it was Biden and the Democrats that continued to help Republicans by making their bills a priority and voting with them. And if you are some blue MAGA shit stick who wants to come in here and act like that wasn't the case or it's still not the case, here was Chuck Schumer and Marco Rubio yesterday. This is your opposition party that's supposed to be holding them accountable. They're invading Venezuela right now, and this is what Chuck Schumer's doing. Laughing it off with his buddy. The funny thing about blue MAGA and liberals who want to make excuses for the Democratic Party is that they're making it hard for you. You want to be out here attacking the left and defending them, and then you have Chuck Schumer being asked, are you going to do anything to rein in ICE? And he smiles and ignores the press. He was asked about impeachment, about raiding Trump in on Venezuela. Nothing. It makes it harder for you guys to do propaganda for the Democrats and try to make us believe that things would be so much different if they had the House and the Senate right now, as they continue to do shit like that. That's why I find it amazing when people comment on my posts about this kind of stuff and go, oh, I just can't wait for the midterms. What do you think they're planning on doing if they take back the House and the Senate? They're not running on anything. They're not even promising to do anything different. Did you not just see the leader of the party? What are you looking forward to exactly? That is why you should laugh in the face and then block any clown-ass motherfucker that says things like, what are they supposed to do? They can't do anything right now. They're not in charge of the government. There are tons of mechanisms within both the House and the Senate for the Democrats to fight back, for them to throw shit into the gears, and they are choosing not to do any of it. Because you know who didn't use the excuse? Well, they're not in power, they can't do anything. The Republicans, Mitch McConnell, who regularly threw shit into the fucking gears to halt government to stop things that the Obama administration was trying to do. Chuck Schumer is asked by those reporters straight up if he's going to use any of his power as the minority in the Senate to rein in ICE or rein in Trump, and he ignores them. So you look extra fucking clownish if you're a liberal defending them as they literally refuse to fight. You wanted the status quo, but it was because the left was trying to warn you that if Biden didn't do something, or if Kamala didn't change the way she was running her campaign, that this is what we were going to get. But it was because of the fact that Biden's back to normal agenda empowered the Republicans, didn't have Merrick Garland go after Trump the way that he should have, didn't do substantial change. Trump won again, and now we are where we are. But since nobody ever learns any fucking lessons in this country, what'll probably happen is you guys will screech about going back to normal, and the pendulum will keep swinging back and forth from Democrats to Republicans as we descend further and further into fascism, term by term, until the country totally collapses and the tech oligarchs who have been planning on taking over take over. And when a Democrat gets elected and the left tries to tell you, hey, don't elect Gavin Newsom, it's going to be a disaster, you're going to tell them to shut the fuck up, and then you're going to act shocked and go, oh my gosh, you could have seen this coming, when President Nick Fuentes gets elected in 2032. This is not something in the past, this is ongoing, and it's because of Democrats and liberals' refusal to hold the feckless politicians accountable. You guys will get on here and act outraged that this is happening and screech at the left, but you'll say nothing when Democrats vote to increase the military budget. Let's do an experiment. See how it plays out since it hasn't happened yet. Trump is now proposing to increase our already insane military budget to $1.5 trillion. And it, like, you can't even wrap your head around it. It's fucking crazy. Let's see how many Democrats actually oppose that. Let's see how many actually push back on it. And let's see you, the bootlicking blue MAGA liberal who loves to make excuses for the Democratic Party, defend them and say that there was nothing they could do when they go and vote to increase the budgets of ICE and the fucking military.
So, more horrible news out of Minneapolis, of course. Breaking yesterday morning, January 24th, another person shot in Minneapolis. So here is the far angle. This was the first angle to sort of break on.
Man, and they keep pushing people, you know? So long as the sunshine, the light up the skies. We in this together, son, your beef is mine. As time goes by, our eye for an eye. We in this together, shit. What the fuck? They killed him? Did they fucking kill that guy? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Not again. Are you fucking kidding me? That guy's dead. Yo, we need people on site.
So, very tough to see what's going on from that angle. I'm not going to show you every single angle of this. I'll show you the important ones. I was, of course, glued to Twitter all day yesterday. I probably watched this 100 different times. Great way to spend a day home with the kids, just watching on replay an ICE execution in the streets. But I'll show you guys what I feel is the most important stuff, of course. Man fatally shot by federal agent in Minneapolis, identified as ICU nurse Alex Preddy. Pardon. Alex Preddy, the Minneapolis man fatally shot by a federal agent Saturday, was a 37-year-old ICU nurse whose family remembered him as a kind-hearted soul who cared deeply for the patients he served at a Veterans Affairs facility. We'll read the entire statement from his parents at the end of this segment. Preddy was shot just before 9 a.m. after a heated confrontation between agents and protesters who opposed the government's immigration enforcement tactics, Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara said. at a news conference. The Department of Homeland Security said officers with U.S. Border Patrol were conducting an operation when they were approached by an armed Minneapolis resident. So this is the DHS's version of events. An agent shot him in self-defense after he violently resisted efforts to disarm him, the department said, without providing evidence. O'Hara said that local officials believe the man was a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry. Family members told the Associated Press that Freddie owned a handgun and a concealed carry permit in Minnesota. His death comes, of course, less than 3 weeks after Renee Nicole Good was shot and killed by a U.S. ICE officer in Minneapolis. So let's take a look. This was another video. This was kind of the second clip to go viral after that first main angle. This is moments before the shooting where you can see his first contact with the ICE officers on the street.
Yeah, I don't know what it does. No, you're just spraying inside.
You can see, got the camera in his
Let's
hand.
go around. Fuck off! No, you're just spraying inside.
See if we can pause it. Yeah, so you see he's got a camera in his hand, filming in his right hand. Doesn't appear to be anything in the left hand. Okay, so now this is a clearer angle where you can see kind of the sequence of events. So what happens is there's another woman there who's filming. The ICE goon comes up to the woman and, like an animal, pushes her onto the ground. This guy goes to help her up. That's when the scuffle starts.
The United States wants to control the oil. It's a supremely important resource. And also, they don't want the Bolivarian Revolution to be using the oil to improve the conditions of life for people in the Caribbean through PetroCaribe, which for a brief period of time helped the people of Haiti. They don't want the proceeds of the oil to be used to help left-wing movements across Latin America, indeed around the world. Don't forget that it was Hugo Chavez who in 2003 said we don't want no US imperialism, the first time after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Hugo Chavez joining Fidel Castro in a global campaign against imperialism. Meanwhile, it was in fact about 6-7 years later for us to listen to the Russians and the Chinese say we don't want a single master in the world. Chavez was saying this 2003, goes to the United Nations and says, I can smell sulfur here after George W. Bush has spoken. Now, it's important to remember that what Stephen Miller tweets, this is our oil, we want it back, has been the basis of US policy from the 2001 hydrocarbon law to the present. Extraordinarily consistent policy that has gone from the administrations of George W. Bush, Barack Obama, blah, blah, blah. Well, it's so great to be with you guys again. What a day. Nicolas Maduro is my friend. I feel terribly for him. When he was told by Hugo Chavez, Nicolas, you have to take over after I'm dead. Nicolas Maduro started crying and saying, nobody can take over from you. Please don't put this mantle on me. He's an extremely humble man. He was he enters politics as a union leader of the bus drivers. He himself was a bus driver. Then he goes off and becomes a politician because Chavez found him in the union movement, becomes a foreign minister. He is a reluctant politician, and I feel terribly for him as a person. There is nothing in his character that suggests this kind of treatment of him. And I really want to say that, guys, because I know that lots of people on the left will turn their back on Nicolas Maduro Moro and Celia Flores, and I refuse to do so.
Dopey right-wingers who learned the practice Monroe Doctrine like 10 whole seconds ago have been mindlessly parroting these words all day to defend Trump's Venezuela assault. And what's grating about that is that they actually think they're talking about a real thing. They're like, no, it was totally legit. See, there's this thing called the Monroe Doctrine, which says we get to control everything that happens in the Western Hemisphere and treat half the planet like it's our own personal property, right? In reality, the Monroe Doctrine was just racist US imperialists telling racist European imperialists 200 years ago that everyone and everything in Latin America belongs to Washington. All they were saying was, see those green people over there? Like, they're your brown people. These brown people over here, they belong to us. You're welcome to use and exploit the brown people in Asia or in Africa all you want, but these brown people are ours. Only we get to use them. The briefest moment of critical thought would immediately tell anyone that the Monroe Doctrine has always been made up fucking nonsense. But these bleeding human livestock can't even be bothered with that. They're just yelling, Monroe Doctrine! Monroe Doctrine! Like a bunch of trained parrots without the slightest thought as to what they're actually saying. It's just the same as me writing on a piece of paper, everyone on my street has to do what I say. I control everyone and everything on this street, and I get to decide what happens in these houses and who lives where, and then calling it the Johnston Doctrine and treating it like it's a valid legal document. It's just some bullshit made up by dead assholes 2 centuries ago. The fact they called it a doctrine, a big word, doesn't make it more legitimate than if some schmuck wrote it on Twitter today and called it the Monroe tweet, or like they said it on TikTok and called it the Monroe TikTok. Just because it's a fancy word doesn't mean it constitutes a valid argument for why it's fine to invade a sovereign nation and kidnap its leader to steal the country's oil. It's just the same as saying, well, yeah, we stole Venezuela because we wanted to, which is what they're saying. Pathetic NPCs. Unthinking empire automatons. It's so gross when someone opens their mouth to speak and nothing comes out but the bullshit that they were trained to say by the most powerful people in the world.
The United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. Details to follow. There will be a news conference today at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump, signing off.
Here's a little bit from ABC just to give you an overview of the operation. We're not doing this in vain.
The capture, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, came after months of planning, gathering intelligence to understand how Maduro moved, from how he lived to what he wore and ate. The president giving the green light at 10:46 p.m. Eastern on Friday, with this message to U.S. forces and intel agencies: good luck and Godspeed.
We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we debrief, we rehearse again and again. Not to get it right, but to ensure that we cannot get it wrong.
More than 150 U.S. aircrafts launching from 20 different bases across the Western Hemisphere under the cover of darkness. The president and his national security team watching from Mar-a-Lago. Videos circulating online showing explosions near a Venezuelan military base in port. As U.S. helicopters arrived in Caracas around 2 a.m. local time Saturday morning, where they faced heavy gunfire. The president says Maduro tried to get to a safe room.
He was trying to get into a safe place. He went to a safe place. It was full of steel. And he wasn't able to make it to the door because our guys were so fast.
U.S. forces capturing Maduro and his wife from his own country. Taken to the USS Iwo Jima. President Trump posting this picture of Maduro on board.
Nicolas Maduro had multiple opportunities to work. Provided multiple very generous offers. And chose instead to act like a wild man.
Back home, members of Congress caught off guard, only notified after the operation began.
How many 17-year-old girls do we have to set you up with to get this off?
President Trump standing by the operation, saying Maduro's capture should serve as a warning to the rest of the world.
But I will never allow terrorists and criminals to operate with impunity against the United States. This extremely successful operation should serve as warning to anyone who would threaten American sovereignty or endanger American lives.
President Trump says no American lives were lost. The president also says that Maduro's vice president will now serve as the country's interim leader. But again, there are still these big questions on what exactly comes next, including how the U.S. plans to take control of Venezuela.
All right. So that was just really the beginning of the humiliation ritual that they enacted on Maduro. Ahmad Eldon tweets out, so technically another head of state could go into Israel, kidnap the war criminal Netanyahu and his wife, and bring them back to the homeland to face justice? What are we waiting for? That's a good point. That's a good point, given that there's no more international law, given that people in other countries are now subject to U.S. law. It's pretty interesting for a political faction that has argued for political autonomy for their own nation from UN standards and from international law. So I guess they like international law as long as international law means U.S. law applies internationally.
Yeah, I mean, we can find you. Anyway.
As long as we can find you. So here's a little bit of Maduro there in chains.
This is at Stewart Air Force Base, Newburgh, New York. I used to live 5 minutes away.
Oh, is that at Newburgh? Yeah.
Well, because all these people were posting on Facebook, what are all these police doing out here? Because they were escorting him.
Right. So that was just the beginning. Then Maduro was paraded through the streets of New York with the van doors wide open. New footage shows heavily armed American forces transporting Nicolas Maduro through New York City streets. And if you listen closely towards the end of this video, you can hear some chuds on the street chanting USA.
Good job, good job.
Those are all the pop-powered date rapists who couldn't get into the boom boom room.
Yeah, see, I know you think we don't have that particular flavor of regard in New York, but you're very wrong. You're very wrong. We do. Must have been driving through my native Queens there, or maybe Staten Island at that point. So if you're a history buff, what this probably calls to mind for you is the tradition of the Roman triumph. Roman triumph parades prominently displayed captured foreign leaders in chains at the head of the procession as a symbol of subjugation, followed by war booty, soldiers, and the victorious general in a chariot, culminating in the execution or imprisonment of the leaders, emphasizing Roman power and the humiliation of conquered peoples. This is very much a modern version of that. They made a point of parading the captured foreign leader before the adoring crowds. Today, the adoring crowds watch electronically rather than to line up at the forum for the pleasure. And of course, this has gone very viral, probably destined to be one of the iconic images of history, this image of Nicolas Maduro in sensory deprivation with headphones and dark glasses on with a bottle of water. Now, of course, not that these guys are to be troubled by any of this, aside from the fact that this is an obvious violation of all standards of international law. That in and of itself is a crime. By posting this is Adam Cochran. By posting this, Trump is violating Article 13 of the Geneva Convention. It prohibits the use of media humiliation against POWs. If Trump claims he isn't a POW and instead a criminal under U.S. jurisdiction, then he's violating multiple other domestic legal rights. Yes. The New York Times reports that this is what finally pushed Trump to send Delta Force to storm Caraco and abduct Maduro. Apparently, Trump, no fan of the dance. No fan of the dance. He is not a lord of the dance. According to the New York Times, this week he was back on stage, referring to Maduro, brushing off the latest U.S. escalation, a strike on a dock that the United States said was used for drug trafficking, by bouncing to an electronic beat on state television while his recorded voice repeated in English, "No crazy war." Mr. Maduro's regular public dancing and other displays of nonchalance in recent weeks helped persuade some on the Trump team that the Venezuelan president was mocking them and trying to call what he believed to be a bluff according to two of the people who spoke on condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to talk about the confidential discussion.
You know, if you'd done a little mashed potato, if you'd done the twig, if you'd done a little James Brown, that I could have tolerated. But I don't go in for that Spanish jungle music there he's dancing to. That gives me a headache. They used to come to my neighborhood with a bullhorn. I hate it. I hate it. That's what it made me think of. It made me think of them selling those churros on my corner. I hated those people.
But hey, all's well that ends well. ICE accidentally sends Maduro back to Venezuela. So actually, he's back now. So hey, what are we gonna do for the rest of the show? No, unfortunately, it didn't turn out that way. Now you can see how absolutely absurd their basic premise is by some of what they're claiming this is based on. This is from Pam Bondi. Nicolas Maduro and his wife Celia Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. Maduro has been charged with narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns, and destructive devices. What are you talking about? He's the leader of a nation with a standing army. He's the head of state. What kind of a charge is that? That's a 1935 law here from DD Geopolitics. The most absurd part of Maduro's so-called indictment, even setting aside the drug-related charges, is the accusation of possession of machine guns and destructive devices. Let that sink in. The president of a country with a standing army is being accused of possessing machine guns. The U.S. is a joke. Yeah, but it's a very deadly joke in the hands of these people. And then if you just want to see like the typical incompetence of the D-listers who are willing to work for this president, they messed up right in the first paragraph of the indictment. For over 25 years, leaders of Venezuela have abused their positions of public trust and corrupted once legitimate institutions to import tons of cocaine into the United States. Now, it's a small point, but part of being a good lawyer, part of lawyering, is to be the kind of really anal retentive person who would not miss an obvious flaw in language like that, because so much of legal contracts are about very, very precise use of words and phrases that you can't afford to mess up. And then you have a team and you have paralegals to comb through these things to make sure you didn't make a mistake that could be exploited by a smart lawyer later. This is very typical of the kind of people who are attracted to working for this administration.
Yeah, certainly on line 2 of the indictment, you don't want to make
on
a
line
mistake
2,
like that.
right up top.
Right up
top. But hey, it's not all fun and games. It's not that they care. At least 40 people were killed in Saturday's attack on Venezuela, including military personnel and civilians, according to a senior Venezuelan official who spoke on condition of anonymity to describe preliminary reports. And Blade of the Sun tweeted out, one of the people the USA killed in Venezuela was Rosa Gonzalez, 80, who they blew up in her apartment. Will you hear this on the European news? I doubt it. Indeed, I have not seen any reports on that in Western media. But hey, you know, there's probably a reason for that. They're too busy glazing Trump for this illegal military action. From Semaphore, news organizations held off on reporting Venezuela raid. The New York Times and Washington Post learned of a secret U.S. raid on Venezuela soon before it was scheduled to begin Friday night, but held off publishing what they knew to avoid endangering U.S. troops. Two people familiar with the communications between the administration and the news organization said. Spokespeople for the White House, the Pentagon, and the Washington Post declined to comment on the conversations between journalists and officials Friday night. A Times spokesperson didn't immediately offer a response to an inquiry. But it doesn't stop there. If you look at the kind of language that is being used, even in outlets like The Guardian, I mean, if you really follow The Guardian, this will be no surprise, that are supposed to ostensibly be left. So Carlos tweeted this out. The Guardian hates Trump, but not as much as it hates socialist and anti-imperialist states. The story on the U.S.'s flagrantly criminal attack starts by referencing Venezuela's authoritarian government, thereby implicitly legitimizing this regime change operation. When push comes to shove, The Guardian, Fox News, CNN, BBC, Sky, etc., are all on the same side. Absolutely. That's what I keep saying. These are different traps for different types of mice. Some people need to be talked into imperial regime change wars with the threat of Somalis dating their daughters, and they go to Fox and Benny in the Closet and those kinds of outlets. And then the libs need to be told it's about the world order and freedom and democracy and all that. They go to CNN and the others, but it takes you all to the same place. And the way the ostensibly left outlets do it is very much like that. They subtly, subliminally program their supposedly left or liberal readers into justifying these kinds of actions by defining the government in certain ways, by instilling certain assumptions about the election that are not proven, and then they go along with it. Washington Post went so far as to do a whole ass op-ed. And this is from the editorial board. This isn't like Brett Stevens doing an op-ed. This is the editorial board. Justice in Venezuela. This is a major victory for American interests. Just hours before, supportive Chinese officials say all of this language, it just inculcates you with empire thinking. And for something like the Washington Post, its readership, along with the New York Times, they think that they're enlightened liberals, right? But that enlightened liberal take tends to have a very Cold War set, a very Cold War mindset. The communists are evil. I just went to see the production of Chess, the Cold War musical, and I've become a little too radicalized to deal with that book. Like the Russians kill people for losing chess. Right? Our commie friends, if you could tell me if anything like that ever happened, I haven't gotten a chance to look that up. I'm betting they didn't kill people for losing at chess. I'm betting that didn't happen. But anyway, supportive Chinese officials held a chummy meeting with Maduro, who had also been propped up by Russia, Cuba, and Iran. No doubt millions of Venezuelans will remember who backed their oppressor and who effected his removal. The end of Maduro will be a failure if it doesn't also corrode the influence of American adversaries in this hemisphere. But because you know what? We're proving to be so responsible with power. What could be better than to eliminate our rivals and give us less checks on our power? That seems like a great idea right about now. Maduro's removal also sends an important message to tin pot dictators. Have you looked at who rules you before you wrote this editorial? In Latin America and the world, Trump follows through. President Joe Biden offered sanctions relief to Venezuela, and Maduro responded to that show of weakness by stealing an election. There were 800 election monitors attending that election. The ideal outcome would be for Maria Corina Machado to take power. Her Freedom Manifesto, influenced heavily by America's Constitution, is the best outline for Venezuela's future. And by future, we mean a dystopian hellscape of shrinking gains for workers and increasing gains for oligarchic elites like the family that Machado is from. What happened in Caracas was a clear reminder that America's military and intelligence capabilities are second to none. No doubt this debate will continue, and it's good for democratic hygiene to scrutinize the decision. Now, he should spend the rest of his life in a humane American prison. His downfall is good news. Well, when you find a humane American prison, you let me know. Maybe the one Jelaine is in. Maybe that one's a humane American prison. You got to be a sex trafficker with dirt on the president if you want to get that kind of treatment. Otherwise, you're out of luck. Now, I'd like to tell you this doesn't work. And actually, I can tell you something positive. It's not like Ukraine. Like, I'm not seeing the libs all lining up. But I have seen libs share pictures of Machado. You go, girl. You know, like, it's out there. And this is where they get that from. So Trump was very excited about this. He watched it live on TV.
We're there now.
He said it was like watching a TV show. I don't have that video, but you can imagine. Elon Musk was very excited about this. Congratulations, President Trump. This is a win for the world. and a clear message to evil dictators everywhere. Our friend Jose reminds us of one of his past bangers. We will coup whoever we want. Deal with it. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a man taking a moral position rather than a might makes right position. Really sounds like it's about the sweet air of freedom, right?
Well, that was that tweet was referencing Bolivia and their lithium.
Right. Which he needs for his cars.
Yeah.
Yep. Emmanuel Macron he took a break from sucking his wife's dick to put this one out. The Venezuelan people are today rid of Nicolas Maduro's dictatorship and can only rejoice. See, so for anyone who thinks the Europeans are like more enlightened than we are, no, they wear nicer suits.
We would have negotiated, but I started those Spanish dances. And that was it. I couldn't let that go. It was an insult to me as a man that he was doing that Spanish dancing. I used to call him Mr. Jones. Show me those Spanish dances, Mr. Jones.
Yeah, so you got that because we're so good at running countries. That's worked out for us so well in the past. You know, from South Vietnam to Afghanistan. It's always worked out so well when we've decided to go in and set up puppet governments in other parts of the world or directly rule them ourselves. What could possibly go wrong? I understand they stole the oil under their own feet in their own country. They
We're going to get more into that later.
Let's find, Keith's got a whole segment. I'm not going to get into it, but that was just an amazing thing to say on the face of it. To say the resources of another country are yours. What's mine is mine, and what's yours is mine too.
Yeah, that sounds like Mondana.
We only give light sentences, commutations, and pardons to sex traffickers and drug dealers, but you have to be the kind that we can work with. If you're the kind we can't work with, we send in the Navy SEALs. That's how it works. And just to remind you, the Honduran president planned to shove drugs right up the noses of the gringos, according to witness in New York drug case. President Juan Orlando Hernandez allegedly sought access to a cocaine lab run by Giovanni Fuentes, strangely the uncle of Nick Fuentes. And again, I don't want to get us sued right at the top of the year. An accused drug trafficker who is due to go on trial in New York in March. So there's an old article. But that's who Trump are. And it's interesting Rubio's saying there's no political angle. Because Trump drew a political angle. He immediately starts talking about how the party, the one aligned with his party, won. Right? So is that part of that? Because he signaled to them, this is who I support. This is the party I support, and I'm going to pull back all U.S. financial aid, and we're going to economically punish you if this guy doesn't win. So the Democrats are really standing up, man. They're standing up. They're an inspiration to freedom-loving people everywhere, like they always are in these situations. Here's Chucky. We didn't go through the right channels to do it. Glenn Greenwald. Republicans and Democrats always unite for new wars and regime change operations. It's one of the most beautiful parts of Washington, among many. Foreign policy bipartisanship. Yeah, they can't just glaze Trump, right? They got to make it look like they're the resistance, right? So they're going to talk about this war powers thing without actually challenging the core premise of going in and getting a foreign leader and dragging him to an American court because we're charging him with a crime. We're only seeing DEA patches for the photo ops, so we can all collectively pretend this was a law enforcement operation that was about drugs, not oil or Sino-Russian influence in the region, which clearly it was. Here's an interesting twist. This is from DD Geopolitics. An account created last night placed a $32,537 bet on the market. Maduro out by January 31st, 2026? Question mark. By this morning, the position had won, netting over $400,000 in profit. The account was brand new, created December 2025, made only 4 predictions total, recorded a single massive win, tied to regime change in Venezuela. This is all a sick game.
Hey, listen, put 30,000 on Maduro being out by midnight.
Yeah, it's rumored that Trump did it. I would doubt that, in all honesty. But somebody on the inside plays that bad. Hampton Institute could have even been somebody involved in the military side of the operation. We've reached the stage of capitalism where people can use apps to bet on crimes against humanity. Other elements of the story, oil, the Machado diss, online reactions, but that is the overall picture as of now, January 4th, 2026.
Yeah, what a horror. I mean, it's nothing we didn't see coming. Obviously, Trump has had a hard-on for Maduro dating back to his first term, and it was pretty obvious that they were gearing up to do this. Some people thought they were bluffing. It didn't seem to me like they were, but no, it's just obviously a lawless act from a country and an empire that is just completely out of control. You know, the first Trump term made it kind of seem like maybe the Trump administration was the soft landing for the empire, and, you know, Biden and Blinken and Sullivan and those goons were the great lashing out, which they certainly were in a way when you look at Ukraine and the way they handled Israel, obviously. But no, I mean, this is just imperial collapse in overdrive at breakneck speed. I mean, this is as violent and as gangsterish and as lawless as any administration, certainly in my lifetime. I mean, the great evil irony of this is that this feels more like Bush's third term than anything since Bush left.
Right.
I mean, it really does. It really does. With more apocalyptic weaponry and more dystopian technology. That's really what this is. And, you know, we'll get into this more, but just the idiocy on display from people who think that because we got Maduro in a few hours that this is over. I mean, all morality aside, right? I mean, we'll have plenty of time to litigate that. This was a kidnapping. It was an illegal act, obviously. But if you lived through Iraq, you remember the things didn't get better after Saddam Hussein was captured. In fact, they got much, much worse, and they stayed much worse for a very long time. So it is just complete historical and political illiteracy from people going on bragging about how efficient this is. From people, not just random, like, chud morons, like Matt Walsh just talking about how this was precise and this was well executed. And I mean, have you had one of those Men in Black zappy things where you just forget everything that happened before a few years ago? It's just incredible. It's amazing how every time a thing like this starts, it's 2003 all over again. You know, right down to the sort of liberal line of, well, yeah, no, Saddam Hussein's a terrible guy, but, right? And that was, well, Maduro's a terrible guy, but, I mean, it's the same exact thing over and over and over again. People do not learn. It's incredible. It really is.
I gotta say, though, it's not even at the level of support you saw with Ukraine. Like, most real people are not for this.
No.
From what I'm seeing, like, you're not getting that. You're not getting that. They're not as good at the propaganda as they used to be. And America's just been in a constant state of war for too long for people not to have caught on to the idea that these wars are not for us, that they don't benefit us, and they never end up the way they say they're going to end up. They all end up a quagmire of one kind or another, whether it's just a slow bleed occupation like Afghanistan, or, God forbid, a major police action like Vietnam that cost tens of thousands of lives on our side and literally millions of lives on the other. It never works out. And I think enough people have figured that out now that I'm not seeing real support for this. I'm seeing bot support, and I'm seeing bought and paid for influencer support. I'm not seeing people support.
I had one Trump supporter try to tell me that the president's admissions that it was all about the oil don't necessarily prove it wasn't also about fighting drug trafficking, arguing that it could possibly have been motivated by both. Which to me kinda sounds like a grandmother acknowledging that yes, she had been victimized by an email scam, but that doesn't necessarily mean the nice man who scammed her wasn't also a Nigerian prince. Trump supporters would make excuses for literally anything he did. Literally anything. I am not using hyperbole for effect. There is literally nothing he could do that they wouldn't twist themselves into cognitive pretzels trying to justify. Trump is spelling out the truth of what he is and what the U.S. empire is, and anyone with open eyes can see it plain as day. Only idiots believe the war propaganda about Iran. There is nothing you can say to me to convince me that U.S. regime change interventionism in the Middle East is a swell idea. There is nothing you can say to convince me that I should help the U.S. and Israel manufacture consent for a regime change war by criticizing the Iranian government in the middle of a frenzied war propaganda campaign. It is not okay to be a grown adult in the year 2026 and still believe U.S. regime change interventionism in the Middle East will lead to positive outcomes. It is not okay to live in a post-Iraq invasion world and still not understand that we are being lied to about Iran. It is not okay to have lived through what these monsters did to Libya and still believe forcibly toppling the Iranian government is a moral and just cause to get behind. It is not okay to have just watched these freaks turn Gaza into a gravel parking lot pervaded by the smell of rotting corpses and believe they have noble intentions for the people of Iran. I don't care if you are making your pro-regime change arguments from a right-wing anti-Islam perspective, from a liberal humanitarian pro-democracy perspective, from a left-wing solidarity with our Persian comrades perspective, or from an oppose all tyranny equally anarchist perspective. Your arguments are shit, and your position is wrong. The agenda to oust the Iranian government is about dominating the planet in general and the Middle East in particular. You might think it's about something else, but you are wrong. It's about power and control, and all your fanciful notions about freedom and democracy for the Iranian people will be instantly subordinated to those goals. If this isn't obvious to you, you're an idiot. The justifications for war with Iran keep changing. The justifications for war with Iran keep changing. First it's nukes, then it's conventional missiles, then it's protesters, and now it's back to nukes again. Kinda seems like war with Iran is itself the objective, and they're just making up excuses to get there. As the US moves war machinery to the Middle East and holds multi-day war games throughout the region, President Trump and his handlers have been posting threats to the Iranian government on social media, warning them to make a deal on nuclear weapons. The following appeared on Trump's Truth Social account on Wednesday. A massive armada is heading to Iran. It is moving quickly with great power, enthusiasm, and purpose. It is a larger fleet, headed by the great aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln and that sent to Venezuela. Like with Venezuela, it is ready, willing, and able to rapidly fulfill its mission with speed and violence if necessary. Hopefully Iran will quickly come to the table and negotiate a fair and equitable deal. No nuclear weapons, one that is good for all parties. Time is running out, so it is truly of the essence. As I told Iran once before, make a deal. They didn't, and there was Operation Midnight Hammer, a major destruction of Iran. The next attack will be far worse. Don't make that happen again. End quote. It's interesting that we're back on the subject of needing to bomb Iran because of nuclear weapons, given that just a couple of weeks ago we were being told it was very, very important for the U.S. to bomb Iran because of Iran's mistreatment of protesters. Earlier this month, Trump was openly saying, "Iranian patriots, keep protesting, take over your institutions, help is on its way," while issuing threats to the Iranian government not to respond violently to the uprising. The president then backed off of these threats, reportedly at the urging of Benjamin Netanyahu, who told him Israel needs more time to prepare for war. Prior to that, Trump was saying he would bomb Iran if it continued expanding its conventional missile program. Asked about reports that the U.S. and Israel were discussing plans to strike Iran to stop it from building on its ballistic missile arsenal and reconstructing its air defenses that were damaged in the 12-day war, the president told the press, "I hope they're not trying to build up again, because if they are, we're going to have no choice but very quickly to eradicate that buildup." The U.S. justified its airstrikes on Iranian energy infrastructure during the 12-day war by citing concerns that Tehran was building a nuclear weapon, after which Trump confidently proclaimed that, quote, all 3 nuclear sites in Iran were completely destroyed and or obliterated. It would take years to bring them back into service, end quote. And yet here we are a few months later, back on the subject of nuclear weapons, with the U.S. president citing urgent concerns over nukes to justify its renewed brinkmanship with Iran. I kind of think they're lying to us, folks. When someone's feeding you all sorts of reasons for why they need to bomb a country, and the reasons are all different and unrelated to each other, then those aren't reasons, they're excuses. It's just like they did with Venezuela. Oh, it's because of fentanyl. Okay, no, it's not because of fentanyl, it's definitely about cocaine, though. Wait, no, it's because of their tyrannical dictator. Also, this is happening in the Western Hemisphere, so it's fine and good for us to intervene. Both Venezuela and Iran are oil-rich nations which have been disobedient to the will of the U.S. empire. Both Venezuela and Iran have presented obstacles to U.S. global hegemony. It's not about nukes or protesters or dictators or drugs. It's about ruling the world. That's all it's ever about. They just move the arguments around to get what they want. Despite all Trump's showmanship about nuclear weapons, behind the scenes the U.S. is reportedly trying to get Iran to agree to limit its conventional ballistic missiles, which, as the New York Times notes, are the last deterrent in Iran's arsenal against a renewed attack by Israel. What this means is that the Trump administration is trying to get Iran to consent to becoming a neutered subject who must forever submit to the U.S. and Israel's demands, because it won't be able to defend itself if they decide Tehran isn't being sufficiently compliant. They're trying to frame this as being about humanitarian concerns and nuclear weapons, but it's actually about domination. They either get a submissive vassal, or they get their regime change war. The more tense things get with Iran, the more the empire is going to lie to us.
How was your trip? Did you have fun unplugging? I did. Yeah, it was great to get away and see everyone. ICE murdered another American citizen in Minneapolis. Excuse me? You heard what I said. Another one? They shot him in the back. In broad daylight. Oh my God. While he was disarmed and on the ground. Who was he? The ICE officers? They're not saying. And we probably can't tell because face coverings. Yeah, of course. What about the victim? Alex Pretty was an ICU nurse. Are you kidding me? For veterans. His final words were, "Are you okay?"
Yeah, we know. We know. We've known. We've known. In fact, we know it's a lot higher than this, but I guess we'll probably have to wait another year or two before you guys catch up and finally admit that it's actually a lot more than this. Because this is what we were saying a while ago. But all you hacks and shills said that when we pointed out that the death toll was high, all of you guys said it was anti-Semitic. All of you guys said that people were lying, that those were just Hamas-run health ministry numbers. And that was all of them. That wasn't just the Zionists from the Israeli lobby or from the fucking administration in America. No, that was all of our trash bag media. Every single time they would report the deaths of the Palestinians in Gaza, they would go, remember though, it's the Hamas-run health ministry, so you can't really trust what they say. Well, now they're agreeing. Now they're agreeing. Where you guys at? Awfully fucking quiet over there in sociopathic Ghoulville. You can try to censor as many people as you want. You can buy as many social media apps as you want to try to rewrite history and control them. You can buy as many cable news outlets as you want. You can try to silence and ban as many Palestinians from Instagram and TikTok and everything else as you want. We are not going to forget. You will not erase the fact that I've seen shredded children eating for lose. I missed something? Did something change? Because I'm seeing a lot of videos of people being like, oh, well, finally something has changed and real change is happening now that a white guy was killed. What happened? Nothing happened. ICE is still in Minneapolis. And Tim Walz just said that Tom Homan was going to be the replacement. They're not actually leaving. Well, I'm genuinely confused at my fellow snowballs getting on here today and being like, finally something's happening. It's too bad it just took a white guy for it to happen. But it's not happening. A lot of white people are now talking about it because they see themselves in him. But has anything actually happened? No. And the part that's depressing that I think people aren't understanding is that a lot of the people that are white that are speaking out about what happened to Alex Moretti don't actually care about anything changing. They're upset in the moment that this happened to somebody that they feel is close to them, looks like them, it could be them. They're upset about this personally. They don't actually want to do anything to systemically change it. They're not waking up. They're just upset and feeling emotional right now. How you know that is because a bunch of them are already making excuses for the Democrats saying they're not going to abolish ICE. And I'm just talking about the liberals, the progressives, and normies here, okay? Have you seen the way the right wing is talking about him?
Do sanctions actually work? And the same question with regard to 500% secondary sanctions or tariffs on countries who purchase energy products from Russia.
Okay, so two things there. There are Treasury sanctions. And if you look at a speech that I gave at the Economic Club of New York last March, I said that I believe the Iranian currency was on the verge of collapse, that if I were an Iranian citizen, I would take my money out. President Trump ordered Treasury and our OFAC division, Office of Foreign Asset Control, to put maximum pressure on Iran, and it's worked. Because in December, their economy collapsed. We saw a major bank go under. The central bank has started to print money. There is a dollar shortage. They are not able to get imports. And this is why the people took to the street. So this is economic statecraft. No shots fired. And things are moving in a very positive way here.
This comment with my friend and former colleague Maria Bartiromo at Davos came out a day after an article you published in which you revealed what the American Treasury Department was doing to the economy in Venezuela and to the economy in Iran. And here he is, shamelessly and, as you say, unambiguously admitting the misery that he caused.
This is really important. It's very important for people to understand what they've just seen. I really appeal to New York Times reporters who write incorrectly or dishonestly every single day, to Washington Post reporters, to Wall Street Journal reporters, to MSNBC, to others reporting, to look at what Mr. Bessent explained. The United States used economic warfare to create chaos in Iran. He explained it clearly. It started a speech where he said, I think the Iranian currency will fall. That is the first step of trying to get people to flee from the currency to create a self-fulfilling collapse or panic. Then he explained that the Treasury and its office, OFAC, which enforces these sanctions, put sanctions on institutions around the world to stop doing any kind of business with Iran. Absolutely normal legal business. The idea was that Iran would not be able to export its products, not to be able to engage in international trade. This is warfare. Secretary Bessent said that this worked. It worked brilliantly, he said. By the end of the year, banks had collapsed, the currency had collapsed, and therefore people came out onto the streets. Not one of our mainstream media accurately reported any of this. They all reported the official propaganda of the U.S. government that people came out on the streets to protest the mismanagement of the Iranian regime. This is simply a game. Of course, it's a game where you need to know something, and our reporters are generally either ignorant because they're not paying attention, they don't do homework, or they're guided by their editors who are in cahoots with the CIA, with the Treasury Department, with the White House, because that's how they get their stories and their sources. And so the most basic fact of what happened in Iran in recent weeks was that the United States used economic warfare to destroy the Iranian economy, and it continues to do so. And Mr. Bessent said it's all going in a positive direction. Then he had that fleeting little smirk on his face. The goal is regime change. The goal is that the New York Times will dutifully report that the people rose up against their terrible government without mentioning anything about the economic warfare by the United States. Absolutely illegal, absolutely disastrous, crushing the lives, the livelihoods, the health, leading to deaths on mass numbers, we know from these sanctions that have been used by the United States in this way in many countries to destroy other countries. Venezuela is another case of this. What was interesting about the Bessent interview is that he said it all very clearly and out loud. I've never heard that said that way. Of course, I knew about this. That's why I wrote about it the day before. But to hear it and to hear him chortle how after this mass unrest and this chaos that it's all, quote, moving in the right direction, should tell the American people, and the Congress, for God's sake, surely there are still some congressmen and senators that care about our country, should explain what is happening. And this is happening not only in Iran. The U.S. is engaged in economic warfare out of control, completely irresponsible, often gamed by wealthy campaign contributors or Trump's own family. You front run the markets, or you buy resources, or resources are dumped. They're playing games. And Bessent at least explained the games with that smirk of his. And it's absolutely shocking what's going on. But again, in our country, with the mainstream media, absolutely pathetic.
Look, I'm not naive. I think they're probably going to try again and again, as they did with Tish James and Comey and everyone. If one doesn't work, then they try something else, and that fails, and they try something else, and then they just don't give up because they want to save face. But I don't know what's next. I think what's next is that I have to be in it for the long haul, and and just to be strong as always, and keep calm and carry on.
Because this federal magistrate judge said that they didn't have a case. Basically, the Department of Justice said that they didn't have a case. I mean, the judge said the Department of Justice didn't have a case. But you think that it's not over?
No, I think it's not over. Because it doesn't matter if there's no law to fit. They will try to fit or retrofit something or go around a judge and just do it themselves. And it doesn't matter. And everything that they say pertains to protesters. I was not a protester. I was very clear about that. If you look at all the evidence, I'm not a protester. And so I think, Allison, not that I think I know, I was the biggest name. And so if they get a Don Lemon, woohoo, that's a victory. And also, I'm the one who put the information out there.
Also breaking right now, I'm just getting this in to my ear and to our newsroom. Don Lemon has been taken into custody. That is according to a statement from his attorney, adding that the former CNN anchor was arrested by federal agents in Los Angeles while he was there to cover the Grammy Awards.
The U.S. is pushing so many regime change agendas, it's hard to keep up. It's just incredible how quickly and aggressively the U.S. is advancing long-standing agendas of global conquest under the Trump administration. Now they're racing to take out Cuba. Trump's order itself contains the usual excuses we've come to expect from the empire of propaganda and lies, with its authors babbling without evidence about Hamas and Hezbollah and transnational terrorist groups receiving support from Havana, thereby making this crushing act of siege warfare a self-defense measure implemented in protection of the American people. We're being asked to believe that Cuba is Hamas, so Washington needs to strangle it to death in self-defense. The fact that the U.S. has been pursuing regime change in Cuba for generations, we are told, is merely a coincidence. The lies get dumber and dumber with each new imperial power grab. It's just insulting at this point. The lies get so tedious. Oh, the Iranians want their country to be bombed. Hamas beheaded 40 babies. Pro-Palestine demonstrations caused the Bondi massacre. There are terrorist bases under every hospital. The news media are reporting objective facts about the world. You live in a democracy where the votes of the people influence the actions of your government. We're the good guys in every foreign conflict. The U.S. makes mistakes from time to time, but they're acting with good intentions, and we're better off with them in charge of the world. Rich people are rich because they're smarter and work harder than everyone else.
That's divisive as fuck.
So that segment was pretty long, so I'm not about to just play that whole clip for you guys. I'm just going to talk to a few different points. First of all, he's talking about FBA as if it's a group or an organization, which it's not. It's just adding the word foundational to Black American does not turn it into some organization or some group. If you don't want to call yourself foundational, you don't have to. But it's the same. It's another word for the exact same thing. Okay? It's just like saying Black American, you're just adding foundational to it. Nobody had an issue when we were calling ourselves African American. You know, for some reason, people like to be able to control the narrative of what we call ourselves, how we identify ourselves. whatever. But we have breaking news, you guys. It appears the DOJ has released more Epstein files, and Donald Trump is implicated in the worst way. To make things crazier, he decided to then start deleting this information. Literally, if you go there now and you click on the DOJ's link, the information is gone. But luckily for us, there were people that captured screenshots of that information. And what I'm here to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, is that it is very bad for Donald Trump. So listen to this. Epstein files. Breaking news. Underage girl claims that Trump forced sex. It's bad. It's bad. So brace yourself for this as we get into these here. Bombshell allegation in the latest Epstein file document released. An underage girl claims that she was forced to perform oral on Donald Trump approximately 35 years ago in New Jersey. It's getting really bad. It's not just Trump that's named. There's something else dropped now about Bill Gates. Bill Gates was allegedly asking Jeffrey Epstein for antibiotics to secretly give to his wife, Melinda Gates. What I thought was interesting, what Keaton said here, he said, love how MAGA is pretending Bill Gates' antibiotic story is a bigger Epstein revelation than dead sex slaves buried under Trump's golf course. This is another one. Complainant reported participating in orgies and that some girls went missing, rumored to have been murdered or buried at the facility. Complainant reported being threatened by Trump's then head of security that if she ever talked of what went on there or who she saw, he would end up as fertilizer for the back 9 holes like the other see you next Tuesdays. And like I said, they went to delete them, right? So when it was announced, again, we all clicked on the link and all of a sudden it was gone. The Justice Department has deleted these files, which had various allegations against Trump, including sexual assault and trafficking. A cover-up is underway. He came out with these statements that it was a Democrat hoax. Because he then later said, there's nothing to see here, just let it go and let's move on. You can't say he wasn't trying to cover it up. No, he's not the only one, of course, that is named, but he's the president of the United States, and he's named multiple times. Too many incidents. These are just the ones that people were able to grab screenshots of.
When I be talking and shit, like if I'm just riffing off the top, the cussing just comes out because it's fucking natural and shit. And then if I like edit myself, I slow way down as far as like when I'm talking. But these motherfuckers, these politicians and shit, especially the ones where they be like, fuck. like it seem out of place and shit. Like what is that? That shit just started happening like recently, like within the last, like back in the day when you had to be a preacher to get out there and speak your mind. As of today, if we gonna make a black first party, the only tribe we need to look out for is black Americans. Whatever other tribe you belong to, whether it's by job, by religion, none of that shit matters if you want success for black people. I don't care if you're a black Christian. I don't care if you're a black cop. I don't care if you're in the military. I don't care if you're a black immigrant. I fuck with Ilhan Omar, even though I don't think she talks about real shit enough. I do think that as a Somalian, she cares more about Somalis. But other than that, I don't got no fucking problem with her. Like, I just think that any kind of Democrat would be a waste of time. As much as I like Ilhan Omar, I like the way when that redneck sprayed her with some shit. I saw her first reaction. Her first reaction was to step to that motherfucker and throw some goddamn hands. And then she realized, you know, a security came in and tackled that motherfucker. So, you know, I fuck with people like that. She clearly is about her business, but I don't think she's black first. So I don't think she should be considered leadership. I think she should be proud leadership. I mean, the fucking Somalians should be proud of her leadership, but she doesn't lead black people. She leads Somalians. And as long as there's people like that want to split themselves off from these little tiny ass tribes, I just think that's a waste of time, and that's not good leadership. At least not the type of leadership for me. If you Jamaican or fucking from the Bahamas or any of that shit, you want to look out for your people first and foremost. I understand that, but that means you ain't looking out for me and my people. So I ain't trying to have that for leadership. So anybody hating on nobody, I accept it. Anybody that thinks, I would accept anybody that accepts the reality of this fucking society. Splitting yourself off in these little splinter groups, that ain't the way. And not only that, splitting yourself off in these little splinter groups and then giving your time and energy and money to all these white groups that don't care about you, that's just not good leadership. I think anybody that thinks like that, I just don't want nothing to do with these motherfuckers politically. I don't even think that's a harsh reality. I think that's just reality. If we want to do what's best for us, we got to start looking out for ourselves. We can't be waiting on these motherfuckers to look out for us. Anybody that separates themselves from us cannot be leadership, no matter how nice they are. When I think about it, Ilhan Omar, especially when I saw her reaction to that shit, she probably is my favorite motherfucker. But just like Jasmine Crockett, just because you nice, just because you seem like a good person, cool even. I don't need somebody cool or cute or any of that shit for leadership. I want somebody that's gonna stand up for me and my kids the way these Republicans stand up for their white kids. And it really is that simple. I don't care where you come from or what you about. If you about black people first and foremost, then we should be opening up political action committees together. All of us. That's where our money should be going. Spend that money on us, vote on us. Politics is like a race. It's like a fucking NASCAR.
Holy crap, Rick, that's like a really big knife.
Republicans got their car, the fucking Greens got their car, the Democrats got their car.
Oh shit, Rick, please don't do this.
Libertarians and all these other motherfuckers, you know, they got their car and they got their pit crew. And as black people, we ride with the Democrats. So even though we don't get our own car and we don't get to ever pick the driver or any of that shit, we a loyal, well-run pit crew, and we always there to keep the motherfucking Democrats in the race. You know what I'm saying? And the only reason we don't come out with our own car is not that we can't, it's that everybody tells us that we can't and we shouldn't. Especially the Democrats. It's like we're their pit crew. So obviously they don't want us to go get our own car. So they tell us every fucking reason why we shouldn't go out and get our own car and run our own race. So obviously they ain't gonna want us to go out on our own. But if the motherfucker that wins the race gets everything they've ever wanted for their people. And sometimes when we win that race with the Democrats and shit, they get everything that's done for their people, everything they have ever wanted. But they don't give us the fucking pit crew shit. They like flick a fucking coin at us and be like, good job. And then they fuck off until the next race. We don't see them. We don't hear from them. We don't get none of the motherfucking shit like the prize. We don't get to partake in none of that shit when they win. But we always back there to be their motherfucking crew next time around. And it's like, fuck, if motherfuckers decided, you know what, we ain't gonna be their pit crew, we are gonna run our own car. And it might not be able to compete for a while in comparison to these other motherfuckers. But at least if we do win, we get a chance to actually do something for our people. That's the ultimate goal when it comes to politics and these political races, is to get something for you and your people to make you and your life better. That's the fucking prize if you win this motherfucking race. But if you just are unappreciated pit crew, and that's the best these motherfuckers tell you can ever be, then that's all you're ever gonna fucking get. That's all you're reaching for. But if you go get your own car and you make that motherfucker nice as hell, and you already got a dope ass pit crew, so you know how to run that motherfucker, sooner or later you'll be able to catch up. Your pit crew has the best ideas. You just ain't never motherfucking let them run free. And them motherfuckers about to run free on that ass. And you're just gonna have to see what happens. Shit ain't gonna be perfect. But just imagine if you win that race. Imagine what good you could do for your people instead of being some fucking pit crew for a group of assholes that ain't never appreciated a goddamn thing. Cause I think I might have said, kill 1,500 white motherfuckers every year. It's not that they kill 1,500 white motherfuckers every year, it's they shoot 1,500 white motherfuckers every year. Somewhere around that number. It's typically between 1,000 and 1,500. I seen this shit like a year ago. Cause I was wondering, like, how many people get killed a year? So I looked it up. And it said, black people are by far shot. I mean, like, unarmed, as far as unarmed people, black people are definitely the number one motherfuckers that police shoot. And it's not even close. But then, like, I can't remember the exact numbers. But I do remember it wasn't even close as far as people that are unarmed, they get shot. And then it was people that are armed and get shot. There was hundreds of black people, hundreds of Hispanics, and then there was like 1,500 white people. Now I get it, white people are the bigger part of the population, but you never see any of that fucking violence. You would think if fucking 1,500 white people get shot every year, and that's just the ones that motherfuckers admit to. But if they admit that 1,500 white people get shot by the police, that doesn't mean they get killed, it means they get shot. And it doesn't mean that they're innocent. They could be doing a robbery or some shit and they got shot. It doesn't tell you the reasons why. It just tells you 1,500 motherfuckers got shot this year, like 1,300 motherfuckers got shot the year before, like 1,500 got shot the year before that. So what I got from that information was about 1,000 to 1,500 people, white people, yearly get shot by the police. And hundreds of black people get shot by the police. A lot of times unarmed. But the thing is, like, and you really don't hear much about Hispanics and shit getting shot. Because, I don't know, they don't talk about that shit on the news very much. Typically the only violence you see is violence happening to black people. But it's happening to everybody. Asians get shot. Like, this whole fucking idea of model minority, like, you fuckers do realize there are Asian gangs here in America. Like, not every Asian person is doing math. Some fucking nerd. Not every Indian is sitting around fucking engineering shit. A lot of these motherfuckers sit around smoking weed and gangbanging just like the rest of us, but it doesn't get talked about in the news. There are a lot of things about a lot of different people that don't get talked about in the news. And the main thing that I notice is they don't talk about all this white violence. Whether it's white motherfuckers killing each other or whether it's the police killing white people. That shit happens a lot. And they don't talk about it. Not nationally. So I might have been a little bit off when I said 1,500 motherfuckers get killed. Because, yeah, I think it's actually they get shot. And everybody gets shot doesn't get killed. But that is also a whole lot of nationwide violence that is getting ignored. And it's not, I don't even think it's getting ignored. It's these motherfuckers don't want to show it. Because think about it, if you start showing all the gun violence that goes on in America, motherfuckers would feel a need to change. It's like when we saw all that violence in Gaza. It's like you can't ignore seeing babies get shot in the fucking face. If they show that on the news here, motherfuckers wouldn't be able to ignore it. Wouldn't be able to look at it like some PG-13 thing. It's real when you see it. These motherfuckers cheer on white people that be escaping, but they made a whole genre of film based on white man violence. Like, so clearly, motherfuckers really don't have a problem with the thought of a motherfucker using violence to escape. They don't have a problem with the motherfucker using extreme violence. Look at the three obvious motherfucking examples. But there's way more. You got Rambo. You got Commando. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Sylvester Stallone. And then you got Clint Eastwood. Clint Eastwood went around just shooting motherfuckers in the face. They were basically breaking minor laws. Stallone in Cobra. Remember when he just walks up to this Mexican dude after pushing his car? Like, this Mexican dude just chilling. He ain't bothering nobody. And fucking Stallone, Cobra, runs up behind his car, pushes his car out of his supposed parking spot. And then when the fucking Mexican dude's like, what the fuck, man? This dude walks up and like fucking rips his shirt. I mean, it's ridiculous. And the Mexican dude, he just sits there and takes it. And I'm pretty sure every white motherfucker in that movie theater, when that shit came out, stood up and cheered. This whole fucking situation is disgusting. Like, when you really start thinking about how much biases come in. Like, into the way that you see something. To me, it's obvious. I don't give a fuck who you are. Escape however you can escape. Motherfucker, I got kidnapped when I was 15, and I kicked the motherfucker in their face until they fucking fell asleep. Like, think about that shit. I ain't never kicked nobody in the face before, ever. I've been in plenty of fights, but I had never kicked anybody when they was down. I ain't never fucking kicked nobody in the face or the head. I don't know, those were just rules that I gave myself. But when a motherfucker was trying to goddamn kidnap me and beat on me and shit, and I had a chance to get away, motherfucker, yes, I would kick your ass to sleep. And that's what I did. And I got away. And if I didn't, if I tried to play by some bullshit rules, then I would have probably got caught. But I didn't get caught because I kicked the motherfucker to sleep. That motherfucker could run faster than me. So I had to make sure there wouldn't be no motherfucking follow-up. That's what you gotta do when you escaping. So I don't wanna hear shit from nobody because you motherfuckers cheer that shit on when it's white people doing what they gotta do to escape. But when it's a black motherfucker, oh, you gotta play by different rules. You gotta fucking do stealth. It's like these white motherfuckers play crash out, vigilante, melee, motherfucking straight up attack from the front, kick the door in. But black motherfuckers gotta play stealth. Our whole motherfucking lives, ever since we've been in this motherfucker. Sick of that shit. I don't wanna hear shit from these motherfuckers. I know I was right in that goddamn circumstance. I'm not saying it was ideal. I'm saying motherfucker did what he had to do. And I think it's kind of ridiculous that that shit was counted against me. When I first started writing posts and shit, it's not like my fucking channel was growing or any of that shit. But I was picking up like a couple subscribers, probably like a week. You know what I'm saying? And then I wrote that post about Nat Turner. And it seemed like all the engagement in my channel stopped. Not like completely stopped, but it mostly stopped. I think when I wrote that post about Nat Turner, I either offended somebody or some people so much that they started reporting me, or the algorithm was offended so much that it stopped like motherfucking showing my shit. Because my engagement is mostly negative. Like, I get way more downvotes always. I was surprised when my fucking channel was growing at all. But what clearly stopped the fucking growth was that Nat Turner post. And that shit bugs me, because I talk to people, at least I have talked to people about Nat Turner. And the main thing with me is I don't give a fuck. When you trying to motherfucking escape, you do what you gotta do. And it's all these motherfuckers, even black people, that be like, man, I understand why he was trying to escape. I just don't think he should have been killing people. I definitely don't think he should have killed no kids. And to everybody that say that shit, I just ask one motherfucking simple question. Would those people have gotten killed if Nat Turner wasn't a slave in the first place? Like, that motherfucker just grow up normal, you know what I'm saying, chilling. Is he gonna end up a killer at the end of his life? Was he born to kill 60 white people? Like, he just planned on that his whole motherfucking life? Or was he born into motherfucking bondage and wanted to escape? And anybody that got in his way was gonna get it. Like, motherfuckers don't like to think about that shit, especially when it's a black motherfucker. But think of it like this. I mean, the Cindy Haney fucking story is the most obvious that white people understand, but they still don't, you know what I'm saying, look at Cindy Haney and Nat Turner the same way. They like, I get why she would stab a bitch in the neck to get away. And since she's white people have motherfucking empathy for her. So they understand. And she didn't get charged with anything. And nobody thinks that she should have got charged with anything. She gets kidnapped by a fucking serial killer. The person that was helping the serial killer got stabbed in the neck while she was escaping. I don't see no fucking problem. To me, it's the same thing with Nat Turner. Nat Turner was trying to motherfucking escape slavery. Something that everybody knew was wrong. Even the motherfuckers that supported it, they still knew it was wrong because they wouldn't want that shit happening to them or their family. So, it's the same thing. Anybody that gets in his way needed to be put down. Either because they were trying to stop him or because they would fucking ring the alarm. And maybe he was just pissed off after years of seeing his fucking people get brutalized like that. And now the rabbit got the gun situation. Whatever it comes down to, for everybody to just be like, man, fuck Nat Turner, even black people. It's like, to me, that's trash. They would probably do the same thing. But they just can't imagine being fucking enslaved and what that would do to a motherfucker's mental. Especially a brilliant motherfucker like Nat Turner. It's like, to me, imagine you a motherfucker back in World War II or Vietnam. Yeah, let's say Vietnam. You over there invading somebody else's motherfucking country. You a big 6 foot, 215 pound white man. And you get snatched up by these little Vietnamese dudes, you taking prisoner of war. This whole time you prisoner of war, you know at the end of the war, you're probably gonna be released. But at the same time, you watching your people, your fellow prisoners, getting their asses beat. Some of them getting killed. Motherfuckers getting demeaned on a regular basis. And you somehow get your hands on a knife. Your objective would be to escape once you got your hands on that knife. Now, let's say you come across some guards that are sleeping or some guards that are just minding their own business and you might be able to sneak by them, you might not. If you decide to kill those fucking people, those guards, that is no different from what motherfucking Nat Turner did. It's not murderous. You are trying to escape. If you walk up behind one of those motherfucking guards and then start fucking fighting the other ones with your knife, and you end up winning, and you end up escaping, you were successful because you decided to go all the way in. It's the same thing with Cindy Hanks. She might have been that serial killer's next victim if she didn't fucking stab that bitch in the neck. She might not wanted to, probably didn't want to. But the reality is, if she didn't, she would have been that serial killer's next victim. If the hypothetical prisoner doesn't massacre those fucking guards, he's gonna still be a prisoner. He's gonna be one day on the other end of one of those beatings, one of those brutalities, possible murder. If you can picture that, a white American man doing that to a group of Vietnamese people that are holding him prisoner, and you got no problem with that shit, then the only reason you would have a problem with what Nat Turner did is because you racist. Because you sure as fuck, if it's a white motherfucker kidnapped by a bunch of black dudes and being held in bondage and brutality, you wouldn't have no problem with that white motherfucker killing those black people in order to escape. But you just can't wrap your head around a black motherfucker doing whatever the fuck it takes to escape. Like, you motherfuckers are against that shit because you racist. And you black motherfuckers that are against that shit, against Nat Turner, the only reason that I can come up with is you brainwashed. Because if you a black motherfucker and you in the same position as Nat Turner, and you got a chance to escape, and all you gotta do is get through a motherfucking gauntlet of racist motherfuckers, the choice is either stay in bondage, somehow get through without being spotted, or kill everything that gets in your way. Those are not optimal options for anybody. It's not like that's what he wanted. That's what he was hoping for his whole life. Those are the only options he was given, so he took them. I don't see what's the problem with that shit. I'm a black man. I'm supposed to think like, how fucking sorry ass would I have to be to fucking think that it's okay to brutalize my people? And we gotta figure out whatever we can, as long as it's not fucking violent. However we can escape, we just gotta make sure there's no violence involved. Man, that shit is fucking racist. I don't know who I offended with that motherfucking post, and I don't give a fuck. I'm right. And the reason I know I'm right is because you fucking reverse the goddamn races, and all these pieces of shit that be bitching about Nat Turner would suddenly be praising him. They gotta do what they gotta do. But all you white people are like, well, it's not right that he killed people to escape. And it's like, fuck you, motherfucker. You would do the goddamn same thing. All of you motherfuckers. Under the same circumstances. You would fucking put motherfuckers down in order to escape. This motherfucker wasn't escaping jail or a prison sentence that he deserved. He was escaping bondage that he was fucking born into. So motherfuckers gonna goddamn shadow ban me for saying something to me that seems pretty fucking common sense. Oh well, I'm not into this shit for fucking popularity anyway. I started this shit because I want to get my motherfucking opinion out there. And that's my true opinion. If you trying to escape bondage, you got the right to do whatever the fuck you gotta do to get the fuck out of there. So, yeah, I noticed that my fucking shit has had zero growth since I wrote that motherfucking post. And I don't even give a shit because it was the right fucking thing. I think it's right. I have no motherfucking notes on that post. I wouldn't change it. And I think the people that are offended are just offended by people, black people that assert themselves under any circumstance. They want passivity. Well, I don't abide fucking passivity. I think if a motherfucker, no matter what the circumstance, no matter what the color or race or any of that shit, that motherfucker is being held against their will, then they have the right to escape, and they got the right to do whatever it takes to escape. So, if that means the fucking algorithm's gonna be snapping on my shit again, oh well. I think if you a black motherfucker and you shit on Nat Turner, you trash. And I think if you a white motherfucker that's got a problem with what Nat Turner did, you a fucking hypocrite and a liar and probably a racist, because you would do the goddamn same thing. Just like old girl did when she God, I don't even know if Cindy Haney is the fucking chick that stabbed the bitch or the bitch that got stabbed. I feel like she's the one that did the stabbing. But all I know is motherfuckers ain't had no problem with that shit. So I think a lot of these motherfuckers that be hating on Nat Turner and motherfuckers that got opinions like mine, they just fucking racist. They want a black motherfucker to always choose nonviolence. But I think the same people that are telling us to constantly choose nonviolence wouldn't even think for a second, wouldn't even fucking blink in a choice of fucking using violence to escape bondage. Because it is the right thing to do, and it doesn't matter what fucking race it is that's holding you. If you can escape, escape. If you gotta use fucking violence to do it, do it. Cindy Haney doesn't whack that chick. She becomes just another goddamn victim of a serial killer. But she fought back, and she got the fuck out of there. I got no problem with that. And if you ain't got no problem with that, then you shouldn't have no problem with what Nat Turner did. Unless you racist. I'm almost done with all this recording shit. I guess that's why I'm looking back on a lot of the fucking things I've been talking about. Because, you know, this shit was never supposed to go forever. It was always supposed to just be temporary. Mostly while this motherfucking fucking genocide in Israel was going on. I felt like I needed to talk about that shit. It was bugging me so much. But yeah, I mostly talked about everything I needed to. I got a couple more subjects that I want to talk about, but I think I'm gonna write them out because there's no doubt I do get my point across much more concise and much less meandering and yapping about shit that doesn't really matter when I write the shit, because I can edit all that bullshit out. So I got a couple more posts. This should be my last video. And back to normal life. Maybe make a couple memes, like if I see something that's really bugging me. But I don't want my brain to be constantly in searching out news stories mode. Kind of over that shit. So much negativity out there that it starts to fuck with you. And there's no doubt that this shit's been fucking with me. It's been bringing me down. No doubt about it. But I think I had a good time doing this. And even though YouTube can get a little bit like I said, I don't even get down votes pretty much after that fucking Nat Turner shit. So clearly they turned off my engagement mostly, but they still put my shit out there. Cause that's what's so annoying. Like I feel like my motherfucking channel would be way bigger by now if I was just putting like stupid shit out, like my pets. Cause those ones, and it's not like my pets are stupid or, you know, anything like that, but animals and pets and insects, you know, shit where you don't gotta think, that clearly gets the most engagement. So it's not that I'm shadow banned, because clearly, like, people look at my dog videos, like when I'm recording my dog, it's like motherfuckers will just look at that shit, and they look at the shorter, like my shorter shit, but these longer videos, they get way lower engagement. And my posts, they pretty much don't get no engagement now. And they don't even gotta be about Nat Turner. I could write about some positive shit and it's not gonna get no engagement. So I do believe that they're not putting my posts out like they used to. But for some reason, and if I chose to promote a video or motherfucking put advertising on it, I know they would definitely boost it way higher in the algorithm. So I actually understand why they don't. It's a fucking business. And I'm not good for business. I make these long ass videos that I think are educational and entertaining, but most people ain't gonna be fucking with that shit. And I don't have no advertising on my channel. Cause I really do believe that this shit is educational. Some of it, like obviously other parts ain't. But I don't think you should be charging for educational shit. Especially if you're using other people's clips. Like I could fucking, it'd probably take an hour to list every single motherfucker that I took clips from. But there's some legit people with legit opinions on YouTube. I'm actually glad I did this shit on YouTube. Cause I thought about, you know, TikTok and fucking Twitter and all that shit, but I didn't want to do that shit because I thought TikTok is for the youngins and they be doing a lot of stupid shit on there, so I didn't want to get on there. And I was right. And they sold it to some fucking Israeli that censored everybody, so I sure fuck ain't getting on there now. And even before Elon bought Twitter, I wasn't interested in that fucking cesspool. And he just made it worse. So YouTube is fine. Morris is the guy that I'm picturing when I'm talking about the white motherfucker that would escape in Vietnam. Like, that's who I'm literally picturing. And I know goddamn well you motherfuckers will be cheering that shit on. Cause just the other day I watched Space Ice. You know what's weird about Space Ice? That motherfucker funny as shit. But I don't get what that character's supposed to be. Is it supposed to be like, is he supposed to be gay for all these dudes that he be like glazing? Or is it he's supposed to be like an incel that hates women Cause this shit is funny as fuck. He's obviously playing a role. Like, I don't believe the person that's playing Space Ice really has those feelings and shit. But it's like some of that shit I don't really understand. Because he be going in on fucking Jean-Claude Van Damme and Nicolas Cage and Schwarzenegger. That motherfucker goes in on all those dudes. On some gay shit. It's almost like the way MAGA be talking about Trump. Like, this shit is, if it ain't gay, it's borderline. I don't know what it is. That man love is going a little bit too far. I like that motherfucker though. That should be having me cracking up sometimes. It's one of the few motherfuckers that make me laugh out loud on a regular basis. Anyway, Chuck Norris is the dude that escapes in my mind when I'm thinking of that motherfucker. Example of a white person that you would cheer on if he was escaping some motherfucking place in Vietnam, and you wouldn't care how much violence that motherfucker used. You would cheer it on in the movies and in real life. Fucking space flight on that goddamn story about the motherfucker escaping because I be getting all bent when I think about that shit. But as the 6 foot, 200 pound white man dispatches the guards, he's gonna go back and get his people, right? So now he's got a group of compadres that he's running with. As a 6 foot, 200 pound white man in Vietnam, that motherfucker gonna stick out like a sore thumb. Kind of like as a black man back in the fucking South, back in the day, who would stick out. So you gonna go stealth, but you also realize anybody you come across that sees you, and you already kill people to escape, that's gonna be capital punishment, and you probably gonna get tortured. So anybody you come across a village, and you gonna have to motherfucking either hope nobody sees you, or if they do see you, it truly is that fucking zero-sum game situation where anybody that motherfucking gains any advantage over me is making it much more likely that I ain't gonna survive. So I'm gonna have to do what I gotta do. That's what Nat Turner's thinking. And that's the same situation. Doesn't matter if it's fucking Chuck Norris and his fucking band of POWs trying to escape Vietnam and whacking everything they come across because they already went there. So anybody that sees you is going to be capital punishment. So to me, it made perfect sense they did what they did. And it also makes perfect sense that the reason motherfuckers be hating is because we've been conditioned, white people and black people in this motherfucker, to consider white people before you consider yourself as a black person. And that's fucking insane. Like, I didn't believe that shit when I was a child, and I'm fucking sure as hell don't believe that shit now. And I know for a fact, all the white motherfuckers that have problems with goddamn Nat Turner cheering on motherfucking Chuck Norris, and would be cheering on any motherfucking real life POW. They had to do what they gotta do to escape. It don't matter where. Motherfuckers be like, you do what you gotta do as a white man to escape. But everybody else, you gotta play stealth till you get caught. Fuck that shit. I mean, just look at fucking John Wick. Look at the fucking plot. What is the premise of John Wick? A group of fucking assholes, and these dudes were definitely some fucking pricks, killed his dog after they broke in his house. And then what'd he do? He goes around shooting every motherfucker he comes across in the fucking face. Motherfuckers love that shit. I just think this shit is so motherfucking hypocritical. When you think about the fucking things that these people clearly love and enjoy, it's like the most violent, crazy, most off the chain shit. These motherfuckers cheer that shit on, but let it be a black motherfucker doing the same goddamn thing. And this motherfucker need to go down in history next to Hitler. I know I ain't the only motherfucker that got this opinion. It's just pissing me off that there ain't enough motherfuckers talking about this shit, because it's purely a racial argument. This is factual. This is 100% racial. If Nat Turner was a white man escaping a group of fucking black people that held him in bondage since he was a child, there would be no motherfucking arguments. This would be Cindy Haney on steroids. As it should be. But that shit should count for all of us. That's what these motherfuckers, like, these old school motherfuckers talking about. Black people don't get no motherfucking reciprocity. There you go right there. We just want to be treated the same way everybody else gets treated under all these different circumstances. Even the ones that make you motherfuckers uncomfortable. To me, white people are the frog, and Trump is the scorpion. And y'all giving this motherfucker a ride on your back across the river. And right when you halfway there, that motherfucker sits the goddamn Proud Boys on that ass. All those fucking January 6th dudes. And it's like, you look back at Trump like, what the fuck, man? And he's like, hey, I'm a fucking scorpion. What do you expect? Cops fuck up, or ICE fucks up in this case. Guaranteed you're gonna hear the softest motherfuckers, the really shitty fucking Democrats, coming out talking about ICE needs more training. That is the old standby fucking answer. These motherfuckers have been saying that shit about the cops. They be killing motherfuckers forever. So if you fall for Cory Booker or any of these fucking assholes running around patting themselves on the back because they talking about giving ICE more training, ICE needs more training, they're picking those fucking people on purpose. And when you say you're gonna fucking pass legislation to make sure they get more training, that means you want to give them more money. Because more training is gonna take more money. These people are full of shit. My God, if you believe any of this shit, there's something wrong with you. Like, seriously. These people do not take you serious. They're constantly lying and playing in your motherfucking face. ICE does not need more training. ICE needs way better hiring standards, along with the rest of the cops in America. But ICE don't need more training. That is literally saying we are gonna give ICE more money. Remember when McCain was creepy ass? It was like bomb, Iran. These fucking assholes have had a hard on for Iran for a long time. Like, that's all they do is sit around and think about who they can fuck with. You know what I was thinking about when I saw that fucking Sabby program? I don't even know what the fuck she calls that shit. Sabby Sabs. Anyway, when I was watching that shit and she said the fucking death toll and the missing was actually around like 700,000. And I actually do believe that shit. I definitely believe it's higher than what they're admitting to, because they never admit what the real numbers are ever. They don't admit how many. They never admit how many people they killed, and they never admit how many people on their side that have died. Like, they never admit that shit. So I don't know if the actual number is 700,000 or 200,000. I know it's way too goddamn much. But the one thing that was weird about that shit, the article that she got that information from was it started out with whoever the author or the writer of the article. The writer of the article started out like this: my hands are shaking as I write this post or whatever. And then the motherfucker's like, I have to report that there's been 670,000 people either killed or missing in Gaza. Like, that's how he started it out, the writing. And then after I thought about that shit for a while, I remember back in it had to be like a year ago, I wrote a post. It wasn't really, it was a short one. It was back when I wasn't like really putting much effort into the shit as far as writing, my opinion. And it was that post about
Then one night as I closed my eyes, I saw a shadow.
It was a post about the percentage of kids and women that had been killed so far in Gaza. And that was like a year into it at that point. And the motherfucker that started that post wrote the same thing. He said, my hands are shaking as I write this. I regret to inform that like 25% or like, I think it was like 25% of dead are women, like 40% of dead were children, and the whole shit just went on in that similar fashion. And I remember being like, man, that's fucked up. And it is. But the fact that the motherfucker started that goddamn, if it's the same person, they start their shit out in that same way, I think that's weird. If it's two different people, then that shit is definitely weird as fuck. And I'm wondering if it might have been AI that wrote that shit up. Because who starts out they motherfucking post like that? My hands are shaking as I write this. And then they say something dramatic. I don't know. It could be a person. Those numbers could be legit. They could have definitely killed 700,000 motherfuckers. I don't know, obviously, because they stopped counting. And they can't count all the motherfuckers that are under the rubble. Still. And all the people they buried in them mass graves and just fucking buried them. And now they gonna have resorts on top of them. Like Brianna Joy Gray. Her podcast is Bad Faith Podcast. What the fuck is Savvy's shit called? I know I'll be going in on Brianna Joy Gray sometimes. I really do like her. It's like, I don't like the fact that she be out there debating these dumbass white boys over some dumbass white boy shit. But I do think she is brilliant. I hate the fact that she's like a fucking Bernie bro. I be getting on her about that shit too, but she's like really smart about politics. And she's one of the few bougie types that give a fuck about the rest of us. So as much as I criticize Brianna Joy Gray, it's because I like her a lot and respect her opinion a lot, and I don't like to see her fucking wasting time suffering these fucking idiots. So it might seem like I don't respect her or I don't like how she gets down, but actually I do. I just don't like all that Bernie shit. It's funny. It's not really funny, but what's real is like when these assholes make these public statements like Kristi Noem, she gets out there and says it's silly shit that doesn't match up with what everybody on the fucking planet sees with their own goddamn eyes. Trump gets on his shit media and posts some bullshit that the same, and then everybody else in the government comes out with that same statement that don't match none of the fucking video that you see. But still, they got so much confidence in putting that motherfucking statement out. Why? Number one, they know none of they fucking political opposition gonna hold them to account on that shit. And they know everybody else's account is just gonna be some shit on the motherfucking internet that either gets ignored in the future or gets taken off the internet completely. But those shitty statements, like Kristi Noem being like, this dude walked up and started threatening everybody and was about to shoot, and then he got shot instead of, the motherfucker was on the ground. Then they executed him, which is obviously what happened. Their official statement goes into the history books as what actually happened. So you can have all this, it's the same thing the fucking Israelis do. You can have all this other, like, real life information with videos next to it and everything. And then you're gonna have their official presidential administration, whatever the fuck statement. And that's gonna go into the history books as what actually happened. That's why they make these fucking statements that don't make no goddamn sense. It's not even clear or close to reality. Because 20 years from now, when somebody comes and looks up what happened, they're gonna see the first statement that they see is gonna be this bullshit that Kristi Noem put out, or some stupid shit fucking Trump twittered out. That's how these motherfuckers do it. They don't give a fuck about reality. They realize that their historians that they in place are gonna write this shit up however the fuck they tell them to. And the official presidential statement always gets top billing. You look around the world right now and you play 6 degrees of separation. Motherfucker, you play 3 degrees of separation. And it's almost certain you're gonna find America, your motherfucking government. And it doesn't matter if it's Trump or if it was Biden before him or any of these fucking assholes that came before them. 3 degrees of separation and you're gonna find us. Or one of our fucking subordinates. Like fucking UK or Germany or France. 3 degrees of separation anywhere. Congo, Sudan, Haiti, Venezuela. But the only thing you motherfuckers care about is Greenland. And you silly motherfuckers, I ain't even getting into that shit. But the fact that those are a bunch of goddamn brown Eskimo looking motherfuckers that just totally get ignored. They are the actual inhabitants and fucking main population of Greenland. White people. You watched a genocide pop off for 2 motherfucking years. Plus. And those of you that, most of you that didn't ignore it, you fucking cheered it on. There's a tiny minority of motherfuckers that was against that shit from the beginning. And now, just for months, you watch this motherfucker murdering people in boats off of Venezuela. And you didn't have shit to say about that either. Those were fucking fishermen. Those were motherfucking, at most, weed dealers. Like Colombia said, a motherfucking, a bunch of debris and people washed up on the shores. And they said they pulled a dude out and what looked like packages of weed. So that's who Trump was killing. He was killing fishermen and fucking weed dealers. While the dipshits were up there bragging about FAFO. Those fucking tough guys, those fucking manly men. Like, seriously, man. Y'all motherfuckers didn't have shit to say about that. This motherfucker strolls up in there and kidnaps the motherfucking president. And you motherfuckers didn't have shit to say. This whole first year of Trump's administration has been all about sticking his motherfucking toe in the water and, you know, seeing what kind of static is gonna come back. He poke his toe in the water and look around. Okay, ain't nothing coming back. Let's keep this genocide going. Matter of fact, let's create a fucking ethnic cleansing fucking policy and name me the goddamn basic governor of Gaza in perpetuity. Huh? Democrats ain't got nothing to say about that. All you white people sit back and watch these motherfuckers do all this goddamn dirt. They divvying up Gaza after they just murdered them. Murdered all those fucking people, women and children, and fucking dudes that didn't have shit to do with Hamas. They just murdering motherfuckers left and right, and y'all didn't have shit to say. Trump watched Biden do it and get away with it, so he just turned it up. He turned it way up. He strong-armed Europe, taking fucking Greenland. I think that shit's fucking hilarious. Europe getting exposed as the bitches that they are. Like, all this shit is fucking deserved. You motherfuckers earned this shit when you slow walked all those goddamn could have been convictions. You had that motherfucker on tape, strong arming the motherfucking AG in Georgia. But what did you do? You tried to get him on some motherfucking Stormy Daniels shit because you knew that was titillating. You thought that shit would hit in the campaign, but it didn't. Dummies. All that shit did was piss people off. And now, you're lost. And you fucking deserve to lose. And this motherfucker's off the chain. He's got his SS troops in the streets. And you ignored what was happening in Venezuela. You ignored what was happening in Gaza. So that motherfucker knew he could do whatever the fuck he want once he saw that. And now he's doing whatever he wants. He's got his Proud Boys in the street, beating on hippies and shooting fucking white people. This is what he signed up for. ICE really is the Proud Boys. You know how I know? Trump told him to stand back and stand by. Now he's got jobs for any fucking degenerate that wants to go around beating on brown people. Who is that a fucking perfect fit for? And to me, what's obvious is you have journalists that fucking signed up for ICE, and she said there wasn't no fucking background. She said you didn't have to do fucking shit for a background. You just motherfucking go up there and be like, sign me up. So as long as you ain't got some like super hideous, obvious, like you on a run for murder or some shit, they snatching you up. They don't give a fuck. They will take anybody, no matter how degenerate. That's the fucking Proud Boys. So they ain't doing no backgrounds. And the only group of motherfuckers that I ever seen in America that treat white women as a target to be like pushed and beat on, and they'll jump on these motherfuckers too. It's these Nazi ass Proud Boys. When you see these motherfuckers get down, even the police. Remember back in the George Floyd protests and shit after he got killed? You would have like white women line up to block the police, because the police, the fucking white women is like they kryptonite. They don't know what to do because they've been taught to protect and serve those people specifically. But the Proud Boys, they're like those fucking dudes from back in the day. They hate hippies as much as they hate us. They call y'all race traitors. And they happy to beat on you, men and women. So when you see these motherfuckers going upside these fucking girls and women's head and shooting them and beating on them like they do the rest of us, the only group of motherfuckers that I ever seen get down like that in a normal fucking basis, like all the time when you see these fucking Proud Boys and these Oath Keepers and, you know, these fucking inbreds running around, they don't discriminate when they jump on people. They happy to punch a woman in the face as they is to fucking jump on a dude. They love that shit. I seen motherfucking during that Charlottesville riot, fucking dudes squaring up against women, pushing on women, trying to motherfucking get them to fight and shit. That's Proud Boy tactics. And the shitty fucking police in this country don't even do that because white women is precious. So those are Proud Boys. I hope you motherfuckers understand that shit. That whole Nazi group of millennial douchebags that been pissed off ever since Obama got elected. Even though Obama didn't do nothing but kiss their ass the whole time, they just hate the fact. So these motherfuckers been out there hateful as fuck, and now they got this avatar. This is they tactics, which is attack anybody. Don't discriminate. You gotta kind of motherfucking tip your hat to them for that. Cause that's the one thing I've noticed about these fucking assholes. When they get to jumping on people, they do not fucking discriminate. They don't care if you're a woman. They don't care if you're a kid. They don't care if you black or brown. They gonna jump on your ass if they got the numbers. Now, if you got the numbers, like if you a bunch of black dudes going up 30 against 30, them motherfuckers gonna get to running. They ain't trying to fight that fight. But if it's 30 women against 30 dudes, oh, they happy to jump on them motherfuckers. This shit is ridiculous. These motherfuckers made the fucking bed, and now they need to lay in it. And the way they get down in these fucking protests, where it's like they don't fight back, they holding hands singing Kumbaya, waiting to get punched in the face so they could turn the other cheek. Man, that shit's coming back to fucking haunt you, because you could do that shit when the police would only jump on black and brown motherfuckers. But study your motherfucking history. Look back when like all this different hippie shit was popping off after the civil rights shit. When those motherfucking motorcycle gangs and shit would go after white people or would go after the other side. It didn't matter. It didn't matter who they was fighting. They would fight and antagonize and push on and start shit with white people, white women especially, just like the rest of us. And that's how it should be, goddamn. These motherfuckers shouldn't be just constantly fucking with black people like the police do. But that's the difference between the Proud Boys and the police. They all got the same tactics. It's just the police typically refuse to go after white women, especially in such an aggressive way. Where you see these motherfuckers, even the ones that don't end up getting shot, you see these motherfucking Proud Boys. What do you see all the time? Them walking up on white people, white women, smacking their phones out, pushing them, tackling them to the ground. You know, typically it doesn't come to them shooting. But this aggression, that's not normal American police behavior. To have that much aggression against white women. The only group of motherfuckers that do that shit on a normal basis, those are the fucking people that came from those motorcycle gangs that used to like to attack hippies. And now Proud Boys like to attack these motherfucking new hippies, basically. Even though dipshit calls them Antifa, the reality is they just the new hippies. White motherfuckers on the left that typically want to motherfucking keep shit peaceful as fuck. To the point they even get to snitching. You would see motherfuckers in the crowd on the phone talking to motherfucking to the police. I see motherfuckers run up and like tackle motherfuckers and shit. Protesters tackle other protesters and then be yelling and screaming for the cops to come help and shit. Like, them motherfuckers, to me, it looked like they had some agents in the crowd watching for any kind of motherfucking, like, activity. And as soon as there was, so they would just, secret shopper that shit. It's like, I think there was a bunch of secret shoppers in these motherfucking crowds, but I think that type of shit has been embraced, that you don't even need to be worried about the secret shoppers. You gotta be worried about the 50 to 75% motherfuckers that agree with that shit. Number one rule, do not fight back. Number two rule, don't break shit, no matter what. Number three rule, try to be as respectful as possible, but never ever fight back. That's the number one rule when you're dealing with these white protesters. And quite frankly, these Christians, these fucking Christians are always on that motherfucking turn the other cheek shit. I mean, they love preaching that shit. And I'm sorry, but nope. I think anybody that has looked at history has seen that shit was a fucking failure. Sitting around letting these motherfuckers beat on you. So, I'm not telling anybody how to do their thing. If that's how you motherfuckers want to do it, do it. Just don't be expecting nobody that knows their history to come out there and fight for y'all motherfuckers, because y'all some snitches. And I'm not saying like every single one of you, but so many of y'all motherfuckers, these lefty liberals, are just absolutely okay with snitching on each other. I just can't abide. I fuck with Caitlin Johnstone because she gets it. I don't agree with everything that she says. Fuck, I don't agree with nobody. I don't even agree with Malcolm X 100%. You shouldn't agree with anybody 100% if you fucking independent thinker. Like, I don't agree with Malcolm X when he goes into that speech about how white people amalgamated in those caves with the dogs. I think that shit's conjecture at best. And it's just mean-spirited gossip at worst. So, there's always room for disagreement. But this chick gets it. Especially about, discrimination and motherfuckers' unfairness and shit. It's probably her lived experience that makes it like that. But out of pretty much everybody on the internet, I find myself in agreement with her the most. Man, she tends to only talk about one or two subjects, so that probably makes it a little bit easier. But as far as white people go, I say Caitlin Johnstone is probably my favorite on the internet. They beat that shit into your head. It's a fucking brainwash that goes on all over the world. But I ain't got time for that shit. And I definitely ain't got time to be trying to bring nobody out of that shit. I'm a black motherfucker from America, and I'll fuck with anybody that's black and proud and wants to do better for the next generation. But I ain't out here suffering fools, man. That's one thing that I definitely noticed from watching Malcolm X and like all these different motherfuckers, even till today. Like, we got motherfuckers that get into arguments about stupid shit. Well proven, just, you know what I'm saying? Shit, there ain't even a question about these motherfucking subjects. And these motherfuckers like to argue about dumb shit, online especially. So, I think it's a lot of black motherfuckers, not just black motherfuckers, there's a lot of people on the left that I noticed. They do what the old school motherfuckers used to call y'all the suffering fools. That's when you arguing against somebody about some stupid shit. I know even Malcolm X used to do that shit all the time, go on motherfucking debate shows with these fucking hillbillies that were racist as shit and dumb as fuck. And he would sit there and, you know what I'm saying, debate them. I just ain't got time for that shit. I'd rather fight. And this ain't about fighting. This is about motherfucking just figuring out answers to the goddamn questions that have really, like, fucked with my people. And my people are people from motherfucking America. Specifically black people from motherfucking Louisiana and Mississippi. Even more specifically, motherfuckers that migrated to Chicago. It's funny, like, when I be listening to some of these recordings and shit, my accents, like, really show, like, come out. Cause I ain't really got no Chicago accent. It's been watered down with all these other places that I live. But, like, I notice sometimes my Minnesota accent come out. Cause when you say, oh, you ever notice you ain't never seen no, like, Jubilees or like, fucking Turning Point USA debate meet bros that, like, pull up on white people and be like, okay, I think all white people, or at least 80% of you motherfuckers, are attracted to sheep. You fuck sheep. Prove me wrong. How come you don't have a Jubilee where some motherfucker sits across from 20 white motherfuckers and says, I think you attracted to your motherfucking cousin? 80% of white people are inbred. And then you get 20 white motherfuckers that sit across and actually fucking argue about that stupid shit. It's like they come up with every dumbass, racist, ignorant, fucking bullshit trope to fucking troll people and pretend that they're gonna have these fucking debates when really it's just a fucking troll job to see if anybody's stupid enough to fucking actually debate about these silly subjects. Like white or black kill. Mostly white people. Or most white people that get killed are killed by black people. And shit like that. It's like they pull these motherfucking statistics straight out of their ass. Knowing goddamn well white people get killed by white people. In this motherfucker, just like black people get killed by black people mostly. It's about proximity. These motherfuckers know that shit. But they know, motherfucker, I remember they used to teach about black on black crime in these fucking shitty white schools. White crime never mentioned. It was always in social studies. They would have these motherfucking bullshit statistics. It was racist as fuck. And they would just spew that shit, the fucking teachers. So I get it why these dumbass dumbass white motherfuckers is like all racist and stupid about shit. What I don't get is how they get motherfucking, well, typically it's these liberal white motherfuckers that debate these fools on this shit. But they can even get people like Breonna Joy Gray to come out and fucking debate her humanity. Like, she's done that shit several times. And I just think that's a fucking waste of time, arguing with some fucking trolls about your own goddamn humanity. But if they gonna do that, how come they don't do it with both sides? How come they don't ever have a black motherfucker say some just totally ignorant shit and get 20 white motherfuckers to debate on that shit? Because it ain't even about debate, and it ain't even about trolling. It's always about being hateful towards other people. And when Breonna Joy Gray goes to fucking debate Charlie Kirk about how fucking smart she is, Charlie Kirk knows Breonna Joy Gray with her fucking Harvard degrees and shit is way smarter than he could have ever been. So it's a troll job. And for Breonna Joy Gray to go up there or check out the fight against the fucking dissident dialogues and all these different white people that are racist as fuck. And they say racist shit, and then she, as the black avatar, has to go up there and debate these fucking dumbasses about our humanity. Which lends it credence. Because why the fuck is she sitting there even talking to these people? unless it must be something important, but it's not important. Convincing a couple of fucking trolls that you're a human, that is not a good fucking, that's not well spent time. So I'm just saying, these motherfuckers keep having these fucking Debate Me Bro shows, then it's some black motherfuckers need to come up with some shit that does the exact same thing and in the exact same degree of fucking silliness. Why y'all motherfuckers always out there fucking on your cousins? Why y'all motherfuckers out there fucking on sheep? Debate me, bro. Prove me wrong. Anytime somebody gets killed by the police, it doesn't matter what the situation, but especially when it's on camera and motherfuckers are shooting people out on the streets, there should be an investigation. And the fact that these motherfuckers saying there ain't gonna be no investigation because fucking Christy Nome gets on TV and pulls a bullshit story completely out of her ass, there ain't gonna be no investigation. And you motherfuckers just gonna have to sit there and eat it, is what they're saying. That's pretty fucking crazy. They telling all you motherfuckers, yeah, you saw, we just shot one of these motherfuckers, one of your citizens, your fellow citizens, shot one of them in the fucking face. We shot another one in the back a bunch of times, laughing about it. And there ain't nothing you can do, and there will be no investigating. Now, fuck right off. That's what they told you. And guess what? Every single Democrat is gonna fuck right off. Every single local cop that knows they supposed to be doing something about this shit is gonna fuck right off. Because all these motherfuckers is pussy. When dipshit got up there and said to the fucking Proud Boys to stand back and stand by or whatever the fuck he was saying, this is what they was standing by for. They was gonna motherfucking, he was gonna have jobs for him and shit. Stand back and stand by. Now he's got these motherfuckers. He's got a shit ton of redneck, loyal, violent incels that look up to him like he's daddy. They'll do anything that he says. And when he tells these motherfuckers they can do whatever the fuck they want, he gets Stephen Miller telling these motherfuckers they got immunity. Just please understand that this is just the fucking beginning. This is their version of the fucking brown shirts. This is fucking obvious. The police no longer have any control of any of these motherfucking cities unless they bow down to ICE. This ain't about no motherfucking sanctuary city. This is these motherfuckers showing and proving that they can do whatever the fuck they want. And if you don't like it, they'll shoot you. And then they don't give a fuck if you white or not. Because the Proud Boys, one thing for sure, they didn't give a fuck about jumping on white people, fucking white people up. They didn't even hesitate on that shit. These motherfuckers are loving that shit. Now they got immunity. Please understand this is just the beginning. This whole fucking white people getting shot by ICE shit is really fucking exposing how shitty the cops are at fucking lying. Because motherfuckers been telling you this shit forever. And it's like the effort that they put in to like lying about shit, it's so easily exposed. Because they never fucking put like real effort into covering their fucking lies. It's just like with Israel and their fucking Hasbara. The cops got the same thing over here. You ain't never seen a young black male chasing a fucking cop down the street. Yet these fuckers pretend we're the most fucking violent, scariest motherfuckers they ever come across, and that's why they had to shoot us, because they were frightened for their life. They say that shit all the time. These motherfuckers are shitty liars. But because most of society don't give a shit when they kill a black person, they don't really get called out on their fucking lies. You look at all these different police reports. Look at George Floyd's fucking police report. These motherfuckers lie, and their lies are so easily exposed, but You motherfuckers choose not to pay attention. And now you fucking paying attention, and DHS comes out with these silly fucking lies that don't make no goddamn sense. And now you calling them out. Oh my God, these fuckers lie. It's like, who would have fucking thought, other than the fucking people that been telling you motherfuckers this shit over and over?
Shelby, get the fuck out of here.
These people lie like fucking children. Goddamn kindergarten level bullshit. And they don't care that they've been recorded. They don't give a shit about none of that because they are so used to telling these silly ass fucking lies and knowing nobody's paying attention. So they don't have any skilled liars in these motherfucking, in the police or in the military, any of that shit, because they're used to you motherfuckers not paying attention. But this is how they lie forever. Just very obvious, blatant fucking lies that you can spot from a million fucking miles away. And now you see it. And hopefully you won't be able to unsee it. The way they just flat out fucking look right in the goddamn camera and tell you the opposite of what actually happened. I need you fucking white people to understand. This is not the fucking first time the fucking police killed somebody and fucking lied about it. This is the first time you motherfuckers are paying attention to it. So it's all shocking. This shit ain't fucking shocking. This is Tuesday. Every black motherfucker in this goddamn country. The reason Jackie Robinson was the first black motherfucker in baseball. It's not because he's the best black baseball player at that time. He was the one that they knew would be willing to take all that fuck shit, not only from the fans, but from the ignorant ass redneck baseball players that he had to play against. America will never be, and has never been, about meritocracy. It has always been and will always be about who makes these assholes in charge feel the most comfortable within their ignorant ass biases. That's always been the most important thing. You let these motherfuckers have their goddamn ignorant ass racism, and you pretend it doesn't affect you, and you turn the other cheek and keep walking. Oh, these motherfuckers will praise the shit out of you. That's the one thing that fucking Nick Cruz definitely got right. White people love a black motherfucker that will turn the other cheek. They love that shit. Because it shows that you love them more than you love yourself. It's a pathetic way to live, in my opinion. I mean, I don't hate Jackie Robinson. I'm just not a big admirer. I don't think that shit's admirable to sit around taking a bunch of shit from a bunch of white motherfuckers. Not because you want to, but because you know that's the only way you gonna get to play. And I don't like that shit. I think he should have definitely knocked a couple motherfuckers the fuck out. But that's life. Those are the motherfuckers that are remembered. Not the people that fight, or even the people that are the best at the sport. It's the people that are willing to take the most shit, at least black, and back in the day. And even today, it's like they want black people that are humble. No matter how good you are, like look at Shedeur Sanders. They're still doing that shit. They did that shit to Terrell Owens. Terrell Owens wasn't even trying to buck the system. He was just a little bit too loud, a little bit too proud. His skin was too dark, too much muscles for a black motherfucker to be walking around with that much confidence. So they wanted to fucking take him down a notch, even though he never did anything really wrong. All he did was like show off and refused to be humble. And he was a goddamn baller. So these motherfuckers hated him. They didn't hate him because he was great. They hated him because he wasn't humble. Because he wasn't constantly thanking white people and Jesus Christ every time. Even though he did, like, towards the end of his career, get a lot more. And he might have been religious his whole time. I've never been, like, a real big Terrell Owens fan, like, off the field. I was always a big fan because he was a baller. And he was braggadocious. And to me, if you got the skills, you can be as braggadocious as you want. It's the people that ain't got no fucking skills that are constantly bragging. To me, it's like they hated Terrell Owens because he would celebrate touchdowns in such an entertaining way and just be all up in your face and have markers in his fucking socks because he knew he was gonna fucking score a touchdown and he wanted to goddamn sign a fucking autograph on the football that he scored the touchdown with. Like, because he has so much confidence. They don't like black motherfuckers like that. But Terrell Owens was a great player and he didn't have a goddamn thing to apologize for. You know what's funny who they really did like? Even though he was braggadocious, he wasn't braggadocious while winning. It's like Terrell Owens was not only braggadocious and winning, he would take their women, like fucking pretty much every city they would go to. That motherfucker had hoes in different area codes. That's another thing they don't like. They want a black motherfucker to get married quick as possible because they don't like these black motherfuckers out there smashing all the chicks in the fucking cities that they go to. But I remember Roy Williams, I think that was his name. He was a motherfucking wide receiver back around the Terrell Owens times. And while he was just as obnoxious and braggadocious as Terrell Owens, I think a lot of the fucking swag Roy Williams had was fake. You know what I'm saying? Like he would celebrate first downs. Like he was the first motherfucker I can remember celebrating first downs all the time. Terrell Owens, for whatever the fucking shit you want to give him, for maybe being an individualistic player in a team sport, it's kind of rough to be around sometimes. But he's a baller, so motherfuckers accept it. He would celebrate touchdowns and winning. Roy Williams would celebrate first downs. So this motherfucker be celebrating and they'll be losing and shit. He'll be celebrating and then they gotta fucking punt the ball away. I always thought that shit was ridiculous. But white people loved Roy Williams simply because he wasn't as loud and proud off the field as Terrell Owens. He was a lot more humble and quiet. So they liked Roy Williams, even though he was just as obnoxious in his celebrations, if not more, because like I said, he would be celebrating first down. At least Terrell Owens would celebrate touchdowns. But now, Roy Williams, even though he wasn't as good a player, I would say he's embraced, his style has been embraced way more than Terrell Owens. Because what do you see all the time in football? It doesn't matter if it's the NFL or college. You see motherfuckers celebrating first downs all the time. Everybody gets a first down, they fucking celebrate. And pretty soon, motherfuckers won't even be celebrating first downs. They'll just be celebrating if they gained a yard or two. You know, any kind of negative, any kind of play that doesn't end negatively, like gets positive yardage, motherfuckers are gonna be celebrating now. That's the degradation of the fucking quality of football that motherfuckers should have been worried about, instead of motherfuckers over celebrating their touchdowns. So they made such a big deal about fucking Terrell Owens celebrating touchdowns that touchdown celebrations have been turned way down, and they're like super lame in comparison to how they used to be when Terrell Owens was around. But boy, Roy Williams, his fucking influence, there's no doubt about that. I see every fucking play, or at least every time there's a first down. It doesn't matter if they're white. It doesn't matter if they're fucking wide receiver or running back or a quarterback. Everybody gets a first down, celebrates. And then when they punt the ball away, they look like some fucking ass. Obama's one of those motherfuckers that's gonna get it wrong. He wasn't the greatest thinker. He wasn't the smartest or the best black person. He was the motherfucker that made them feel the most comfortable in their biases. He was Jackie Robinson. Now, I'm not saying Jackie Robinson is a bad person. I'm just saying, for black people, to me, Jackie Robinson was not a great role model because he was always trying to get along with these motherfuckers. And that's what they want. They want black people that are not going to be role models to black kids, but be role models, or not necessarily role models to white kids, but make white people feel comfortable even when they feel like they want to be racist towards Jackie Robinson. They never once had to feel worried about retaliation. You talk that shit to some of these black motherfuckers, you're going to have a whole lot of retaliation to worry about. So that's why they fuck with Jackie Robinson and not Terrell Owens. And it's kind of fucking disgusting because it's 100% that slave master mentality that all these white people have, where they want you to thank them first and foremost. They want you to think of them first and foremost. And the last thing you ever, as a black person, should do is purposefully make white people feel uncomfortable. If you're big, you should you should try to be small in stature. If you're smart, you should pretend to be dumb in public. If you're great at sports, you should pamper that shit down so you don't make them feel too uncomfortable about themselves. It's kind of ridiculous how much we live our life based on not upsetting these fucking assholes. I mean, it was understandable back in the day because the motherfuckers was constantly murdering us anytime we show any kind of individuality. But for that kind of attitude to still be permeating this fucking shit society, that should tell you how fucking whack this shit is. In this day and age, black motherfuckers still gotta worry about offending Skip Bayless and his Louis C.K. jerking off in front of fucking people. And that motherfucker's out there doing comedy still. But Jonathan Majors, fucking white bitches, that motherfucking career needs to be ruined. Look at how they chew. From my generation, the top entertainers, like without a doubt, and it's probably not even close, is Michael Jackson. He wasn't really my generation, but as far as entertainers during my generation, Michael Jackson was that dude. He was the top motherfucker. When Thriller came out and all that shit. So, Michael Jackson is like a meek little mouse when he's not entertaining these motherfuckers. He's quiet. He didn't have no bass in his voice. He wouldn't make eye contact with these motherfuckers. He's like the very definition of the type of person, black person, that they like to see. Not only was he not like loud and proud black, he hated his blackness so much that he fucking lightened his skin and straightened his hair and fucked off his nose To the point where he had like the little tiniest, petitest white woman's nose on his fucking face. But they embrace that shit. Because they like that type of personality. Quiet. He feels bad for being black. They love that shit. That's why they elevated him. He was very entertaining as far as musically. He was musically brilliant. And I also think that's the reason why they didn't fuck with Prince that hard, because Prince is easily as entertaining, if not more entertaining, than Michael Jackson. But Prince, when he wasn't out entertaining these motherfuckers, he wasn't humble. Prince wasn't humble at all. He was fucking all the bitches. White bitches, black bitches, fat bitches, tall bitches. Prince was a motherfucking pimp. White motherfuckers hated that shit. They loved his fucking music because his music was more rock and roll than Michael Jackson. They fucking loved his shit. And these white motherfuckers think that they own rock and roll because they stole it. White motherfuckers did not invent rock and roll, by the way. Chuck Berry and them, motherfuckers down south, experimenting with the blues. That's where rock and roll came from. That's who Elvis stole all his motherfucking swag from. Black motherfuckers down south. But that's why they like Michael Jackson, even to the point where they would elevate him over Prince. Because Prince was loud and proud, and Michael Jackson was meek. And he definitely wasn't proud. I remember they tried to say that motherfucker had a fucking disease that was turning his skin white. Like, get the fuck out of here, motherfucker. We saw you growing up, and your ass was black as me. And then you motherfucking go way overboard, bleaching your skin to the point where you had to have plastic surgery to make you look like a fucking white woman, to make you look like Diana Ross with white skin. It was weird. It's sad more than anything because that motherfucker clearly had some real mental issues and self-esteem issues. But that's the fucking shit that they embrace. Michael Jackson, when I was a little kid, the bitches was fainting out in the motherfucking crowds when they'd see this dude. You know what I'm saying? Michael Jackson was the number one motherfucker from my generation when I was growing up. As far as entertainment for white people, at least in music. But for black people, at least for me, and it seemed like a whole lot of other motherfuckers, the Tupac was the top entertainer from my generation as far as for black people. And look at how Tupac was. Them motherfuckers hated Tupac. Why? Because he's this little dude with muscles, energy, like just exceptional energy. He'd say whatever the fuck he want. He'd say it loud and he'd say it proud. And he didn't give a fuck about none of these motherfuckers and they goddamn feelings. So while they liked him as an entertainer because his music was dope, the motherfucker was talented, they hated the fucking way he was, you know, when he wasn't rapping, when he was outside the studio. This motherfucker is the type of black man that's gonna stop and get into a motherfucking shootout with some fucking pigs that are beating on a black man. That's the scariest thing in the world to these motherfuckers. Somebody that stand up to anybody, including the fucking police. That's why they hated Tupac so much. Motherfucker had a lot of bass in his voice. He was out there fucking bitches too. And out of that, he fucking Tupac, I don't know about any of that shit. I just know that them motherfuckers hated Tupac when he was outside the studio because he was loud and proud black man. And that's what we loved about him. He's the opposite of Michael Jackson when you think about it. And then, even though he was loud and proud and would sock a motherfucker in their goddamn jaw if they got out of line, he also made like music to uplift black women, specifically black kids, all the time. Like really entertaining, good, well-made music to make people feel better. So they couldn't stereotype him as this evil gangster rapper. It's like that motherfucker would make dope-ass music. Like Brenda's Got a Baby, talking about real shit going on in our neighborhoods. And keep your head up. And then make party songs like I Get Around, bragging about how he's fucking y'all bitches. Tupac was the shit. And he was just out having fun and a good time, but he was also young. And young motherfuckers that are rowdy like that do dumb shit. And he got caught up. And it sucks. Because that motherfucker had some serious greatness. Not just entertaining, but that motherfucker's thought process was just on another level. He wrote Brenda's Got a Baby when he was like fucking 17. That's insane. He wrote that song Violent when he was like 17. Like, that is amazing talent. And that is another reason why people fuck with Tupac a lot harder than they fuck with Biggie, even though Biggie was a better lyricist and had a better, deeper voice. What was Biggie when he was off camera? Quiet, unassuming, a big dude, but he tried to make himself small to make all these motherfuckers feel comfortable. He would never make eye contact. He would always keep his voice down. Never got in any kind of real trouble and shit out in them streets. Biggie was just nice in the studio. And he was also all about commercialism. Rapping about Versace and motherfucking all these different brands. Probably for free. Puffy was probably telling him to mention every brand he could get, and Puffy was probably getting money out of it. But Biggie was constantly selling brands in his music. He didn't get in any trouble, especially for no other black people. He was quiet and unassuming when he was on camera. Like I said, he wouldn't make eye contact or any of that shit. That's Michael Jackson. Biggie was Michael Jackson. And Tupac was just, I don't even know who to compare that motherfucker to. Because I ain't seen nobody like him since. And I don't know anybody that was like him that came before. I'm sure there was. But that's why they hate Tupac to this day. It's because they can't deny the talent. The talent was extreme. They can't deny that he was clearly a good person. But just like all good people, there's nuance. We have multiple personalities. Even though they try to put all that fucking, kid shit on him. Which I don't know. But I don't just automatically believe it. I just don't know. I think it is weird to have kids sleeping over at your crib when you a grown-ass man. But I also think it's weird that a parent would let their fucking kid go off for days with some fucking man. I don't give a fuck who this person is. You know what I'm saying? And he might have just been, like I said, dude had mental problems. He might just have been a weird motherfucker that had a shitty childhood and wanted to make kids happy. The type of happiness he never felt. So he fucking builds a big ass goddamn McDonald's playland with fucking roller coasters and shit at his crib. And calls it Neverland because he doesn't ever want to grow up. I don't know. That shit is weird, but that doesn't mean that he's a fucking pervert. It just means he's weird. But I don't know, so I'm not gonna say he's not a pervert. I have no idea. I'm just saying why they embraced that motherfucker the way they did was because he's quiet and unassuming. He's non-threatening. Probably the most non-threatening black man that has ever been is Michael Jackson. You think it's a fucking coincidence that he goes down as the greatest entertainer of all time? He just happens to be the most unassuming black motherfucker that's ever been. I don't think it's a coincidence. And I don't think it's a coincidence they feel the way they did about Tupac. And I don't think it's a coincidence that we feel the way we do about Tupac. Because Pac was not like super special. He just wasn't scared to show who he was. He wasn't gonna be unassuming. He was gonna be loud and proud. And that clearly came from the way his mom raised him. She did a goddamn good job. So much so that one of his best songs, like once again, they couldn't fucking stereotype it. It was a love letter to his mom. Tupac was dope. Tupac was like just pure fucking dope. He cared about everybody. Motherfuckers should never forget that. That's what they hate most, is that he cared so much about us. I believe in karma, so I believe the energy you put out absolutely affects the universe. And there's all kinds of different energy. There's energy pulses, there's fucking energy that comes from the sun. And there's also energy that we manifest simply by speaking. Talking is energy made physical. It's thought turned into something actually tangible to other people. I think that's why I do a lot of this motherfucking yapping and shit. Whether it's writing it on posts or, you know what I'm saying, speaking through these fucking clips. I honestly believe that if you fucking put enough energy out into the universe, other motherfuckers are gonna notice it, whether they like it or not. They're gonna feel that shit somehow. Like, I don't give a fuck what I gotta do to get this motherfucking message out there, but I'm gonna keep grinding at these motherfuckers because I know it's the right answer. I know for a fact it's the right answer. Voting Green Party, that ain't it. Voting Libertarian, that ain't it. These fucking mainstream parties are a fucking waste of our goddamn time. The only answer that's good for us as a people is to vote for ourselves. We've been voting for white people for 60 years. Because even when you voted for somebody black, it was white people that put that motherfucker there. What's his name? I think it was Harry Reid. He said that shit about fucking Obama. Harry Reid was the one that was like the puppet master behind Obama. He was like, oh, he's clean and people like him and he's young and clean. That motherfucker said that shit. He chose Obama. And all these white motherfuckers pushed Obama out there as the answer for black people and everybody else in America. It shows that America ain't racist no more. So that's why they pushed Obama out there, and they do that shit all the time. It's like, ain't you sick of that shit, man? We ain't never been able to fucking name our leadership. And when we name our fucking own leaders, they kill them. But the reality is, these motherfuckers ain't got no goddamn power. That's how they were able to get at them like they did. Motherfuckers ain't had no goddamn power. You need political power. I don't give a fuck how powerful your motherfucking church is throughout the world. It ain't doing shit for us politically. So, power is in the politics. Whether motherfuckers like it or not, whether you want to admit it or not, whether you gave up on it or not, That's the reality. Power is in the politics. And if you ain't willing to fucking play politics the right way, then you can't be surprised when you ain't got no fucking power. God damn, this fucking answer is so simple. But I don't know, I just don't got the fucking patience, man, to be waiting for this shit to manifest itself throughout the goddamn universe in energy. I need motherfuckers to pick up on this shit. Cause it's real, man. It's only gonna get worse from here if we keep going the way we're going. It doesn't make no sense to keep going down this fucking road when we see what's ahead. It is very obvious what's ahead if we don't change up this power structure. And as long as we keep putting the same motherfuckers in charge and then trying to pretend like you surprised when fucking nothing ever changes. It's like, I don't give a fuck if Obama looks completely different than Trump. They are the same people. We cannot keep fucking with these motherfuckers that do shit like that. And you watch, the Democrats are gonna run fucking American Psycho. Or some center-right fucking asshole that won't be able to answer any fucking questions. And these fucking idiots are gonna vote for this fucking guy or gal. Doesn't fucking matter. They're all the same. You could run the gayest, most trans, fucking all the goddamn, check off all the fucking boxes that these goddamn liberals love so fucking much. And guaranteed, that motherfucker will still be a warmonger. That motherfucker will still be an empire son. Running around fucking stealing people's shit. Just like that fucking trans person, the only trans person in Congress, voted on that fucking Charlie Kirk Day also. Like, this shit is so easy to fix if motherfuckers would just stop fucking around for one goddamn second and pay attention to what the fuck is going on. The fucking disrespect that these motherfuckers show us all. It's like, when is that shit gonna stop? Well, let me answer that for you. Never. It's never gonna fucking stop. As long as we sit back acting like this shit is okay. Acting like it's normal. For fucking Chuck Schumer to be in charge of a fucking party that I'm supposed to belong to. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. I don't belong in a party where fucking Chuck Schumer is the goddamn leader. I don't fucking belong in a party where fucking Donald Trump is the goddamn leader. Or Jill Stein, or whoever the fucking libertarian is. These people are not fucking leadership, so why the fuck are we inserting ourselves into parties where these motherfuckers are DJing? It don't make no goddamn sense. I don't want to be there. They don't want us there. The only reason I'm there is because they want my money. Like, what the fuck kind of goddamn relationship is that? This shit needs to stop. The only way to fucking stop it is not to go home and lay down on the fucking couch. It's to fight it. It's to throw our own motherfucking party. To show these motherfuckers how to do it for real. Because they ain't never gonna figure it out on their own. And they ain't never gonna figure it out as long as we sitting back knowing what the fuck to do, knowing what the right answers are, but we listening to these fucking pieces of shit. Because that's what we've been told to do. Throughout history, these mediocre motherfuckers get to tell us what to do. It don't make no goddamn sense. Fucking shit needs to stop. I think we as a collective group of people, white and black, have been practicing white first politics for like 500 fucking years. At least the last 200 for sure. And definitely for the last 60 that we've been a part of this shit officially. It's been looking out for white people first and foremost. All of us have been doing it. All of us, different races, have been looking out for white people first and foremost politically. I don't give a fuck what religion you're in. I don't give a shit how you feel personally. That's what's been happening. That's why we are in the position we're in. They're in the position they're in. So you gotta be a fucking asshole when somebody offers you the idea of black first politics and they look at you with the screw face and they talk about you being divisive and you fucking fall for that shit. It's fucking embarrassing. Was it divisive when we was practicing fucking white first politics all our lives as black people? Fuck no, they love that shit. They give you all the pats on the head for that shit. But don't you dare, black motherfucker, look out for yourself or your people. I mean, what kind of fucking asshole listens to somebody that talks to them like that? Because that's what's been going on. These motherfuckers have been disrespectful as fuck. And we keep fucking playing their goddamn game. At some point, you keep letting these motherfuckers do you dirty. You keep letting your teammates turn the fucking ball over and be shooting up bricks and shit. But you still passing it to their ass. It's like you fucking deserve to lose. When that shit happens over and over and over again, this shit can be corrected easily. But they don't want us to correct it, so they're gonna call us divisive. And they're gonna fucking threaten everything they can. And all the sellouts is gonna come out and fucking pretend that we're a bunch of Russian bots. And that black people shouldn't be fucking asking for anything or expecting for anything. Because it's selfish. Even though the people that are telling us this want it all. And they've always had it all. And they don't want you to have shit. I think the reason why the white people leadership is so trash is because they write up these motherfucking movies and TV shows where they're constantly just making these great decisions that works out great for everybody. But if you think about it, these fucking movies and TV shows, they really are simple as good guy versus bad guy. But that's not life. And these motherfuckers are nothing like the people that they write themselves up as in these fucking TV shows and movies. Like they're always writing themselves up as superheroes. And you know, they're always in charge. And, you know, it just makes sense that they're in charge because they're always so much smarter and more moral than everybody else. So the black motherfuckers in these movies and shit are happy to follow these fucking white people. But it's anybody that's ever hung out with any of these motherfuckers at any time knows that these motherfuckers are nothing like the people in these fucking movies. Like, I've never met a white dude that I was like, I want to follow this motherfucker. This motherfucker's a good leader. I've met probably at least 5 motherfucking black people that I thought of like that. And it ain't a racism thing. It's I don't know what it is, but the white people I hung out with when I was younger, the thought, like these were the type of people that would not fight. Like, why would you follow somebody if you are a fighter? Why would you follow somebody that don't want to fight? You know what I'm saying? Will literally turn and run before they will fight. Because those are the fucking white people, the majority of white people that I seen coming up. There's a couple of them that was about it, but most of them just didn't want no static. They was always trying to get along with motherfuckers. Motherfuckers that was being disrespectful.
Oh my god, I need a taste of the rich onion.
Okay.
Motherfuckers was always trying to get along. And, you know, I just never thought of that as leadership. I thought of some of them as good friends, but not as leadership. But I met plenty of black motherfuckers that it's very obvious why this motherfucker was put up in a leadership position, and I ain't got no problem with it.
So many rests like I grow. Hit the stage on my dance in this bitch like I'm Kodak.
Now, I don't know if it's that whole motherfucking stereotype shit where motherfuckers feel like black people gotta be 10 times better than they white counterparts, and then that shit just bleeds out into fucking society. I don't know what it is, but as far as leadership skills, we're better at that shit. Maybe because we know right from wrong, because we done had so much fucking wrong done to us, and they're constantly being told all the wrong shit is right. I don't know what it is, but I do know that as far as leadership quality, these motherfuckers pick the biggest out of society, like the biggest, strongest, most muscular dudes to star in their fucking movies for a reason. Because they want people throughout the world to think that all white Americans are like that. But even the people in those fucking movies ain't even like that. They gotta shoot steroids and shit to get all buff. These motherfuckers is average as fuck, just like the rest of us. But their portrayal of themselves in these multi-hundreds of $1 million big budget films that basically just say, look at me, I'm white. Look how great I am. Look how smart I am, Oppenheimer. Look how strong and tough I am, Thor. It's like when they're constantly beating us over the head with that type of media, we start to think, maybe these motherfuckers are like that. Especially if you ain't never hung out with these motherfuckers. You ain't never been around them. You really will start to think like, these motherfuckers is on some different shit. And then they have been taught that they really are superhero level great since they stepped into fucking kindergarten. George Washington, who had slaves, was the greatest American ever. You can't teach something like that to fucking little kids and then be surprised that they come out on some silly ass exceptionalism shit. And you can't be surprised when black kids recognize that the only way they're gonna get along in this fucking education system is to believe somebody that had their ancestors as slaves was a good person. See how fucking wicked and evil that shit is? They all participate in it. So it's no surprise that they all got these fucking serious issues. And it's no surprise that we can't fix them. And we need to stop trying to fix them. When you're up against the motherfucking a fight for your life against a foe that's been kicking your ass your whole life, and now you finally got a chance to fucking fight back, and you don't even gotta motherfucking hurt nobody. You can do it the smartest way possible by taking on your own political destiny, manifesting your own political destiny. It's something we ain't never done, and we're the only ones that got the fucking numbers to do it. Us and the Mexicans. The Mexicans can do their shit on their own, do all that shit, and then once we all consolidate within our own race, then we can have racial solidarity with the motherfuckers and the other people of color that don't want to fuck with the Democrats or the Republicans. And that shit ain't gonna happen as long as we're giving all our time, our money, our resources to the Democrats. And then whatever scraps is left over, we give to the fucking Republicans. That shit ain't never gonna work. Never gonna work out. They have designed it to make sure that shit never works out in our favor. And they know all they gotta do is come smile in our face and tell us how fucking important and great we are every 4 years. And we'll fall for it. Most of us won't fall for it, but most of us belong to churches that will beat us over the head with how we should fall for it. So we end up voting for these fucking lowlifes. And then they fuck off for another 4 years. And motherfuckers be sitting around wondering, mad at they preacher for listening to the motherfucker. But they don't leave that church. I mean, the more educated you are, the more disappointed in you when you buck the system. Because this shit's all about motherfucking money. If you black motherfuckers don't know your place, these motherfuckers start getting real nervous. Because this is a fucking house of cards. It is. These motherfuckers is about to snatch up Greenland from a group of people who fucking colonized Greenland. Like, it's so fucking ironic that it is kind of funny. Because these assholes in Europe are talking about they're gonna fucking fuck off NATO if dipshit takes over Greenland. But the reality is, shut the fuck up. No, you ain't. Because Greenland people, the people from Greenland, they look like fucking Eskimos. There's not a bunch of white fucking Danish people, whatever the fuck these people are called. These people are colonizers who fucking benefit off of Greenland's resources, but most of the motherfuckers that live there are Eskimos that don't want shit to do with the Danes. They don't want shit to do with America neither. But it's just fucking ironic that these fucking assholes are arguing over somebody else's shit right in front of all of us. And nobody's saying nothing about it. They're just saying, oh, Trump is an asshole because he's trying to take these white people's shit. But it doesn't even belong to those white people. And it doesn't fucking belong to America or fucking Donald Trump either. It belongs to the fucking Eskimos. So if somebody has any problem with this shit, the major fucking problem, the major obvious thing wrong with this situation is nobody's talking about how the fucking Eskimos feel. And that might be a goddamn wrong way to say it. I don't know. I don't know the people like that. So I'm just going by the fucking nomenclature I was taught when I was a kid. If that's offensive, my bad. But that's the way they look. They're not white Europeans. But you got these fucking white Europeans over in Europe and here in America arguing over this shit right in front of us and them. And nobody sees the fucking irony. And I told y'all motherfuckers this shit was about China. Like a long ass time ago. I be killing this shit. And it's not cause like, oh, I'm fucking psychic or I'm super special or smart. It's cause I take in so much motherfucking information that it's impossible to not see this shit. Think about all the crazy shit that black people be putting up there when it comes down to these racist white motherfuckers. It's like, if we want to succeed, if we want our own political success, it's going to take us riding out on our own, voting for ourselves, voting for our own political action committees, opening our own super PACs, and just no longer giving a fuck about what white people think. Who cares if they call us fucking divisive? Who gives a shit if these fucking Democrats don't like us going out on our own? Of course they're not gonna like us going out on our own when we've been giving them all our money and time, and they never had to do anything for it. If we go out on our own, they'll actually have to offer us things if they want us to vote for them. Imagine that. This is fucking quid pro quo. Except Black people ain't never got no fucking pro quo. We just out here kicking off all kinds of quid, but we ain't getting no pro quo. It's about time that we played politics the right way. That means we open black super PACs, we open our own political action committees, we run our own candidates that care about black people first and foremost, and we create our own political ads to run in these different areas. But the one thing we should never be doing is once you found out how fucking little these Democrats think of you, how shitty they are, how absolute disdain they have for you, you have to be a fucking asshole to keep voting for these fucking people. Politics is a team sport, whether you like it or not. These motherfuckers play this shit as a team sport. And the way they fucking act, you have to be on one of these teams, these shitty, racist fucking teams, if you want any chance of winning. But that's bullshit. That's what they say. Because it's their party. They don't want you to have your own party. They want your dumb ass looking out for their interests first. That's what's so insulting about this shit. It's so obvious that if we leave this team with these shitty teammates, because that's the reality, if this is a fucking team sport, man, we got some shitty teammates. To me, it's so obvious that we would be balling if we got rid of these motherfuckers off our team and just struck out on our own. We got some balling ass motherfuckers on our side, but we don't ever hear from them because white motherfuckers don't want to hear from them. And because white motherfuckers don't want to hear from these people, we let them censor our best people. It's fucking insane. These people are your enemies, politically. They want you to have nothing. They want it all for themselves. I was just watching that white lady talk about how American white people see everything as a zero-sum game. I think I said some shit like that a couple years ago. But it's real. So how the fuck you gonna be teammates with somebody that thinks if you get anything, it's taking away from them? Instead of, it's good for us to do good as a collective. Like, they don't think like that. They think it's bad for us to do good as a collective. It's good for them to do good as an individual. And then they root against the collective because they feel anything the collective gets is taken away from them personally. How the fuck you gonna be on a team with motherfuckers that think like that? That's all I'm asking. Because it don't make no fucking sense to me. It don't make no sense that we've been doing this shit for fucking 60 years. Knowing the shit wasn't gonna work, because Malcolm X told you this shit wasn't gonna work way back in the day. And now 60 years later, he was right. The shit didn't work. It was a fucking scam. Why the fuck are we still doing this? Why are we still putting up with these motherfuckers that clearly can't stand us? Because we've been brainwashed. And the only way to get out of that fucking brainwash is to acknowledge that it was there. Once you acknowledge that you've been brainwashed, it's very easy to come out of it. Same like coming out of a cult. As soon as you realize that, holy shit, this is a fucking cult, even if you were born into it. You see how everybody else is living. You see how these white motherfuckers is living. Even the poor ones are taken care of by the state because they have the political power to make the state take care of all of their people. We don't have no political power. I don't give a fuck how many Hakeem Jeffries and fucking Jasmine Crockett's and Obamas there are. That is not power. That is agreement to second place. So they smile in your motherfucking face and punch you on the head. But in reality, you have no motherfucking power, Jasmine Crockett. You have no power, Cory Booker. Other than the fucking power that those white people that pay your motherfucking bills give you. The only way to attain black power in this motherfucking country is to do it on our own, waiting for a group of people who believe everything ends in a zero-sum game. Waiting for those motherfuckers to correct themselves and become decent. Start showing empathy instead of the way they absolutely teach against empathy. You know, that's an easy way to spot a motherfucking sociopath. Clinically, a clinical sociopath or a psychopath is an obvious lack of empathy. And these motherfuckers are preaching that shit. Why the fuck would we want to be around a group of people that are teaching their kids sociopathy? Because that's what it is. You can say, oh, that's harsh. If you teach empathy is bad, and motherfuckers grow up thinking empathy is bad, it's bad to feel what other people are feeling, it's bad to do unto others as you would have them do unto you. As long as you got a whole society teaching a whole ass generation of kids that empathy is bad, you are gonna have a psychopathic, sociopathic society. Definitely sociopathic society filled to the brim with sociopaths that don't know how to fucking empathize because they've been told since they were babies that it's wrong. Psychopaths tend to be born, but sociopaths are made. And we are making a society filled with sociopaths because these racist fucking assholes think everything that anybody else gets is taking away from them. Unless it's one of these super rich assholes and they can take all they want. Jeff Bezos, go at it. Fucking Elon Musk, do all the stock buybacks you want. You ain't even from our fucking country. You can go take that money to another fucking country. All this money that you stole out of our economy because we're fucking stupid. This motherfucker stole $40 billion from our economy in one night doing stock buybacks. And then he went and bought Twitter. And then when the fucking government wanted to know what the fuck, he just said, shut the fuck up. Everything I did was legal. So get the fuck out of my face, government, before I slap the shit out of your ass. And the government ran away, cowardly, scared. Because everything he did was legal. But just think about that shit. He boosted up his shit by buying his own stocks. And then the stock market sees it as, well, the interest in Elon Musk stock is on fire. So we need to charge more for it. So that brings up the price. And now all of a sudden, this motherfucker got an extra $40 billion in his portfolio. Haven't bought anything, haven't sold anything, just manipulated his own money. And that was able to take, and then he was able to take $40 billion in one night out of our economy. This fucking South African. And all these dipshits are fucking cheering it on. Because they're too stupid to realize if Elon Musk leaves, he's leaving with that money. And a lot of that money it's not stolen, but it's manipulated and played with in a way that only a fucking billionaire can do. And you stupid fucks are cheering this shit on. That shit used to be illegal till fucking Reagan. It's like Reagan was like, yeah, we want people to rip off our fucking economy. It's all about rich people. And guess what? Clinton didn't turn it back to being illegal. Obama didn't turn it back to being illegal. Biden didn't turn it back to being illegal. Because they all agree with this shit. This foul fucking bullshit. And when you can do shit like that, it means money ain't real. It means our economy is a fucking joke. It means that we really are just printing money and passing it out, this fucking counterfeit bullshit around the world. While everybody else is dealing in gold and oil and silver, America's got fucking paper money. That's basically built on a promise, a fucking IOU, a fancy ass IOU. That's all it is. And motherfuckers are playing this way because we got all the guns and bombs. But our money is not real. Elon Musk can fucking snap his fingers and take 40 billion out of our economy. And everybody sits around like a bunch of fucking assholes. While this fucking foreigner just rapes our motherfucking banking system. And they should. If you can take advantage of a stupid ass fucking rule, go ahead and do it. That motherfucker, when I was making my diary, was at like 300 billion. Now he's at like 700 billion. And it ain't because Tesla's stock has been going up, or SpaceX, or any of these fucking failures. Iran just fucking hacked SpaceX, so clearly it ain't that sophisticated. The Teslas, all those fucking liberals that love those fucking things, they ain't buying those goddamn cars no more. Because Elon showed himself as a stupid fucking piece of shit. Because anybody smart enough would have known to not be fucking out there bringing politics, no matter what it is, into your motherfucking business. Because you always gonna piss off half of the fucking nation. Especially the half of the nation that was buying all your silly ass cars. Elon Musk is stupid, but he knows how to manipulate this fucking system. So he's getting money. He will be the first trillionaire, because you fucking idiots are gonna cheer it on. You shouldn't have billionaires in a normal society. If you have a trillionaire in your society, you have failed as a society. Your government is a failure when you have individual people that have more money than your whole fucking government. Your government has no money. They get all their fucking money from us. They a bunch of broke ass bitches. So how much power do you think a motherfucker with $1 trillion is gonna have over a bunch of broke ass bitches that can take legal bribes? Motherfuckers be acting all surprised when shit's all fucked up. But we allow this shit. The people that know what's going on, they allow it. And the people that don't know what's going on, because the media hides it, they just fucking walk through life wondering how come everything sucks so much. And it's like, fuck man, look around, pay attention. We shouldn't have billionaires. I bet within the next 10, 20 years, we're gonna have a couple trillionaires. I made that shit back in the fucking, when I did that diary, talking about how these motherfuckers be ripping us off so nicely, and we don't even fucking realize how rich these motherfuckers are and how silly having all that money is. Then I was like, talking about Jeff Bezos getting divorced. And his wife, who seems like a pretty decent person, she's out there spending that money like as fast as she can. She says she's gonna get all that shit away before she dies. I can respect that, because she probably understands how fucking disgusting it is to be a fucking billionaire. And just imagine how these motherfuckers live. These motherfuckers really are the aristocrats that joke, not the assholes running around with their pinkies up. These fuckers are the aristocrats. You think of the worst shit, and they do it on a daily basis. And these are fucking people we applaud and look up to in this country. It's insane that we surprised that shit's all fucked up. When Elon Musk can do what he do and get away with it as a fucking foreigner, simply because he's white. This fucking experiment that was democracy was a fucking failure. This ain't no real ass democracy. But we can turn it into a democracy. We can actually create a real left wing in this country. But it's not going to be coming from white people. White people in this country as a group do not believe in left wing policies. That's why the liberals, the Democrats, aren't truly left wing. Because as a zero-sum policy, left wing means we're going to be taking away from everybody else if we give anything to, people in need. So there are no white groups with any power or numbers that don't play that fucking zero-sum game. They all do. So we have to stop fucking counting on their leadership. Their leadership has been shown to be trash. So for us to be allowing ourselves to be led by Chuck Schumer, to be getting taken advantage of by Elon Musk, it's because we're allowing these fucking people who shouldn't be allowed to lead themselves, let alone us. They've been leading us for 400 years. And look how much damage they've done to us this whole fucking time. Even while we've been free from these motherfuckers, we ain't never really been free. Even when it was segregation, it wasn't true separate. Anytime we really would get separated away from these motherfuckers, they would attack us with the guns that they had and we didn't. Now we got guns, now we got power. As far as money, we don't have to worry about none of that shit that we used to worry about back in the day. We can use their shitty fucking racist ass rules against them if we choose to play this game in a smarter fashion. I think it's possible. I think it's very easily done if we all were to get on the same page. I'm sending this shit out into the universe. And I'm really hoping that motherfuckers' antennas is up. Because it needs, this shit needs to fucking be done. Like motherfuckers have been saying, man, we have been on the bottom forever. And they keep bringing these different groups in. Some of them look like us. And every time, like, they never stop fucking with us. It's like, it's because we ain't got no power. These fucking churches be acting like they got power. These fucking fraternities be acting like they got power. There's different individuals that definitely have power because they got a lot of money. But when it comes down to building power and fucking taking advantage of resources in America, it's politics. This is very clear. Whether you like it or not, that's where the power lives. And we don't have none of it because we don't have any real leadership. But with some real leadership that cares about black people, we can have that shit like that. So, no, I don't know, man. I mean, we can do this shit. But there's a lot of motherfuckers that either don't get this message, like they don't understand it, like the thought of us going out on our own, it just doesn't compute to them because they're so used to living with white people under white people's leadership that the thought is foreign to a lot of motherfuckers. That brainwash is gonna be hard to come out of. But once we do as a group, because there's plenty of individuals that already know what the fuck I'm saying. I got a fake ID though. But as a group, Jesus Christ, we gonna have to drag a lot of motherfuckers out of the brainwash. If they comfortable as fucking. But they ain't really comfortable. They comfortable until they, you know, some real shit leaks out. Like George Floyd getting fucking stomped on his neck for 10 minutes. That wakes motherfuckers up and opens eyes. It's like, wait a minute. If we're in a real normal good system and we're a good nation of righteous people, why the fuck is this white man standing on this man's neck for fucking 10 minutes? Like, those are questions you have to ask yourself when you see that shit. But all the rest of the time, motherfuckers is just happy to get along. And they don't even think about how this shit is gonna affect our next generations. But that's all I think about. And I think this is the fucking answer. I definitely have not heard a better answer from anybody else. Us going out on our own and doing our own politics. And we have the ability to do that now more than ever because of Citizens United. But motherfuckers talk about Citizens United like it's the worst thing that ever happened. Because to these fucking scumbags and to the status quo, if we actually start fucking playing this shit the right way, it is. It could be the worst thing that ever happened to this fucking system. Because we can change it. We can break it. And we can make it so much better for everybody else. But waiting on these white motherfuckers to do it? Good luck. Start holding your breath. Now. I don't think I'm saying anything radical or new. I'm calling for what clearly was about to be done by us back in 1972. where we let ourselves get derailed by the Palestinian-Israeli question. And while I understand where they coming from, I just don't understand how they let that shit derail them. 10,000 motherfuckers get together talking about black issues and what we could do in politics to make shit better for our people. And one side is on the motherfucking Palestinian side and saying we need to stop fucking with Israel. And a tiny group of motherfuckers known as the Congressional Black Caucus threw a monkey wrench in that whole shit. There was only 13 of these motherfuckers at that time. But they were all loyal to Israel. And they was all getting that motherfucking good Zionist money. And those 13 congressmen were powerful enough in that 10,000, in that group of 10,000 men and women, I gotta assume. 10,000 men and women. 13 of these motherfuckers said, no, thumbs down, we fuck with Israel. Or we ain't fucking with y'all motherfuckers at all. So they willing to fuck off the whole black people's empowerment for Israel. Back in 1972, motherfucker. That's 1972, goddammit. These motherfuckers was about to come together and they let us get pulled apart on that bullshit. And I respect what the pro-black people that felt some kind of kinship with Palestinians. Anybody that sees that shit would, but we shouldn't even let that like totally just throw a fucking wrench in a situation. Because we was working on motherfucking shit for us, black people in America. And we didn't have no motherfucking power to help the Palestinians even if we wanted to. Because we didn't have no fucking power here in America. We was trying to get some. And we shouldn't have let anything fucking derail us from focusing on black Americans. We shouldn't let no fucking Zionists, and we shouldn't have let pro-Palestinians. If we would have motherfucking stuck to our motherfucking selves back in 1972, when the Palestinians started getting like full-on genocided on fucking TV in 2023, we might actually been able to help them. But y'all motherfuckers let yourselves get sidetracked on some shit when you didn't even have no motherfucking power to help yourselves. You trying to help some other people. It didn't make no damn sense then, and it don't make no sense now. But that's all I'm trying to talk about. I'm talking about motherfucking politics is a fucking real ass sport. It's a real ass game, and if we play it right, we can do better for ourselves. Unlike the motherfuckers back in 1972. Zionism is to Judaism what Nazism was to Catholicism. Did I say Catholicism? To the Catholic religion, whatever the fuck you call it. And it's the same with the Anglo-Saxon Protestants and the Klan. There's a clear fucking relationship. One of them clearly comes from the other. But it's a bastardized, racist offshoot. It's an ideology. It's a political or national ideology. But it's not a religion. It's sprung from a religion. It's adjacent to a religion, but it's not a religious theology. Zionism is not a religious theology any more than Nazism or being in a fucking Klan. So anyway, the bony face chick from I've Had It podcast, she's fucking interviewing Elizabeth Warren. And then she fucking asked her, how do you feel about Chuck Schumer's leadership? Do you think Chuck Schumer should stay leader? And Elizabeth Warren, being a shitty fucking liberal goddamn Democrat, refused to answer the question. She just dodged it. You know what I'm saying? Talking about family and sweet talk and all that fucking platitudes. But she didn't answer the fucking question. And it was insulting. Because you know this fucking chick, I think her name's Jennifer. She's fucking smart enough. She knows that Elizabeth Warren just blew smoke up her ass and refused to answer the fucking question. Cory Booker did the same thing, and she called him out on it, except it was about Netanyahu. So she's willing to call Cory Booker out on that bullshit when he gets to answering those questions in that fucking word salad way that all of these Democrats do. Is not just Kamala Harris or Hillary Clinton. It's all of these motherfuckers, because they're all a bunch of fucking Republicans. And they don't want to admit it. So they just answer questions in this fucking weird ass way. This shit is obvious, man. This shit should piss motherfuckers off. But Elizabeth Warren, look, this fucking chicken gave her a goddamn 3-minute answer filled with nothing. Talking about family like this is the fucking Fast and Furious. This is what I mean. Even the best Democrats, like the I've Had It podcast chicks, are about as good as you're gonna get when it comes to these white Democrats. And look at what she did. And it's almost certainly because she knows if she pushes back on that motherfucking question, she's gonna lose access to Elizabeth Warren, just like she probably lost access to Cory Booker when she held him to account. But all she fucking did was make him say that fucking Netanyahu was a criminal. I mean, that's a fucking low bar, and he couldn't pass that. So she made him say it, but she didn't say and Israel as a society is a fucking asshole. A bunch of these motherfuckers be cheering on rape and shit. She didn't do that. Because these motherfuckers don't get it. They think that's as far as you need to go when you're on the left. Netanyahu's a war criminal. No shit. Along with like 1,000 other people in that fucking government and 1 million people in that fucking society. A whole fuck ton of war criminals cheering on genocide. But she can fucking blame Netanyahu like Bernie. And that's what it is. Bernie to these motherfuckers is the left. They think that's as far as the left can possibly go, is fucking Bernie. This fucking sellout Zionist. That's the problem with the Democrats. The farthest left they can go is a fucking Zionist who at least used to get a good grade from the fucking NRA. Bernie was taking dirty money forever, man. How the fuck do you think he stayed in that long? Because all the right scumbags support him. And to the Democrats, that is the farthest left you can go. This corporatist Zionist. So I don't know, man. I'm being like real as fuck when I say we need a political divorce. We need to get the fuck away from these motherfuckers that Elizabeth Warren can just look right in the eye, blow smoke up their ass, and then they don't say nothing about it. And then when you don't say nothing, when you don't be like, wait a minute, I asked you a question about Chuck Schumer and whether you think he's a good leader. You don't follow up with something like that. Then they just know that they got over it. They know that you are so desperate for access that you ain't never gonna ask them any real fucking questions, so they'll just treat you like that with disdain and disrespect. But it's not just you that they're fucking disrespecting, it's the audience. I felt disrespected sitting around wasting my time seeing that fucking interview, seeing if she was gonna hold this bitch to account, and she fucking didn't. So I ain't fucking with these motherfuckers no more. I'm not even watching their fucking podcast. When it comes down to it, those are the best of the Democrats. And they are nice, but in reality, just being a good fucking decent person is not good enough when you're playing politics. You gotta hold these motherfuckers to account. And these fucking white liberals are never gonna hold these fucking white Democrats to account. And I'm not saying I think these bitches is racist. I don't think they are. I just think they're soft, and I just think that's how all white liberals are. And quite frankly, all these black motherfuckers that want to follow these motherfuckers, like Hakeem Jeffries and Cory Booker, they were put in place for a reason. This shit is the way it is for a reason. Fucking Obama was goddamn shitty fucking president for a reason. This is the fucking design. We can't fucking change these people. We have been domestically abused for 60 fucking years, dealing with these motherfuckers, hoping that they gonna change one day. Walking around with a fucking black eye. That's what it is. We like some beat bitches that want to stay with this fucking awful piece of shit. Because all these motherfuckers keep telling us we can't get no better. We can't do no better. The other side is so much worse. And they right. The other side of they fucking coin is worse. The Republicans are just fucking absolute shit. So, as a domestic abuse survivor, you don't go to a fucking asshole that's worse than the goddamn abuser that you just fucking left. You go be on your fucking own for a while. See how that shit works. You don't need nobody. You don't need no man. But for real, we don't fucking need nobody. Citizens United, if we fucking use it the same way these fucking billionaires are using it, we can create our own political power through super PACs. We don't need the fucking I've Had It podcast or fucking Elizabeth Warren or any of these shitty goddamn Democrats. We don't fucking need them no more. With Citizens United, we can pool our money together and we got just as much money as your average fucking billionaire. And we can run ads, and we can run people that give a fuck about us. But you think these fucking I've Had It podcast people are gonna be down with that shit? Fuck no. They love Elizabeth Warren. And even though they're gonna talk shit about Chuck Schumer, because obviously they don't want to get rid of that motherfucker neither. They don't want to get rid of Cory Booker. They love Hakeem Jeffries. They are satisfied with the status quo. They just don't like having a motherfucker like Trump with his boot up their ass also. Because that's all this shit is. This is all anti-Trump shit. The fucking Republicans and Democrats are besties 90% of the fucking time. They don't like Trump because Trump fucking with everybody. Where the Democrats just like it when it's black people getting the goddamn boot. Trump giving the boot to all these motherfuckers. And they don't like that shit. It's like they just discovered fucking racial profiling and police brutality when this chick gets shot in the face. Which was foul. I think that shit was foul as fuck. But I'm not gonna sit and pretend that Miss Massey wasn't sitting in her motherfucking kitchen and some pig fucking shot her in the fucking face. Because she called him for help. So all these motherfuckers that be so butthurt, so disappointed that black people just can't give them one more motherfucking chance. Man, fuck one more motherfucking chance. Any white people that don't understand why black people would want to go out on their own, they are not even worth talking to. And any black motherfucker that wants to stay with these motherfuckers, please do. We don't want no motherfucking Hakeem Jeffries. We don't want no motherfucking Cory Bookers or fucking Obamas. These people are fraudulent. You know how I know? Because the best of them is Jasmine Crockett, but look at how low the bar is. The only thing she done that stands out is the fact that she voted against the Charlie Kirk Day. That's the fucking lowest bar. But look at how many motherfuckers couldn't get over it. A gang of motherfucking Democrats voted to celebrate Charlie Kirk. A gang of white motherfuckers and black motherfuckers and Mexicans and Asians and all these fuck motherfuckers that be acting like they are allies. They voted to celebrate Charlie Kirk and remind everybody of how great this racist fucking piece of shit is every year. So yeah, it pisses a motherfucker off when you start thinking about how shitty these fucking people are. How little they give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about you at all. Even the good ones. Because the good ones, they crave that access. So you can't trust these fucking journalists, not Democrats, not liberals. Because real journalists would have said, you know what, Elizabeth Warren, appreciate you coming on my podcast, but I'm gonna need you to answer the question. And ain't none of these motherfuckers got the balls to actually do that shit. There's motherfuckers on the left that would have definitely did that shit. Sabby, she would have held that motherfucker to account. Guaranteed. Max Blumenthal would have, because they're real journalists that care about informing their audience. I've Had It podcast cares more about Democrats looking good and feeling good than informing their audience. That's the fucking difference between the left and the liberals. This is all bullshit when you start thinking about it. How they fooled all of us into voting for Republican or Republican light, voting for evil or lesser evil. Well, there's no such thing. Evil is evil, motherfucker. I don't know. I think I'm right about this shit. I think if black people, and I think Mexicans should do the same thing. I think if we go off on our own, create our own super PACs, our own political party, our own political candidates that care about us first and foremost. Because this is a fact. I don't give a fuck what they say. Democrats care about white women first and foremost. Then they care about white gay people. Then they care about white trans. Then they care about black women. And they don't give a fuck about the rest of us. I mean, I guess you could throw immigrants in there, and then maybe somewhere down the line, black men. But we so far down the line when it comes to what the fucking Democrats care about. It's a goddamn joke that we giving these motherfuckers our money and time the way that we do. It's like they steady fucking playing in our goddamn faces, disrespecting the fuck out of us. So at some point you gotta fight back. And the only way you can fight back in this fucking country, if you don't want to have a fucking revolution, a violent motherfucking revolution, and it could happen, but it's not a good idea. The best way to fucking fight the power is to fight them using their own rules against them. We play by their rules, but we do it better. But we're never gonna play by their rules as long as we're never gonna be able to compete. As long as we're playing under their rules. I guess that's what I mean. If we decide to play for ourselves instead of playing for a group of motherfuckers, like, let's keep it with the team metaphor, because these motherfuckers are teams. If you're on a team with a group of, like, you got 3 all-stars, and then you got 2 shitty white people that can't play for shit. And every time they touch the goddamn ball, the fucking other side steals it. Or, you know what I'm saying, they just throw the shit away, or they shoot up a motherfucking brick. every time. But for whatever reason, we keep giving these motherfuckers the ball, and they keep doing this fucking shitty shit. At some point, you can't be getting mad at the motherfucking other side for taking advantage of their shitty play. The fact that they don't know how to play is not the other side's fault that they suck. At some point, you're gonna get mad at your fucking teammate for shit in the bed. If you're a normal fucking person, if you're not some kind of goddamn masochist that just fucking loves taking this shit, because that's what we're doing. We got these awful teammates that are constantly fucking us off. And we could leave these motherfuckers and be on our own team, and we would be way better off. We got the skills, we got the resources, we got the fucking money, we got the knowledge. But we also got a bunch of motherfucking divisive. We got a bunch of assholes calling us divisive. Anytime we try to look out for ourselves. Because they're so used to us looking out for them first, all the way through slavery, all the way through Jim Crow to today, that you a selfish black motherfucker if you don't place these white motherfuckers in front. We have to center all our fucking attention on these motherfuckers that can't even fucking stand us. And we think that's how shit's supposed to be. And we surprised that the fucking politics is so fucking trash. And everything in society is slanted against us. Like, it shouldn't fucking be surprising when you playing for a team that doesn't give a fuck about you. That cares more about the other team. Guaranteed, if you leave that team, you leave that domestic abusive partner, you're gonna be better off, even if you're by yourself. And guess what? If we don't have the fucking numbers to win, we will always have the numbers to affect any election. If we become a true block unto ourselves, but we'll never do that. We'll never, ever get any kind of fucking consideration. As long as we're willing to give all our money and all our time and all our political effort to a group of white people simply because they're slightly better than the other group of white people who openly fucking hate us. But this group of white people that we give our money to is constantly stabbing us in the fucking back. So what if they smile in our fucking face? They're gonna shank you in the fucking kidneys as soon as you turn your back. It's fucking insane that we give all our votes and our time to these fucking assholes for free. It's like we forgot that just a couple years ago, these motherfuckers used to be called the Dixiecrats. They called them that shit for a reason. I don't know, man. This shit is simple. I think this shit is simple to fix. It's a political divorce. We get our black first super PACs, black first political candidates, and not just super PACs, actual full-on political action committees. We get our own lobbyists. We do all that shit for ourselves instead of fucking hoping that these scumbag Democrats are gonna fucking change their ways one day and treat us equally. It's like, nah. See, they really believe the fact that they give Cory Booker a job, or fucking Hakeem Jeffries or Jim Claiborne a fucking job, and that's good enough for all black people. All black people should be satisfied because Obama got to be fucking president. He didn't do nothing for you. He didn't give a shit about you. He used you, but you should be happy because he's black. But then, they understand that fucking all black people, just because you black don't mean you down with black people, because they understand that Clarence Thomas is a fucking piece of shit. They understand that Condoleezza Rice is a fucking piece of shit. But when it's their pieces of shit, they want to fucking pretend that these motherfuckers is down for black people. This is our leadership. Jasmine Crockett is our fucking leadership. I've seen a lot of motherfuckers describe Jasmine Crockett. I know a lot of motherfuckers personally that I've talked to about Jasmine Crockett. They describe her, she seems like a nice person. Motherfuckers always be like she's sassy because she is. She got all that sass. She's beautiful. Seems like well educated. But I ain't never heard no motherfucker say that's a good leader. Because they ain't. These black motherfuckers they put in charge, they do that shit for a reason. You almost have to be against anything for black people to be put in charge by white people. So why the fuck are we letting these assholes name our leadership? Because we ain't got no goddamn sense. And we've been playing we've been playing politics wrong this whole fucking time. The whole time. This shit's easily fixable. We just gotta start playing politics the right way. Politics is power in America. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Mutual aid, great. Non-profit organizations, that's fine. NGOs, all that shit is fucking great if you can do it. Think tanks. But the real power comes from fucking money, consolidating your motherfucking money, and creating political power. That's where the power lies, where you can actually make laws. Like, I've been saying this shit, but I ain't gonna fucking stop. Imagine if Malcolm X was a senator. Imagine if Dr. Martin Luther King was a judge. Imagine if Dr. Claude Anderson was president. See, people always be like, oh yeah, you put somebody in there that's good, like fucking Bobby Rush, and they just turn him into a motherfucking asshole. Because that's what Congress does to you. But no, Bobby Rush was always a weak motherfucker. But you put somebody that's willing to stand on what they believe in, they ain't gonna sell you out. And we got plenty of black motherfuckers that's willing to stand on what they believe in. They just ain't gonna get no fucking help from the white media. They ain't gonna get no help from the white Democrats. If you believe in power and empowerment of black people, especially descendants of slavery in this country, all white people are against you. From conservatives to fucking liberals. And lefties, if we being real about it. A lot of these fucking Marxists are fucking full of shit. And a lot of these black Marxists are a lot closer to fucking these black conservatives than a lot of them I bet are willing to fucking admit. From what I've seen over the goddamn couple years that I've been watching these motherfuckers, Nick Cruz is way closer to Officer Tatum than I'm sure either one of these motherfuckers would like to admit. But if they look at how their rhetoric, how Nick Cruz loves poor, left-wing white people more than anything, Officer Tatum loves conservative, Christian white people more than anything. These motherfuckers are real close in their ideology. I don't give a fuck what anybody say. You fucking Marxism and shit. That shit is an Eastern European white person's ideology. So you a black motherfucker following that shit. I'm just saying, there's a lot of black people throughout the years, throughout our history, they got some real shit to say. And for you to think that some fucking Eastern European is gonna have the answer, it's fucking silly. Because what they have over there is completely different from over here. And in my mind, class solidarity is skipping steps. Because you can't have class solidarity until you have racial solidarity. And you can't have racial solidarity in a place like America until you have you can't have racial solidarity with other races until you have racial solidarity within your own race first. And we ain't got that. We got a lot of Christian first black people. We got a lot of Democrat first black people. We got a lot of police first black people, military first. A lot of motherfuckers that put their jobs and their ideology and their theology in front of their own people. But you're not getting, it's like when Malcolm X said, something like that, you're not getting fucked with because you're a fucking Christian in America. You're not getting fucked with because you're in the military or the police. And you're not getting fucked with because you're a goddamn Democrat. You get fucked with because you black in a fucking country that hates black people. We're a minority where the majority is an asshole. It's not us being black that's the problem, it's them being a bunch of fucking pieces of shit that's the problem. As long as we got a bunch of motherfuckers, even our allies that think it's being black is the problem, and if we just act a little more like them, then shit'll work out. And they say this while police are shooting them in the fucking face. It's like, no, your system is trash. Your leadership is trash. It's been trash. And it's gotten us to the point where we're at. You don't get a fucking Trump without running a fucking piece of shit like Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. You run a decent person, then you motherfuckers are gonna win. But no, that's asking too much. Fuck you for expecting decency. Fuck you for expecting somebody to be against killing women and children that aren't white. You got a bunch of warmongers in the Democrats. They fuck with Ukraine. Ukraine is filled to the brim with Nazis. And not the fucking like hyperbolic ones that I was talking about, like when I was like Obama's a fucking Nazi and all that shit. He is, but these are actual fucking Nazi, fucking swastika, Heil Hitler motherfuckers over there in Ukraine. And it's been acknowledged for a long time that America didn't fuck with the Azov Battalion, who are these well-known fucking Nazis. But now we do. We send them money. We don't give a fuck. You got black motherfuckers out here defending that shit. You got Zelensky, a Jew, taking pictures in front of a fucking SS flag because he's that desperate. To me, this is like fucking common sense. We are dealing with an irrational group of people, and we're expecting them to correct themselves eventually, but they're not gonna. This whole incremental bullshit that they are always trying to talk motherfuckers into, it's bullshit. Incremental, the way they're going, 300 years from now, will be way worse. Shit's just gonna keep getting worse and worse and worse. According to the ratchet effect, 20 years from now, we're gonna have somebody way worse than Trump if we keep going the way we're going. Because this is what's gonna happen. Watch. It's some fucking piece of shit like Gavin Newsom or fucking Jasmine Crockett, AOC. I doubt Bernie scumbag will fucking run again. But it's gonna be one of these middle of the road fucking centrist Democrats, John Fetterman, fucking Frankenstein. It'll be somebody like that, and they'll win simply because motherfuckers hate Donald Trump so much. And then they'll obviously do nothing good for the fucking left. They won't do anything except try to appease the center right. Because that's what Democrats are. They're the center right. There is no left in this fucking politics. That's another reason why we should have a black party. Because there's no left representation. And we got the good ideas. As far as being equal, like equality and leaving people alone and tamping down this fucking insane military industrial complex. We got the good ideas on that shit. But we get ignored. Because we let fucking Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi be our fucking leadership. How the fuck do these people get in charge of the black party? Man, that shit is insane to me. I don't know. All I'm saying is, I think we can get this shit fixed if we start playing politics the right way. And the best of the Democrats, the white Democrats, like I've had a podcast, those are good people, but I don't want to be on the same team with people like that. The best of the black Democrats, like Jasmine Crockett, she seems like a nice person, but she ain't never did shit for her black constituents. And she get up there crying about fucking Renee Good getting shot in the face. But did she cry about Miss Massey getting shot in the face? Did she care about Mr. Brooks enough to start crying when he got beat to death in handcuffs on TV while a bunch of motherfucking other pigs were sitting around watching those 6 pigs beat him to death? Did she cry? Did she cry when those fucking 2 black women got kicked out of the motherfucking hospital while they were in labor? Because your fucking racist ass pig fucking nurses didn't give a shit. Did she shed a fucking tear? Did Michelle Obama get on fucking TV and say anything about how fucked up that shit was and how there needs to be an investigation and fucking heads need to roll? Nope. Because they don't give a fuck. And when they want to pretend to give a fuck, it's always going to be some white motherfucker that they pretend to give a fuck about. Because they don't give a fuck about your black ass. So why the fuck are we wasting our time and our money on these motherfuckers that very clearly don't give a fuck about us? Raphael Warnock voted for a Charlie Kirk bait. So did Bernie Sanders and so did Elizabeth Warren. Motherfuckers be forgetting this shit because shit goes out of the goddamn, out of the trending spots and shit, like so quickly nowadays. But the reality is, those are fucking important things in history that show you what the fuck is really going on, what these people really are about. And they fully expect you to forget about this shit. They love having Donald Trump in charge because he's got the fucking news cycles just going crazy. So if you're paying attention to that shit, you're never going to be able to focus on anything. But you need to, because there's important shit that goes on. And these fuckers count on you not paying attention. Hakeem Jeffries voted to celebrate Charlie Kirk along with Cory Booker. Like, I just can't imagine a more clear fucking way of pointing out that somebody is a fucking sellout than that. Like, these people sold us out a long time ago. And white people thought it was fucking hilarious. That's another thing about these Democrats. They knew these fucking black leadership didn't give a fuck about black people. And they kept putting them in charge. They made it like a thing, like a mandatory thing. If you want to be black leadership, you can't give a fuck about black people. And they thought it was funny as fuck that they kept putting these motherfuckers in charge until they realized that black leadership isn't beholden to these white motherfuckers. They're actually beholden to a bunch of white motherfuckers overseas in Israel. And then it turns out your politicians are beholden to those white motherfuckers over there in Israel too. So all these white motherfuckers that just been laughing their ass off about how black people ain't got no real representation are super butthurt when they just fucking came to the realization just recently that they ain't got no motherfucking representation either. That the police be beating on their ass all the time too. And by the way, Renee Good is not the first white motherfucker to get shot or beat on by the cops. The cops shoot about 1,500 white motherfuckers every year. And they shoot about 800 to 1,000 black people and Hispanics. They shoot way more white people and beat on way more white people than the rest of us. But it never makes the news because white people don't like seeing white people getting hurt. Or at least that's how the fucking the editors and shit at these news stations have played it. Because white people getting hurt or killed, unless it's a mass shooting, like if it's a domestic thing or if it's like the police shoot somebody, That shit does not make national news. It'll make the local news, but it won't make national news. Democracy Now! Never talks about white people getting shot unless it's something like Renee Good, where, they have to talk about it. But these fucking white outlets, it doesn't matter if they're left or right, they clearly made some kind of deal with the devil there. White on white violence especially does not get shown. At least not nationally. They'll talk about that shit locally, but they don't talk about fucking cops killing white people nationally. Usually. Now that Renee Good got smoked, who knows? Maybe they'll be, different about this coverage. But they don't care about police violence at all. These media outlets, they fucking love that shit. Because they always say, if it bleeds, it leads. And if you think it like that, they don't want to see white people bleeding. So if it bleeds, it leads means if it's black people bleeding, that's when we show it nationally. That's what these racist motherfuckers like to see. And then these asshole supposed allies like to virtue signal that they're against. So everybody loves seeing black motherfuckers get laid out. But they never show that shit happening to white people, even though obviously there's way more white people in this country. There's gonna be a lot more violence against these motherfuckers and perpetrated by them. But they don't like to show that shit on TV. All this shit stems from the fact that white motherfuckers just don't hold white people accountable. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. This whole fucking shit started out me getting pissed off watching I've Had It podcast, even though, I know they full of shit. They fucking Democrats. But to watch her let Elizabeth Warren get away with that bullshit answer, it just tells you, man, none of these motherfuckers are ever gonna hold anybody to account. The Republicans, Fox News and them, they ain't never gonna hold the fucking Republicans to account. And the fucking liberal media is never gonna hold the Democrats to account. They're always gonna let them get away with these bullshit answers, which means they care more about access than information, informing their audience. That should be insulting to you. It's insulting enough to me that I ain't fucking with them no more. I ain't fucking with nobody to get down like that. I ain't fucking with nobody that takes AIPAC money. And I ain't fucking with nobody that takes any money from the fucking shitty lobbies like the NRA and the fucking the AIPAC and J Street and all that shit. And a lot of these motherfuckers would be like, I don't take AIPAC money. But there's like thousands of fucking Jewish lobbies and Israeli lobbyist groups. So the idea that they can pick one, the most famous one, and then say they don't take money, and that doesn't mean that they're selling us out. That's fucking stupid. AOC got up on that motherfucking stage and said that they're fighting tirelessly for a ceasefire. She said that without fucking getting any money from AIPAC. But she's clearly getting money from somebody to say that shit. So it doesn't matter if she doesn't get money from AIPAC. She's a fucking lying piece of shit. And all of these motherfuckers are. And all of these fucking liberal podcasts are never gonna hold these motherfuckers to account. Not a single one of them. I don't give a fuck if it's the Majority Report or if it's the I've Had It podcast. You cannot expect these white motherfuckers to hold these politicians to account because they care more about access. Max Blumenthal, who, by the way, is like the whitest white man in America. I mean, I like Max Blumenthal, but the fact that it's somehow fucking controversial to say that fucking this blue-eyed, red-haired, pale-skinned white man is white is fucking insane. And I don't think he thinks like that, but I'm just saying the fact that there's this controversial shit where the Jews aren't white, they're Jewish. It's so fucking stupid. And I'm really fucking sick of that shit. And I just got reminded of that because I was thinking about how good a fucking journalist Max Blumenthal is. I saw this shit that was like, I think on Court TV, and it was like the top 10 court cases of 2025. And like 9 out of 10 of them were white people. So it's not like white people don't be committing crime, and it's not like the media don't know about it. Because if you watch Court TV, you'll see plenty of it. So when these motherfuckers see like a white person experiencing the shit that all the rest of us been telling you motherfuckers about forever, it's not that I don't care about the person individually getting fucked over. Obviously I do. But it's also really fucking insulting when you see all these people that don't give a fuck when that same shit happens over and over and over again to people that look like me. But then it's all the waterworks and shedding tears and say her names and all that shit when it looks like somebody like them. And these are supposed to be our allies. You know what's funny to me? It's fucking obvious that we got the good ideas on the left, because when I look at other like countries and governments that are run by actual lefties, like motherfuckers that care about all people, not just rich people, motherfuckers that believe in good ideas over fucking ideology and teams, I'm jealous of that shit. These fucking conservatives, they hate other conservative like ideologies overseas. Like, there's not one. There's not a group of fucking right wing. Well, unless they're willing to like bend the knee and lick the boots. Look at the conservative nations in the fucking Middle East. These motherfuckers don't like each other because they know being a conservative means you're fucking shitty, paranoid racist. If we're gonna fix this shit, we just gonna have to come to the realization of, if we can't push these motherfuckers to the left, then we need to create our own left. And black empowerment is gonna be better for everybody, because it's gonna create fairness in a fucking society where shit ain't never been fair. Shit ain't never been about meritocracy. This shit has always been about mediocrity and getting along. Motherfucker that laughs the loudest is the motherfucker that's gonna get that goddamn promotion in this fucking country. And that's bullshit. Motherfucker that makes you feel the most comfortable with your fucking biases is the motherfucker that gets hired in this fucking country. And that's bullshit. And these motherfuckers know it. And guess what? The right and the center ain't never gonna fight against it. It's the left that's supposed to. I believe if the Israelis fucking nuked us, sent them on fucking nuclear warhead and blew up fucking Maine or some city in Maryland, I believe Ben Shapiro and those like him would make excuses for it. He'd be like,
well, how do we know it definitely came from Israel? I just don't believe Israelis want to kill Americans.
It's guaranteed that fuck motherfucker would say some shit like that. Because these people don't live in reality and they don't play fair. They 100% expect you to be so fucking stupid that if he says Israel didn't do it, you'll just go with it. Because why would Ben Shapiro lie? Why would any of these good Jewish boys lie to us? Because they're not Jewish, they're Zionists. They're not pushing Judaism, they're pushing Zionism and racism and segregation. So they'll do anything to fucking pretend that it's okay. They'll say anything. But the reality is, if Israel nuked America, doesn't matter if they kill 500,000 motherfuckers. These pieces of shit will always make excuses for Israel because that's what they get paid to do, and they care about money more than anything else. Think about who the conservatives are in Germany. It's the guy. All those European countries that got like far-right movements, they're all like Nazis and shit. Being on the right wing is fucking ridiculous. It's a goddamn stupid ideology. And that's why they don't like each other. Grew up in fucking Chicago, motherfucking Minnesota, and goddamn Utah. I seen this shit. I seen it with my own fucking eyes. White people get treated different than black people. And it doesn't matter if they poor or rich. I grew up around poor white people and poor black people. And poor white people had protection from the hospitals. The fucking teachers gave a shit about them. The schools were nice. The police were fucking friendly. The paramedics in hospitals took care of you. It's a complete different situation. Motherfuckers be like, oh, why these black people can't get their shit together? Everything, and I mean everything, is fucking stacked against black motherfuckers. It's not even fucking close. You got a bunch of privileged assholes sitting around wondering why black people are at the bottom. It's like, cause you fucking trap us there, and you make sure poor whites get everything. This shit's a fucking joke. All these motherfuckers need to shut the fuck up about all this fucking bullshit. If black people got treated the way white people got treated, we would be so far ahead of you motherfuckers, it's not even funny. You got Democrats in your life, you don't necessarily need to leave them, like physically, but you should never listen to anything these fucking people say. You should never take anything these motherfuckers got to say serious, because they either racist or they stupid as fuck. Either way, it don't matter. We need a real, live, motherfucking political separation from these fucking idiots. Seriously, you cannot be on the same team with these fucking people that have so much obvious disdain for you, and you keep fucking riding out for these fuckers. So at some point, motherfuckers need to come to the realization these motherfuckers cannot be fixed. They always out there doing the worst. And then expecting you to be okay with it because they're the lesser evil. Fuck whoever goddamn came up with that stupid ass fucking term. Lesser evil my ass. Rachel Maddow is every bit as evil as any of those fuckers on Fox. When it comes down to murder and empire and hegemony and all that shit, she is. The I've Had It podcast bitches are just as bad as the fucking assholes at Daily Wire when it comes to spreading true information to fight power. There is no lesser evil. Evil is evil. And if you ain't fighting for the betterment of all people, and you've been in charge this whole fucking time, you are evil. Fuck all these Democrats. And fuck all you fucking confused motherfuckers that ain't sure about this shit. This shit is, there's never been anything more obvious. There is no lesser evil. I don't care if they pretend to give a shit about racism. I don't care if they pretend to give a shit about sexism or all the fucking isms. I don't care if they got pronouns in their bio. these people are fucking evil, and you're stupid if you can't see that. All these people bitching. Like, seriously, I'm really getting fucking sick of seeing all this shit. Like, all this fucking shit about ICE. Everybody bitching about it. Ain't nobody doing a goddamn thing. None of these politicians, none of these cops. I saw the other day some fucking cop bitching because his fucking people are getting harassed by ICE. Like, what the fuck? You can't protect and serve yourselves. What the fuck are you supposed to be doing for the fucking community? Your fucking police are a goddamn joke. White people, you fucking know this shit. But you just fucking loved it when they was going upside our motherfucking heads, beating the shit out of black people, jumping on black people, shooting black people. And now all of a sudden this is a fucking predicament. This is an epidemic. If you had police that actually believed in protection and service, then you wouldn't be in this motherfucking spot. Because those police letting they goddamn asses get harassed by some fucking librarians, basically. I mean, I ain't never heard anything so fucking ridiculous. You motherfucking, your police are a joke. And if they were about protection and service, they would be protecting the people that are getting harassed. But they've always been about fuckery and harassment. Except it was just black people, so it didn't matter. And now you getting some of that fuckery and harassment. And now they're showing that even when they probably want to, they don't even know how to protect and serve. Because you motherfuckers never cared about the fact that they weren't protecting and serving. You just cared about the fact that they were harassing and fucking with other people that you didn't like. And now it's time for them to do some fucking protection and service to you motherfuckers, and you just realize they can't do it. You have no protection and service. You deserve no fucking protection and service because you didn't give a fuck when they were doing that shit to us. Now ICE is harassing fucking police officers. Good for ICE. That's the best thing I've heard about ICE. These people are trash. And they've been happy with this fucking system as long as it was fucking with black people. And I'm talking about our fucking allies. They ain't lifted a fucking finger to help us. Now they got all this bitching and shit to say because everybody else is getting it. We ain't got no fucking allies. These people are not our fucking friends. Fuck ICE. But fuck the police even more. If you're bitching about Putin being on this so-called war or board of peace, and at the same time you're okay with Netanyahu being on this board of peace, or Trump being on this board of peace, without even thinking about how the fucking Palestinians feel about you fucking colonizers splitting up their fucking land. If the only thing you got a problem with about what happened in Gaza is that Putin's on this so-called board of peace, you're a fucking moron and a goddamn racist. From what I see over there, this fucking land grab is illegal as fuck, and I'm sure Hamas is gonna have something to say about that shit. But the most insulting thing about the fucking Western liberal media bitching about Putin, they don't got nothing to say about what led to the motherfucking board of peace. All the genocide, fucking ethnic cleansing and bullshit. Fuck the Western media. Jesus Christ, these people suck. The only thing they got to say about that shit is Putin was invited in on the colonization, the stealing. And then Putin's the only one that's like, well, I might, but you motherfuckers definitely gotta look out for the fucking Palestinians first and foremost if we gonna do this. Putin's the only decent person on that fucking board of peace. That's what sucks so much. This shit shouldn't even exist. Netanyahu and Trump should be in jail, sitting on a fucking so-called board of peace. And you fucking idiots, you stupid fucking Democrats, you dumb fucking Republicans. The only problem you got with this fucking obvious racist ass land grab is fucking Putin. My God, if you're not stupid, you are so fucking evil and racist. Fuck you fucking dirtbags. Fucking Rachel Maddow. You fucking people are so fucking stupid. How the fuck are you still listening to these fucking assholes? Morning Joe. Talking all that fuck shit about how great shape Biden was in. That shit should have been disqualifying. And it would be if you fuckers weren't so fucking stupid. If you're a decent person, there's just no way that you have enough disdain for these fucking assholes in charge. And it's a special shout out to the Democrats. Cause the Republicans are supposed to be fucking scum. But fucking Democrats are supposed to fight against that shit. And not only for the last 10, 20 years, they ain't been fighting against it. They've been pushing for it. A bunch of fucking pussy-ass warmongers. They ain't never been in a fucking fight in their life, but can't wait to get into fucking World War III. I'm so sick of these fucking people. And I get it. The population is stupid as fuck. It's not their fucking fault. Because the media, the Rachel Maddows, the fucking I've Had It podcast motherfuckers, they are pushing these people to be stupid as fuck. But if you got even a fucking half a brain cell, you should be able to see that shit. Bitching about fucking Putin. The only person that cares about the fucking Palestinians in that fucking group are the people that our so-called allies are bitching about. These people are not allies. These people are fucking awful. You do not have enough disdain for these motherfuckers. You will never have enough disdain for these motherfuckers. It's impossible. These people are the fucking scum of the earth. I'm not even religious, and I wouldn't burn down no goddamn church. Normal motherfuckers don't do that shit. So, there ain't a place on the fucking planet where normal people burn down their own fucking churches. It's always the enemy. And if it's a group of motherfuckers that hate the state, then they're just enemies of the state that are using goddamn fire and murder and destruction and shit. Glamming on to a little bit of dissatisfaction with the government, which there probably ain't no fucking governments out here that ain't got some kind of fucking dissatisfaction. Some group of people that don't like what's going on. But that don't mean the whole country is down with some silly shit like that. That don't mean it's even a fucking majority. That's a tiny minority. And then the CIA and Mossad come in and give those motherfuckers weapons. And then they brag about it. It's like, this ain't even a fucking conspiracy. This is just, look at what's going on around you. If the Mossad tells you that they're standing with the fucking rioters, sometimes physically right next to them, which I don't know why they would say that shit, but they did. That's a confession. That's them saying that, yes, we are in Iran committing fuckery alongside the dissatisfied Iranians and the Americans. So who the fuck do you think is killing cops? Who the fuck do you think is burning people? Who do you think is burning down mosques in that situation? The CIA? The Mossad? Or some average Iranian citizen who's pissed off that gas prices went up? I mean, for fuck's sake, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like I said, I don't even think it's something wrong with them. I think they're doing this shit on purpose. This is filth. This is fucking evil. All of these motherfuckers. I don't care if it's the Majority Report. I don't care if it's the I've Had It podcast. Any of these, like, obvious fucking Democrats. Even if they get, you know, sometimes they get shit right because, you know, There's a lot of shit out there, and if you're trying to fucking attract a goddamn left audience, then they're gonna get some of these stories right. But when you look at how they get some of this shit that's so fucking obvious, that if all you would have to do is take just a cursory fucking glance at Google to figure out what some of this shit was really going on. It's like they choosing to either not look, which is foul, or they just fucking lying, which is fucking foul. As a black person in America, fuck that. As a decent person, if you just fucking decent, you cannot be okay with the fucking way this goddamn country has been going the last 10 years. It don't matter if Trump was in charge or Biden. Like, if you're okay with any of that shit because you're on a fucking team, Jesus Christ. They're evil because of what they do and what they don't say, and really what they don't do. All you gotta do is watch. Just stop listening to these fucking people and what they say. Because Jesus Christ, these motherfuckers say something nice to your ass and you turn your fucking brain off. We need to stop doing that shit. Stop listening to these fucking assholes and just watch what they do. Watch him. You can listen to Obama talk all that fuck shit he wants. All that positivity. Oh, they go low, we go high. You can listen to that shit all day long. Obama killed so many fucking people. Who gives a shit what he says? This is so fucking obvious. Look at what your fucking Congress is doing right now. Look at what the senators are doing. The Democrats. I don't give a fuck about the Republicans. Look at what the fucking Democrats are doing. I don't give a fuck what they say. Watch what they do. I'm gonna quote Martin Luther King. It's not the Klan, you stupid fucking pieces of shit. We can see those fucking assholes coming from a mile away. It's these fucking liberals. They stay smiling in our fucking face, and they mean us harm. Pretty sure Martin Luther King said that. Christians used to believe that you got a better chance of fitting your dick fucking head of a needle than getting into fucking heaven as a rich man. And now it's the complete opposite. You know how I finally figured this shit out? Like, that we need to come up with a black party. It's because like, a few months ago, I'm watching TV, I'm watching Revolutionary Change on YouTube. And I don't really watch them that much. I don't know that much about them. It's not like a huge podcast, it's just some like liberal, they a little more lefty than your average liberal. Like, and like I said, it's not a big podcast, but I think the chick that's on the podcast like ran for mayor or governor or some shit in like Florida. But like I said, they ain't got a very big podcast. But they said that they had opened up a super PAC. And I'm like thinking, how the fuck does these motherfuckers with this small ass podcast have their own super PAC? And then the fucking light bulb went on. It's like, fuck, anybody can open a super PAC. All you need is motherfuckers to donate to it. And then they using that super PAC to put their money behind Butch Ware and like some motherfucker. I think that's like running against Randy Fine. So they're not trying to like, you know, run candidates of their own or like run candidates all throughout the nation. They create a super PAC and they doing it to help out certain candidates. And to me, that was fucking brilliant. The first thing I was thinking is, how come black people don't got their goddamn own super PACs? Because we count on these fucking Democrats. And you got these white motherfuckers just using common sense. This ain't fucking rocket science. They said, all these other motherfuckers are gonna be spending all this Democrat and this Republican money to keep the status quo. And these motherfuckers on revolutionary change is like, nope. It's like, fuck the status quo. And they decided to help out the candidates that they believe in. I think we as black people could very obviously do the same thing. We find candidates that we like, and then we create super PACs and actual political action committees that help these motherfuckers. Because the people that they running against are gonna have filthy money thrown at them. Anybody that gives a shit about black people, it ain't fucking with the status quo. It's definitely gonna have somebody running against them that's gonna have a whole bunch of money. So all we gotta do is open up our own shit. Stop worrying about these fucking Democrats. Stop caring if they don't like it. Stop giving a fuck about anybody that don't agree with black empowerment. To me, this seems like common goddamn sense. So it's like, nah, I didn't think this up completely on my own. It was definitely inspired. But at the same time, it's like, how the fuck do we got all these motherfuckers opening up super PACs, running their own commercials for people that they care about? And we ain't doing that. Well, we the ones that are in the most need and have the most resources that we could actually do something about this shit. It makes perfect sense that we should be doing this shit. And the sooner we get to it, the better. You look at all these Democrats sitting around while this fucking asshole has secret police running around this motherfucker. They ain't got nothing to say about it. This is no different than having the fucking Coast Guard running around, snatching people up. These fucking assholes are supposed to be at the fucking airports and the fucking borders. But these pussy-ass Democrats ain't got shit to say about it. Bombing motherfuckers in Venezuela, kidnapping motherfuckers, kidnapping people's fucking presidents. That's about humiliation. This ain't about them motherfuckers bringing drugs to America, you stupid fucking Democrats. But the Democrats ain't doing nothing about it. They cheering it on, if anything. You can't get mad at a fucking asshole for doing an asshole's job the way an asshole's supposed to. Trump is a fucking asshole. He's gonna do anything that fucking pops into his fucking feeble brain. The people that are supposed to stop him are the ones that are really fucking us over. The people that are supposed to stop him are sitting around bitching about fucking, of all fucking people. That's the fucking shit that they got a fucking problem with. Fucking Putin being on this fake ass colonizer board. And Putin didn't even accept it. He's fucking thinking about it. But that's what these motherfuckers are bitching about. I'm telling you, man. We don't have enough disdain for these fucking people. We do not. So we should fucking hate these people with every goddamn fiber of our being for being the way they are. These people are so disgusting in every way. And I'm not talking about the Republicans. The Republicans are obvious. I'm talking about the fucking Democrats that sit around and do nothing while this fucking asshole does whatever the fuck he wants. And then when these fucking pieces of shit finally do get back in power, because you people are so fucking stupid with your lesser evilism, they ain't gonna do a goddamn thing. They're gonna switch back some of the more egregious things that fucking dipshit did, and then that's it. All the other fucked up shit is gonna stay. They're gonna take his names off of a couple buildings. And you fucking dumbasses are gonna pretend that that's enough. The border peace, that shit's not gonna be dismantled. You people suck And it's not the board of peace. It's these people are bored of peace. The fact that you would just sit back and watch some motherfucking colonizers split up a fucking area where they just genocided the fuck out of everybody that was living there. Babies, toddlers, kids, teenagers, women. You fuckers ain't had shit to say about that shit, especially when Biden was in charge of it. You motherfuckers was pretending it wasn't even happening. Now they did all that fucking murder, and they splitting up the motherfucking shit like a bunch of fucking thieves after they just did a job. And you assholes, the only thing that you got to say is, why are we working with Russia? Why is Russia in on this? Like it's a good thing. And how dare we let this bad person in on the good thing that we're doing over there? That's what your Democrats are. They a bunch of cheerleaders for murder and genocide and fuckery. Then they blame it all on fucking Trump. It's like, no, you fucking assholes could have stopped this shit, but you didn't want to. They want shit to get so fucking bad because this fucking piece of shit is an asshole. They can't help himself. And they don't step in to do anything. And then when election comes around, they're going to be like, oh, well, we've been trying so hard to stop this motherfucker. But now all you need to do is put us in charge and we'll fucking turn everything back. They will do nothing progressive. They're just going to switch, whatever fucking holidays he's been shitting on. They're going to take his name off of buildings. And you fucking assholes are going to be like, well, that's good enough. Look at how Jasmine Crockett and all these Hakeem Jeffries, and look at they're working so hard for it. Look at how they just took that name off the building. Oh, it's so good that it's the Kennedy Center again. Now we can go back to brunch. I fucking hate these people. There is no doubt about it. I can't stand the Republicans. Never could. These fucking people are worthless, but I am so embarrassed that I was fucking ever in any kind of allyship with these fucking scumbag warmongers that are stupid as shit. Stupid and racist. It's fucking embarrassing. And every single black motherfucker down with these fucking Democrats, if you had a shred of decency, you would be fucking embarrassed for being down with these fucking pieces of shit. These fucking colonizers literally just colonized fucking the Gaza. Right in front of everybody. And the Democrats ain't got shit to bitch about except Putin might be involved. They don't got shit to say about Netanyahu. Think about how everybody knows the CIA exists. Everybody knows why they exist and what they do. But anytime you call the fucking CIA out for doing some shit, fucking everybody, it doesn't matter if it's fucking left or the right, everybody considers it a fucking conspiracy theory. Why? Because the CIA is never gonna come out and admit shit. And if you can't get an admission, that means you can't fucking say something is goddamn true in this stupid fucking country. Even no matter how fucking obvious it is, like it's the CIA over there fucking around in Iran alongside the Mossad. Now, of course, the fucking Mossad has fucking already admitted that they over there fucking around in Iran, and the CIA, or at least the fucking asshole who used to be in charge of them, Pompeo, got online and was cheering that shit on. Because clearly the CIA is involved. The CIA is about pushing American hegemony all over the world. That's fucking what they do. So when motherfuckers be like, CIA is fomenting, shit against Shine Bomb, or in Mexico, or over there fucking pushing bullshit to pop off in Venezuela and shit, getting all the right-wing assholes all geeked up, pretty much all over the fucking world. It's the fact that you say this shit and people look at you like you fucking crazy. is insane. The CIA, literally, their only job is to go around fucking with other people's shit, fucking with other people's governments and shit. Like, this is what they do. So how come every time motherfucker calls them out for some of the fuck shit that they've done, including this shit that they've even admitted to doing? Yet and still, motherfuckers have a hard time goddamn believing this shit. Because if they don't hear it, a fucking guilty admission coming from the fucking president, basically, like, they don't believe anything that you tell them about the fucking CIA. Like, what the CIA be getting up to. Even when these motherfuckers admit shit. Like, typically they don't admit shit unless they motherfucking, like, retired. And then they start fucking yapping about the shit they used to get up to. But all the fucking dirt that you think the CIA is doing, they almost certainly are. It's their job. I just don't get, because the fucking New York Times or because the Washington Post or because CNN doesn't report on it, and you fucking idiots don't believe it's happening. Like, these motherfuckers work for the goddamn government. I mean, the New York Times and Washington Post and CNN don't really work for the fucking government, but they kind of do, because they won't get access unless they parrot what the fucking government tells them. So, I don't know. I just think this shit's fucking, like, kind of ridiculous trying to have a normal conversation with fucking people. Because if you mention our government getting up to any kind of fucking, it's like these motherfuckers just have a hard time believing it unless you have, like, video proof of a motherfucker, like, giving a fucking confession saying, yes, I specifically did this thing. Motherfuckers just automatically put it into the conspiracy theory column. Which to me is insane, because it's, like, literally in their job description. What they do, they go around and fuck with people's shit. And there's all kinds of ways you could be out there fucking with people's shit. And every way you can think of, the fucking CIA does it. But God forbid, if you ever fucking talk about it, motherfuckers look at you like you're goddamn crazy. It's the same with the fucking FBI. It's like these federal agencies get up to all kinds of shit that they just ain't never gonna fucking admit. But they do it. And they wouldn't admit that they were spying on fucking Martin Luther King until way after he died. But when everybody knew they were spying on the motherfucker when he was alive, the fucking FBI was like, how dare you? We would never. It's like, anybody that believes the fucking government, Jesus Christ, fucking children need to goddamn grow up. You people are really what's fucking shit up. It's these motherfuckers that, it's not even necessarily believe the government, it's you motherfuckers that believe your political parties. You know, when the Democrats are in charge, these fucking assholes don't believe nothing that the government does is good. Everything the government does is foul. Then when dipshit gets in charge, it's like they totally forget that they were fucking protesting and screaming about all this shit. And then it'll switch up again, and all these fucking assholes that are like, yeah, we love it when ICE shoots people. They gonna be bitching. And they gonna be bitching about silly shit, because the Democrats ain't never gonna put a bunch of fucking assholes out in fucking mass out on the street to fucking shoot white people. But the Republicans sure as fuck will. And as soon as the Republicans are out of office, anytime a motherfucker, not only you ain't gonna get shot, but if you even get stopped by the fucking police and questioned, these motherfuckers be flipping the fuck out, screaming Second Amendment. But when their daddy does it, there's nothing to see here, folks. What the fuck are you talking about, Second Amendment? We don't care about gun rights. It's shittiest, fucking most hypocritical pieces of shit on the fucking planet. It's this fucking right wing in America. But the liberals are a close second. The right fucking behind them. But these don't tread on me motherfuckers are so fucking pathetic when they get somebody in office. They 100% love being tread on. Never met a group of fucking masochists more obviously love to get kicked in the balls than these right-wing maggots. And anybody that was wondering where the fucking Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers are, where they went because they disappeared out of the news a couple years ago, all them fucking assholes running around in them goddamn masks that you fucking people cheer on when they beating on black and brown people, but now all of a sudden they're a fucking menace because they handed these white motherfuckers some of that drama that they typically save for black and brown people. And it's like, man, please, y'all motherfuckers need to go somewhere with that bullshit. I don't feel sorry for nobody because you motherfuckers didn't give a shit when we was telling y'all motherfuckers how these pieces of shit get down. You didn't care. So, no, I'm not finna fucking pretend that goddamn police are all of a sudden killing people. All of a sudden, there's this thing called fucking cruel and unusual punishment and racial profiling and all this shit. No, stop it. Get the fuck out of my face. You motherfuckers been hearing this shit from us. And now you gotta fucking just stop running around with masks on their face and they ready to shoot white people just as fast as anybody else. And you motherfuckers are freaking out. Talking about fuck ICE. That's all you see right now. Middle class white motherfuckers running around screaming fuck ICE. But when motherfuckers was screaming fuck the police, and y'all motherfuckers was talking about how that was going too far. No, we actually like the police. Fuck these motherfuckers that have all of a sudden figured out that the fucking state works against them. Like seriously, the fucking state has been kicking everybody's fucking ass this whole time. We've been telling y'all motherfuckers, and you fucking ignored us. Or you thought it was funny as shit because it wasn't happening to you. Well, now it's happening to you. Welcome to the motherfucking party. I think the best way to fucking bring people out of the goddamn brainwash is to show them examples of other people who are brainwashed in a similar fashion without hitting them over the head that you think they've been brainwashed. If they can, especially if they got common sense, if they can see how fucked up it is, how these other people are acting, and then maybe notice a little bit of that fucking behavior in themselves, then maybe they'll come out of it, you know, on their own or with like minimal prodding. But I think when you just walk up to a motherfucker, and I say it all the time because it's true, motherfuckers are brainwashed. But the reality is they ain't gonna come out of it just by telling them. They gonna have to see somebody else that's brainwashed, see how offensive that fucking behavior is, and then maybe, like I said, if they're smart enough, they'll ask themselves the questions. Fuck, man, that looks similar to how I be acting. At least that's how I think. I think that's probably the way, because you see it all the time. These motherfuckers arguing over just the silliest shit. And it's like, yes, motherfucker, you are brainwashed, or you are racist, or you've been fucking ingesting a bunch of fucking propaganda. They ain't gonna believe it, because when they're in that fucking emotional state, it's almost like admitting that they're stupid. It's like you're calling them stupid, and they have to admit they're stupid to come out of it. And that's not gonna happen. Those motherfuckers, even no matter how fucking stupid they are, they ain't gonna admit it. You know what I'm saying? So they ain't gonna admit they're brainwashed. They ain't gonna admit that they fall for the propaganda. I think the best anybody that has escaped the fucking cult can do is just show them examples of other people that are similarly brainwashed without accusing them. Because as soon as you accuse them, they go fucking put up the defense. But if you just show them examples of motherfuckers that act like they act without motherfucking, you know, accusing them or even pointing out that this motherfucker's just like you. I think some of these motherfuckers at least will get it. But And some of these motherfuckers don't care. They love the brainwash. They 100% bought into it, and they think anybody who's not brainwashed is an asshole. And those people you just need to stop wasting your time on. But there are people out there that can be reached. It's all about how much patience you got, how much you give a fuck about these people, and putting examples in front of their face that they have to look at, but not necessarily say, this is you, motherfucker. You don't have to say that. Let them come to that motherfucking realization on their own. That's my opinion. I guess in summation, the major problem that I have with these fucking I've Had It podcasts and these fucking Democrats and shit, it's the dumbassness of it all. It's like, I don't think these people are bad. I just think they're fucking dumb. Like, what the fuck do a couple fucking goddamn bimbos, like I've Had It, like these fucking suburban wine moms, like, what the fuck do they know about Iran or Russia or fucking Venezuela that they didn't hear directly from fucking MSNBC or fucking CNN? Like, these people, even the popular ones, do not think for themselves. So when I hear these motherfuckers say shit like, well, I don't like how fucking Donald Trump did this and that, but Maduro is an asshole, or fucking Putin is a goddamn dictator that needs to be stopped, or Iran's people are freedom fighters that are fighting for freedom. And it's like, bitch, those fucking supposed freedom fighters in Iran are burning mosques. Like, how fucking stupid do you have to be to think that a normal Iranian citizen is gonna be so pissed off at their goddamn government that they're gonna go fucking burn down a mosque? Like, I just think you gotta be an extra level of fucking dumb and gullible. Hey, you don't fucking believe nothing that Trump says, but he gets out here cheering on these motherfucking freedom fighters in Iran. And you fucking idiots don't see any goddamn problem with that? You think that's fucking normal? You think Trump will be cheering on anybody that's actually trying to do good for their citizenry? Like, on what fucking planet? But because it's convenient to the narrative of Iran bad, America good, Russia bad, America good, you fuckers just go with it. And once again, just like everybody else, the only fucking land grab, the only fuckery that these motherfuckers have a problem with is when fucking assholes out there doing that shit to white people, trying to snatch up Greenland. Now they got a fucking problem with all this shit, all the piracy and all the murder and the stealing, because they don't want to see that happen to people in Greenland. They don't give a fuck about those fucking fishermen or fucking weed dealers that they were blowing up off the fucking coast of goddamn Venezuela. These Democrats are full of shit. Just as murderous. Like I said, they don't give a fuck about ICE until these white motherfuckers started getting shot. Which I'm against any fucking police executions and shit. But the reality is, this shit wouldn't be happening if you motherfuckers didn't ignore this shit forever when we was fucking telling you. The shit that we do overseas, it wouldn't happen if you didn't have these fucking disgusting Democrats that just lower their eyes and pretend they don't see the shit. Or that the shit that they're doing is, even though Trump is a bad person, he's doing a righteous thing by stealing all these other people's shit, as long as they brown or black. These people are the worst of the hypocrites. Because the Republicans tell you straight out, they're fucking scum. And they don't care if you know it or not. But it's these Democrats that fucking pretend, and some of them are really good at it. They pretend that they're not fucking racist. They pretend that they're not a bunch of fucking pirates. But they are. I've Had It podcast for the last couple weeks has been cheering up. They've always been cheering on Ukraine because they're stupid. They were cheering on those riots in Iran because they're stupid. They didn't have shit to say about Maduro getting kidnapped and all the fucking reasonings. And the little bit that they did was just your average fucking Democrat talking points of how Trump is a wild man and he needs to be under control. But murdering fucking fishermen, nothing to see here. All the fuck shit that's going on in Haiti, it's just a bunch of gangs. It sucks. It hurts their feelings to see it, but they just wish that those people could get it together. Like, liberal fucking tears and shit, man. These motherfuckers are the worst. Because the reality is, they just don't give a fuck about Venezuela. They don't give a fuck about Gaza. They don't give a fuck about Haiti. And they don't give a fuck about black people. They don't give a fuck about, in America, they don't give a fuck about immigrants. Look at what these motherfuckers come out for. You fucking with Greenland. You fucking with politics, the no kings bullshit. That's 100% Democrats. And if ICE shoots a white person, then they got a fucking problem with the police all of a sudden. That's the problem with these fucking liberals, in a nutshell. It's like they aren't even good at this fucking shit. I don't know how the fuck we fell for this shit for 60 years, because they're not even good at fucking lying and pretending. What the fuck do the I've Had It podcast chicks know about fucking Iran? Other than what they've been told to say. And so they say it. They parrot the same bullshit that you hear in the mainstream. And then all these dumb fucking assholes thinking they're getting an independent fucking opinion believe that there's fucking pieces of shit running around Iran right now. Well, most of that shit been shut down since they fucking hacked and got rid of fucking Elon's shitty Starlink. I think I said SpaceX the other day. I actually meant Starlink. But it's trifling. How you a grown ass motherfucker and you see some people burning mosques, burning their own fucking churches down, and you think that's fucking normal? I don't believe that. I think these motherfuckers is absolute infiltrators. These motherfuckers know goddamn well that that shit ain't normal. But because Rachel Maddow said it's fucking normal, you just gonna call these fucking pieces of shit that would burn down their own churches, supposedly. And even though Pompeo out there bragging about they involved, and even though motherfucking the Mossad itself is bragging about they're involved, you still calling these people freedom fighters that are burning down mosques and killing people. I just, like, that is an incredible level of stupid, or these motherfuckers is just complicit as fuck. They just pretending they don't like it because it's Trump. But the reality is they love all the war and murder that all these Republicans do. All of them. Even the supposed good ones are cheering on the fuck shit in Iran. They ain't got nothing to say about Venezuela. The only problem that they got geopolitically with Trump is that he's fucking with Greenland. Like, these people are racist. If you can't fucking understand that it doesn't matter what they say, it matters what they do. And even if they don't realize they racist, after a while, when you see that they only be cheering on fuck shit, bad shit happening to black and brown people, and the only time they have a fucking problem with some shit that's really going on in the world, it's if it's affecting people that look like them. If you can't see that shit, man, Jesus Christ. It really is as simple as a motherfucker just has to say something nice to your ass and they got you. All they gotta do is smile and your fucking brain goes right off. I don't know why these people are the way they are, but I know that I've been looking at the I've Had It podcast because I was curious about this shit. It's like I saw them hold Cory Booker to account, so I want to see what these fucking people are. Because I heard that they were Democrats, so I wanted to see if there's actually some Democrats out there that hold other Democrats to account. So I watched them for about 3 months. And it's obvious. No, they don't hold Democrats to account. Yes, they do parrot State Department talking points, just like everybody else. Democracy Now!, I've Had It podcast, MSNBC, it doesn't matter what level of mainstream you are, all of those motherfuckers are mainstream. None of them are independent. They're Democrat cutouts. And they never admit it. And then they get their bona fides by going in on a motherfucker like Cory Booker for not shitting on Netanyahu. And that's nothing to be proud of. You didn't do anything when you think about it, because they're not calling out Israel for the fuck shit that they be doing. They're putting it all on Netanyahu. This is the dumbing. These are people that somehow have credibility. And they just fucking lie all the time. And if they're not lying straight out, they're lying by omission. And that is just as bad. Sometimes it's worse, because then they can just say, well, oops, I didn't know. They can pretend, they can feign ignorance and get away with that shit. But it's like, nah, these people are fucking foul. I'm gonna tell you right now, there ain't no fucking Iranians, not no responsible ones, not none that ain't fucking beholden to Mossad or the CIA or some bullshit that are running around burning down their own fucking churches. Just like that wouldn't happen here in America. These motherfuckers burning all kinds of shit down. That does not happen with normal fucking citizens, especially churches. You ain't never seen that shit anywhere on the fucking planet. So why the fuck do you think that shit's normal in Iran? These people ain't even trying, because they know they got motherfuckers like the New York Times all the way down to I've Had It podcast that are gonna fucking lie for them. Fuck the CIA, fuck the Mossad. If you see those motherfuckers involved in anything around the world, you can pretty much guarantee that they're up to fuckery. They don't do anything for altruistic reasons. Never have. And when you spot these motherfuckers involved in some shit, if you sit there and cheer it on simply because you were told by your supposed betters that that's the way you should think, I don't know. I think it's gonna be a long time before we fix this shit, because we got a lot of brainwashed motherfuckers out here. Whether it was Tupac, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and most other motherfucking like actual fighters, they all died before 40. They all died before they reached 40. So while they were smart as fuck, brilliant, goddamn geniuses when it came to this motherfucking life shit, they were young. They all died young. So they never got to finish their fucking thoughts. That's why when their answers are don't vote for Republicans, don't vote for Democrats, it's like, okay, what's the fucking answer? They died before they could think up the fucking answer. Well, I'm older than all them motherfuckers now, and I've continued the thinking. And don't vote Democrat, don't vote Republican is definitely the right answer. But because nobody came up with what we should do instead, a bunch of Bama-ass motherfuckers that clearly don't have the fucking critical thinking skills came up with don't vote for Republican, don't vote Democrat, vote for the couch. As in, don't vote at all. And that makes sense when you stop thinking as soon as you say don't vote Republican, don't vote Democrat. Because obviously motherfucker ain't gonna waste their time on these fucking green parties. Fucking libertarians. Ain't nobody got time for that shit. And quite frankly, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Tupac, they died before Citizens United. So it's not like I'm smarter than these motherfuckers. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I continue the thought process because that's what I do. I think about shit. I don't mean I like sit around and obsess for hours a day about shit. I'll just think about shit and I won't stop thinking about it until I figure out the fucking answer. And since I heard motherfuckers in that last election go round talking about vote for the couch, I've been fucking racking my brain. Not every goddamn day, but every few days or so for the last couple years, I think about that shit. What's the right answer? Because I don't feel the right answer is fucking voting for the couch. So years and years of fucking thinking about that shit, I came to the obvious fucking, when you add Citizens United into the mix, it becomes pretty clear. It's don't vote for Republicans, don't vote for Democrats, but don't vote for the fucking couch either. That's lazy thinking. If you actually critical think about this shit, we need to vote for ourselves. This is fucking clear. It's so obvious that you kind of got to wonder. A lot of these black motherfuckers make their money off of bitching about the Democrats and the Republicans. It's kind of like a fucking cancer doctor. Do they really want to find the answer if all their money is in complaining about this fucked up system? I don't believe I'm the only one that's figured this fucking shit out. I think I'm the only one that's figured this shit out that doesn't have a fucking agenda. Like these motherfuckers and their goddamn agenda, it's all about playing politics to make white motherfuckers feel comfortable. And the second you start looking out for yourself, these motherfuckers get the trip. Them brothers back in the day had all the answers for the time that they were given, but they did not have Citizens United. Citizens United says, we don't need the Democrats. We don't need the Republicans. We can open up our own political party. We can create our own super PACs. But for whatever reason, we ain't doing it. Most likely because we allied with the fucking Democrats and they don't want us to fucking do that. Because if we go off on our own, who the fuck are they gonna have? A bunch of soft-ass white motherfuckers that nobody wants to be around. We make that party run. We give it way too much money and time. And they do nothing for us. So if you vote for the couch, shit ain't gonna change. You've just taken yourself out of the fucking equation. But black people are still gonna fucking suffer. So voting for the couch ain't it. Voting for the Democrats and the Republicans, and I don't give a fuck what they say. I'm talking about what they have shown for the last 60 fucking years. If you vote for them as a black motherfucker, they ain't gonna do shit for you. They have made that very fucking clear. So if you want to vote for somebody that actually cares about you, you are gonna have to push those fucking candidates. White people are never gonna push a candidate that says he wants to do for black people. Motherfuckers need to realize this shit. So they'll tell you, oh, it's being divisive to have a black-only party. We're not saying we are a black-only party. We said we having a black-first party, where black motherfuckers look out for black people first and foremost, the same way the Democrats and the Republicans and the Greens and the Libertarians all look out for white people first and foremost. Just because they don't call themselves the white party doesn't mean they ain't for 100% white people. So it's the same with this black party. It's not like we're going to name it the Black Party. We'll just name it like a normal fucking political party, but it will be very clear in our rhetoric and the things that we do that we care about black people, unlike the Democrats and Republicans. That's what I want. That's what I want to happen, and I'm shocked that there ain't more black motherfuckers that have figured this shit out, because it's so fucking obvious. If you're not brainwashed into thinking that fucking Democrats are what's best for black people. Because very clearly not. Look through any of these fucking cities. They give all the police, they give the police all the money. They pretend to be fucking just loving us so much. But in reality, you know who the Democrats really love? These dumbass black church Christian motherfuckers. That's who they love. Why? Because they're so easy to manipulate. All you gotta do is give the fucking pastor some money. He tells these fucking assholes how to think. And regardless if they agree with him or not, they want to be on the side of Jesus. And since the pastor is the representative of Jesus to these fucking morons, they go with it. Knowing this motherfucker full of shit, but they still go with it because they don't want to buck the system. So quite frankly, these motherfucking Christians that love this motherfucking shit so much, that are so manipulated into not giving a fuck about their next generations and only caring about what these white people tell them to care about. Like, seriously, if you don't feel comfortable in a party that looks out for black people, stay the fuck where you at. Stay with the Democrats. But if you're somebody that cares more than just for yourself, and you care for your fucking people, it is very obvious what our next moves should be. And those that argue against it are so brainwashed and so full of shit, you should never listen to anything these motherfuckers say ever again. Because this thing is gonna come. I'm not popular. I know very few people, but the people that do hear my motherfucking voice understand I'm telling the truth. This is pretty fucking obvious. You don't gotta be a goddamn college professor to figure this shit out. If the political party that you've been looking out for leaves you in the shape that black people are in as a collective in this country, then your political parties, those political parties ain't been looking out for you. You are domestic abuse. You are a domestic abuse victim. And we've seen it, the psychology of that shit. It's not easy to get these motherfuckers acting right. Motherfuckers get abused. They think that shit's normal. So it takes a while. But this shit is happening. The right way to do this shit is to get away from these abusive ass Democrats. Obviously don't fuck with these shitty Republicans. But voting for the couch is bullshit. Vote for ourselves, our own political candidates. We can do that at Citizens United. Citizens United says, these broke motherfuckers get their money together, they can challenge you fucking billionaires and corporations. And instead of celebrating something like that, they try to fucking pretend that that shit is only for fucking billionaires to succeed. But it's bullshit. Billionaires and millionaires have obviously been running this fucking government the whole time. The richest among us. It doesn't matter how stupid they are. It doesn't matter how racist they are. As long as they got money. So Citizens United changed nothing as far as that goes. The only thing it did, it said, these motherfuckers can pool their money together, and you, assholes, don't have a right to know where that money came from. That money can come from anywhere, and motherfuckers don't have to say where it came from. That changes the game. We black people can get money from whoever the fuck we want. That means, like, convicted felons that feel like they got kicked out of the motherfucking system and shit. They can give money to these super PACs. But why would you give money to some fucking assholes that don't care about you? All these fucking felons and shit, they could be giving their money to our super PACs, unlike anybody's ever done before. And think about that shit. People that don't vote, that's the biggest group of motherfuckers in this country. So we get those motherfuckers to actually buy into the fucking system because we are actually fucking wanting and planning on looking out for them. I think they will. I think we get a whole bunch of motherfuckers that don't vote to vote for us. And not just black people. Because what's good for black people is good for everybody. So I think people with common sense, they don't got that fucking racism pushing them to do all this fucking stupid shit, even against their own self-interest. I think those motherfuckers would vote with us too. We just have to be serious about this shit. And we just have to be serious about one thing for sure. We're not gonna turn into the Democrats. We're not having anybody that don't care about black people in charge. If you care about black people first and foremost, fuck yeah, you can run in these goddamn black political parties. But if you just like a Democrat and you give a fuck about everybody else equally and all that shit, which in reality just means you care about them more, you just don't want to say it. Nope. We've had people that look out for white people this whole fucking time. Since this country's been fucking born, it's been white people that look out for white people. It doesn't matter what political party they are. So if we want to change shit, we need to have at least one political party with power that cares about all of us. And since black people are the only ones that care truly about black people as a group, we need to do this shit ourselves. I mean, seriously, this is fucking obvious. And what else is obvious? They're gonna hate. Because that's also what they do. It doesn't matter what we're doing. These fuckers are always gonna figure out a way to hate on us. So if the only reason that you fucking worried about doing this shit is because you worried about some white motherfuckers hating, man, please.
I got cash up on my brain. I got green up in my eyes and I ain't finna pass it, man. Never let
there will be no difference than how the fuck they treat us already. So that's just a lame ass excuse for motherfuckers that don't really care about the next generation. If we truly care about the next generations, we're gonna stop this fucking bullshit the way it's going. We're gonna stop it right here and now. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying we need to hate white people. I'm not saying we need to fucking segregate ourselves physically from these motherfuckers. I'm saying you a stupid ass motherfucker if you believe that there is any white people in this country that are gonna look out for you equally as themselves. They have shown they're not gonna do that. They never will. So that's why I believe this shit is so fucking important. That I'm gonna keep fucking saying it. And I was like thinking about maybe I'll do this shit from now on. You know, just spitball these fucking ideas into my motherfucking microphone instead of writing this shit. But I'm just gonna do this because this is a fucking important subject. Overall, I still want to push black people into the right mindset. So we're not constantly falling behind. And quite frankly, always begging these motherfuckers for help. We don't need their help. They tricked us into thinking that shit. It's very clear we do not need these motherfuckers for anything. We need to look out for ourselves if we want improvement in the place we at in this fucking society. So vote for yourself. Don't vote for Republicans. Don't vote for the couch. Don't vote for Democrats. Don't give none of these motherfuckers any money. Find a political action committee that's dedicated to helping out black people. That's got black leadership, that gives a shit about black people, that won't allow any kind of leadership that doesn't care about black people first and foremost. I don't give a fuck if they black. I don't give a fuck if they talk like Jasmine Crockett with all that sass. I don't care if they beautiful. None of that shit. I want smart motherfuckers that care about black people first and foremost. I don't fucking want no motherfucking immigrants that don't believe in their blackness. I mean, there's a lot of fucking immigrants that believe in their blackness and look at all of us as brothers and sisters, and those are the ones I fuck with. There's a lot of fucking Americans that look at Christians, white Christians, as their brothers before they look at us, because they Christian first. Those people cannot be fucking leadership in a black party. Nope. But there are immigrants that are down with black people, black Americans, and they have always been. And those are the motherfuckers we definitely need to motherfucking accept them, because the more numbers we got, the better. But we can't keep watering down our numbers with motherfuckers that don't fuck with black people. If you black, if you immigrant, and you been motherfucking brainwashed into not fucking with black people, go on about your business, do your thing. Because quite frankly, we don't want motherfuckers like that. We don't want motherfuckers that are from here that think like that, and we don't want motherfuckers from overseas that think like that. If you're a normal motherfucker and you're sick of the way this shit is going, and you're sick of motherfuckers playing in your face, then that is clearly the fucking answer. See how many mistakes are in the fucking writing? Like, there's all kinds of mistakes that come from, like, when you recording shit or Google dictation. Like, they all have so many motherfucking mistakes. And it's like, I gotta clean up all of that shit when I edit. So, like, these long ones, you can see it. There's all kinds of mistakes that get made by the fucking autocorrect. So when I edit, like, one of these motherfucking, like, 50,000 character posts, emails, man, that should be taking forever. I wish motherfucking Google would, like, study my voice or something so they understand what I'm saying better. Because I feel like they use some white motherfucker for the baseline of the autocorrect. And then anytime you don't say something like they do, it fucks off the text-to-speech. So I end up spending so much goddamn time editing. I just wish there was, like, even a fucking AI, something that could clean up this shit and still make it sound like me, because they do got them AIs that clean shit up. But then this shit don't sound nothing like me. The writing is completely different. So I don't like that shit neither. I just want something that's gonna understand my motherfucking voice better. And Google ain't it. See, this is how my motherfucking, like, when I'm writing, like, this is how my shit is. It's like my thoughts will jump all over the fucking place. So if this was like some writing shit, I would chunk off the parts that were about, like, Elizabeth Warren and I've Had It podcast, and that would be one chunk that would be written up as, like, one email and edited as one email. And then the other stuff where I'd be going off on these different tangents about different things, like voting and creating our own fucking political party. Like, that would be a different email. I just edited that way. Like, I just wanted to see what it's like to fucking do this shit without any kind of editing. So motherfuckers can understand, man. My motherfucking thoughts be all over the goddamn place. And I cuss a lot in those motherfucking posts, but I'm also editing out like 70% out of it, probably 70-80% of the cussing. When I actually sit down and think about it, now this shit right here is just on the recorder, so I'm not gonna edit none of it, and I'm not gonna fucking write it up. I'm just gonna, I don't know if I'm gonna post this or not. Really, I'm just trying to see what this shit sounds like, and looks like I definitely didn't plan on it going 40 minutes, but I be getting pissed off when I start thinking about them I've Had It podcast shit, because I do like them chicks. Like, as far as white people, they be saying a lot of funny shit, and they talk about racism and different things like that. But the fact that they so weak when it comes to holding fucking Democrats to account, that just tells me the Democrats are never gonna change, because these motherfuckers refuse to hold them to account. So why should they change? Which means it just becomes a waste of time dealing with these motherfuckers, man. The only way we gonna get right is to go out on our own, because we do know the right answers. We just been hoping that we could change the fucking Democrats. hoping that we could push them in the right direction. But it's impossible. These motherfuckers will never correct themselves. They like it the way it is. Even with Trump in charge, they ain't gonna admit it, but they like that shit. But we need to get rid of people that think like that. We can't be running around having the same politics as fucking Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. It just don't make no sense. Anyway, I think I've said enough.
They see that the whites are so evenly divided that every time they vote, the race is so close, they have to go back and count the votes all over again. And which means that any block, any minority that has a block of votes that stick together is in a strategic position. Either way you go, that's who gets it. You're in a position to determine who goes to the White House and who stay in the doghouse. You're the one who has that power. You can keep Johnson in Washington, D.C., or you can send him back to his Texas cotton patch. You're the one who sent Kennedy to Washington. You're the one who put the present Democratic administration in Washington, D.C. The whites were evenly divided. It was the fact that you threw 80% of your votes behind the Democrats that put the Democrats in the White House. When you see this, you can see that the Negro vote is the key factor. And despite the fact that you are in a position to be the determining factor, what do you get out of it? The Democrats have been in Washington, D.C. only because of the Negro vote. They've been down there 4 years. And all other legislation they wanted to bring up, they brought it up and got it out of the way, and now they bring up you. And now they bring up you. You put them first and they put you last. Because you're a chump. A political chump. In Washington, D.C., in the House of Representatives, there are 257 who are Democrats. Only 177 are Republicans. In the Senate, there are 67 Democrats. Only 33 are Republicans. The party that you back controls 2/3 of the House of Representatives and the Senate, and still they can't keep their promise to you because you're a chump. Anytime you throw your weight behind a political party that controls 2/3 of the government, and that party can't keep the promise that it made to you during election time, and you are dumb enough to walk around continuing to identify yourself with that party, you're not only a chump, but you're a traitor to your race.